Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I talk about politics and really whatever the callers want to talk about. We saw yesterday, it's not always politics. Sometimes we go off the rails. If you're watching the show after the fact as a podcast on YouTube, you can find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as a set of more comprehensive timestamps in the description telling you what the calls are about. If you want to be picky and jump around, we have thought of people like you. We're also working on some new stuff in terms of just getting caught up on editing now that I have staff. We're going to be doing some things like taking select calls and making them their own YouTube video, or this is something I'm excited about. We're going to take certain callers, because we've been doing timestamps in the description for so long. We're going to go through and find the regular callers and make playlists, where if you want to listen to all of the IowaGolfer calls, you can. If you want to listen to all of the Splinter calls, you can. If you want to listen to all the popcorn calls, you can. That's the type of thing we're cooking up now that we have 3 people working for the show. TikTok, please open your multi-guest request queue. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't the button work? First few minutes of the show never works. Ah! Okay. Well, anyway, we'll get the backup account in the corner. See, we've already got Bobby Van Yarsfeld who wants to join, and I'd love to have him in, but just give me a second to get set up. Here we go. Now we got it open. But before I let him in, I'm going to let the backup account in, which is the account you should follow in case I get banned on TikTok for saying something silly accidentally. I'm getting pretty good at the TikTok filter. But get following on this account down here if you want to make sure to know where to find me when this account goes down for something, probably not that big a deal. I mean, just say the wrong combination of words sometimes. Anyway, are we going to hit the ground running? Let's see. Bobby Van Jarsfeld, how old are you?
Hello.
Hello, how old are you?
19.
You're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, because I'm a neo-libertarian philangist and a tung sahoric.
Yeah, so neo-libertarian phalangists is like a made-up thing. It's just a troll meme that's going around, so don't... There isn't some ideology called neo-libertarian phalangism that I'm, afraid of debating. It is just made-up bullshit, just so everybody knows. But we're gonna instead of hitting the ground running with the show, we're hitting the ground and telling people that the trolls are interested in me. I'm very honored by the attention that the trolls pay me. Look at this, wow. YouTube is outpacing TikTok. Oh, look at that, it's neck and neck. Who's going to get to 100 viewers first? It's crazy how well the show's been doing on YouTube. Let's see who we got. We got all the regular people in the YouTube chat. Got Tyler. I got Tyler 23458. Is he going to be a serious call? I'm not sure. Hello, how old are you?
18.
You're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Why is that?
I like his immigration. I know a lot of people say it, but I like his immigration policies.
Why?
And I like his nigger.
Yeah, okay. So, shame I didn't have the window open to get that faster. I'm going to talk to username. How old are you?
Hello? I am 21.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Well, before I start, do you know what fetal alcohol syndrome is?
Mm-hmm.
You have it.
I don't.
Yes, you do. You have all the symptoms. You have a cleft eyes. You have very thin, uniquely abnormal shaped lips. You have fetal
This guy likes the shape of my lips.
Okay, so do you understand, why should I consider your opinion if you have fetal alcohol syndrome?
Do you think that people who have fetal alcohol syndrome are incapable of having reasonable opinions?
No, it's just there's a little bit of a stunt. You know what I'm saying?
Well, right? Then you know what? Here, this should be. If I'm so disabled in that way, this should be a cakewalk for you. You should absolutely trounce me in the debate, shouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, I probably could.
All right, let's see it. Great. This will be fun. Why do you support Trump?
I'm not really up here to spend 30 minutes. And just want to tell you. You should know.
All right. Can you, just to show that you're you don't have camera access. Of course you don't. What is this, some kind of burner account? Let's see. 0 followers, 3 following. Yeah, fuck you, dude. What a champion. Let's get some W's in the chat for that guy. It's not even noon, and he's demonstrated the type of character that he is to the world, but not through an account where he can be requested to show his face. What a surprise. What a surprise. We'll say hello to IowaGolfer, but as I said yesterday, we're just saying hello because he's been reclassified as a friendly caller. He's no longer opposition, which is a win. That's a serious win, even though not everybody agrees with me on that. How you doing, Iowa?
Not too bad. Hey, lighthearted note, not lighthearted note.
Okay.
I was up in Pickles live yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I had some people, long story short, I was on the golf course with my buddies yesterday. and we were sitting there talking, and we got to talking about like movies that could never survive today.
Mm-hmm.
That could like never be remade today. And I brought up Blazing Saddles, and I told him that it's a hilarious movie. And he said that if you laugh at racist jokes, you're a racist person. You cannot laugh at racist jokes and not be a racist person. And I disagreed with him. What's your viewpoint on this?
Have we talked about the distinction between racial bias and racism? Have you and I covered that topic?
I'm not sure.
Well, just really quick for everybody, like a racist is somebody who's like, I sure don't like those black people. Like that's a pretty racist thing to say or to believe or to, you know, that's a behavior that tells me that somebody's racist. But if somebody sees, say, a black person walking down the street in the middle of the night in a bad neighborhood and they cross the street and maybe they wouldn't have crossed the street if it was a white person, that's still bad. That's still bad behavior because of opinions about race, but perhaps that's a person who wouldn't tell you that they don't like black people because they really don't feel like they have any particular aversion to black people, but they do, and that's racial bias, where your behavior is biased in situations where race is brought up. And I would argue that I think that a person can chuckle at a racist joke because it triggers some sort of racial bias, even if they're a person who, you know, to themselves doesn't at all feel racist. So I think that distinction matters when we're analyzing those sorts of things.
Yeah. So, like, actually, when I worked for the state of Iowa, I worked for the prison system for the state of Iowa. I actually took a class on implicit bias, and that kind of opened my eyes up to a lot of things.
Yeah, it's the same idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't consider myself to be a racist person. Just so we moved on from that, actually, and we moved on to like an ableist person. And like, I remember when I was in school and younger than that, I used the R word to describe things that I thought was stupid. And didn't make any sense to me.
I'm 31. So did I when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Straightforwardly. Yeah. It was just the thing that people called things. Yeah. And before that
makes you a bad person.
Before that, people used words like lame or moronic or idiotic or things like we still use some of those words, but those were also words that used to be the like technical, clinical term for somebody who is mentally challenged. And we've moved away from using them in that way. And at this point, we've gotten so far away from some of those where like idiot has fallen back into fashion because people don't really think of it as a word that's like classified the same as the R slur. So these things change over time. But you know, the linguistics of it can be a little bit complicated. I think that's a little bit different from like issues of bias. But yeah, I mean, you know, Pickles and I are buddies. Maybe all of us can talk about it at some point. But that's my stance generally. I don't think that you're necessarily like a consciously racist bad person if you chuckle at a racist joke. I think laughter is generally involuntary, which is why I think it's worth analyzing if you laugh at something problematic, but I'm not going to condemn a person for an involuntary reaction.
See, that's the thing. Like I said, I worked for the prison system for 5 years in the state of Iowa, and I saw some pretty fucked up stuff, and I laugh at some really fucked up stuff, like things that nobody should probably ever laugh at, but I'll find myself laughing at them. And sometimes I just don't know why I do it. I just got a fucked up sense of humor after seeing some of the things I've seen, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think like there's a degree of like pearl clutching where it's like a little bit better if people, you know, I don't know if it's the most constructive thing to worry about. You've probably heard me talk about doing work in the comedy scene here in Minneapolis, and like I'm around some pretty terrible humor, and I always think that comedy exists at like the receding edge of what's acceptable in society, and if we're gonna put our focus on that, like that's the sort of thing that gets swept away with the cultural zeitgeist changing as people become better anyway. It's not really the place to give your attention. The comedians will start telling less problematic jokes as society becomes less problematic. I don't personally think it requires work on the front end to address that. I don't think that's helpful. Yeah. I don't think it works. Even if I think some of the jokes that are told in some of the bars where I run shows are reprehensible, and I think the people telling them are bad people because of them choosing to tell those jokes. I just don't think saying, hey, don't tell that joke is going to fix anything. I think comedy is this like special space where like the last time you'll see a person thinking it's acceptable to use the N-word when it isn't is going to be in a comedy space. They're like super free speech oriented environments. Yeah. But anyway, I
won't take up any more of your time. I appreciate it. That's what I wanted to ask you.
If I could get a word in before Iowa takes off.
Yeah, sure thing, Raven. Raven's in the producer seat today. Say hello to her.
Hi, Raven.
Raven, everybody.
Hello again.
It's me. It's Raven. Good to see you, or good to talk to you again, even though we just talked like 5 seconds ago. But the involuntary laughter part, how we talked about, like, I don't even know why I laugh about that. The point where it becomes for me where I start to judge people about it is if they know that they're laughing for bad reasons and just refuse to do that next step of internal work of like, why am I laughing at this? And I'm not to say that it makes you a bad person for laughing at it. It's just if you don't if you can see that there's some disconnect there and you just choose to ignore it, that's when I, start to judge whether or not you're a good person.
Yeah, I get that.
But yeah, thanks for coming up and thanks for talking.
Yep, I won't take any more time. Get him, Oscar.
Appreciate you, Iowa. See, Iowa used to be opposition, but now when he's got a question like that, he wants to call up Oscar and see what he thinks because he thinks that I'm so dang level-headed. So yay me. That's kind of what I'm going for on here. We want to win Trump supporters over so that they trust, our opinion on things by being an ironclad source of a reasonable opinion on things, which is why I'm so averse to answering directly when people say, oh, new story happened in the news. Do you know everything about it? I go, I don't know everything about it. My Discord's working on a report for me to read about it, but I don't know everything about that, and I'm not going to tell you what I think about it. Anyway, thank you, Kronos, for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. He says, sorry if I was a bit much yesterday. I was sleep deprived. Doesn't mean I regret it, and I'll do it again. So don't worry, Oscar. I'll find time to objectify you some more. LOL. W, Jesse, Oscar, and Raven. If you missed yesterday's show, we were just talking about it before going live. I was talking to Raven about how I don't do clickbait, as a rule. I really try to avoid dishonest clickbaity stuff. So I avoid exclamation points unless it's really warranted in the thumbnail. And as I scroll through old episodes of the show, I look at the title and the thumbnail, and I think I can remember. These titles and thumbnails help me remember the day. They help me remember which show this was, and that means to me that they're probably pretty accurate. And people say that we're doing a pretty good job. But yesterday's title was "Mom, skip this episode," and that was a perfectly honest title. Because if my mom doesn't always watch the VOD, she's more of a clip watcher, but I don't want her to watch yesterday's episode. But I want you to watch yesterday's episode. Yesterday's episode was a great episode. It's not for kids, though. It's not for my mom. Absolutely not. Thank you, Kronos. Your contributions yesterday were utterly hilarious, and there's no ill will there. Jessie was losing her fucking mind. She couldn't keep herself contained in the producer's chair. She was laughing in the background of the whole fucking show because of Kronos' donations.
It's a good thing I wasn't here because I was literally hollering.
No. Yesterday was a good show. We had fun making the chuds uncomfortable because they thought they were going to make me uncomfortable by talking about butt sex, and they were wrong. Anyway, David sent $5 on Venmo to say Iowa was also mad on Pickles live because he can't use Venmo. Fix your UI. I hate having to refresh these donations. Can't use the R word because when he uses it, he doesn't mean Down syndrome people. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the sort of thing that can sometimes be a little difficult for people who don't feel like they're doing anything wrong. And I'm just gentler with somebody like IowaGolfer, where I'm like, I can sit and have a conversation with him about why he's wrong and he shouldn't use that word and he shouldn't be upset that he can't use it. But telling him that he's hateful for using it when the reason might not be hate, but some sort of bias, that's not constructive. And that's the bigger discussion that's worth having. I think that a lot of people are, say, biased against illegal immigrants and maybe willing to drink some Fox News Kool-Aid about them. But I don't think that necessarily makes you a hateful person. I think lots of people have been tricked by the media into behaving hatefully, in the same way that there's this distinction between racist behavior and then behavior where the behavior itself looks pretty racist, but the actual person performing the behavior has some sort of bias. If we want to fix the problem, everybody, if we want to be righteously mad, you can tell everybody to go fuck themselves, and that's great. You have the First Amendment right to do that. If you want to fix the problem, if you want people to stop voting for characters like Trump, if you want people to stop drinking that Fox News Kool-Aid, identifying which type of person you're talking to, an actually hateful person or somebody who has been fed some bullshit that makes them behave in a way that, as a matter of fact, is quite hateful of a group, they're very different types of problems. And it's not really the prompt today, but it's the sort of thing I make the prompt on the show all the time. That whole distinction of MAGA is either stupid or evil, evil or a fool. It's you're either evil enough to think it's okay these things are happening, or you've been fooled into thinking these things are good for the country, good for you, good for your family, good for the people who deserve it, whatever the fuck the justification is. So when I say MAGA are selfish and emotional as a little bit of a hyperbolic rage bait type of prompt, what I'm saying is that people are a lot of the time the thing that's being leveraged is selfishness and emotional reactions to anecdotal stories and stuff to trick these people into behaving in ways that are hateful. And I try to address that. Daniel says that they're not evil or selfish. We're not evil or selfish. I think he's talking about MAGA. I think you need to get in the box, David. I think I need to have a conversation about that because I disagree. I think you have to be one or the other or both. That's the whole thing. I don't think Stephen Miller is evil or is stupid. I think he's evil. I think he's a Nazi. I don't think he's a stupid man, though, but I think that most people who voted for Donald Trump did so out of lack of understanding of what they were voting for, lack of understanding for physics, lack of understanding of socioeconomics, lack of understanding of history, because if you understand history well, you don't tend to vote for these sorts of things that we want. Daniel, I'm not going to engage with you in the chat. Get in the box. I'm actually going to mute you for the day because we don't have a caller. don't, you can come back and cause a ruckus tomorrow, but I'm just going to mute you for today because you're being quite oppositional. Daniel's not in the request queue, but Chris the Pulpid is pulped. There's a picture of an orange on his profile, so I figure he means pulped. Oh, and before I let him go, I should actually read Sue's donation because it came in overnight. Sorry, Sue. I usually try to read those at the beginning. She said, "Hey, Oscar, what do you think of trying to help Trump supporters see that they are being lied to by their news sources? Explain propaganda to them in your teacher voice and together do real-time fact-checking." I try to, but I have to do... Actually, it's good timing with that donation. Watch the background noise, Chris. I'm going to mute you for a moment. It's good timing with what I was just talking about, because if I'm going to sit and say, like, hey, I think that you're wrong about what Fox News told you, I have to make sure I'm talking to a fool who just believes the wrong thing because they've been told some bullshit, as opposed to somebody who's hateful and is going to just, believe the hateful thing regardless of whether or not I convince them of the truth. Like, I have to make that assessment before we move on to that, and I have to make sure I'm talking to somebody who's willing to even listen to Teacher Voice Oscar, which is why Teacher Voice Oscar only comes out in certain circumstances. Anyway, we're going to talk to Chris, and we're going to see if I use my teacher voice with him. I'd prefer that over yelling, but we'll see what kind of call it is. How old are you, Chris?
Hey, Chris. I'm 32. I'll be 33 on Monday.
Okay. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not.
Looking for Trump supporters at this point in the show. So if you want to just chat about some stuff, you can call back in towards the end of the show, and I become... it's up to me on a day-to-day basis, but towards the end of the program, towards noon or later, I tend to start taking more friendly calls. Though we might try to run long today, and part of the thing that might contribute to whether we go for 2 or 3 or 4 hours will be how many Instagram followers I have, because it would be awfully fun if I crossed 100,000 Instagram followers on the air, because I have 99,500. So I don't know. Go follow me on Instagram. Link tree in the bio. It just ticked over from 99.4 to 99.5, and I'm getting a follower. I think I'm getting 2 followers every minute right now. So we could technically stay on long enough to have a little. Maybe Raven will have to run next door and get a bottle of champagne. Which I don't think we're allowed to open that on TikTok Live, but anyway, that's exciting. That's a big number. It feels like a slightly different weight class of social media account to run, to have 6 digits. So I'm excited about that. But it's just a bunch of meaningless numbers. Arabella sent me $2 on Venmo to say, just making sure this is the correct account, LOL. I sent a couple times and not sure if you saw it. The fact that MAGA thinks calling someone gay is the biggest insult really shows a lot about them. God forbid we don't find being gay a horrible thing. That is the correct account. Sorry if I missed some, and thank you for the $2. And I agree with your message, by the way. But I do have the other account. There's at Oskar Quentin and at Oscar-Quentin. Both of them are mine. Just one of them is technically the wrong one. I don't even off the top of my head know which is which. Hold on, let's look. Let me make sure I actually know. What is my... Yeah, it's at Oskar Quentin is the main one, but at Oscar-Quentin, I do own that account, so the money does go to me, but I might miss your donation on air if you send it to that one, because I get an email instead of it showing up in this dashboard that I look at. Anyway, that's the housekeeping stuff. Let's see. We had some opposition in the chat, but we don't... There's another day where there's... How many people watching? 500, 600 people? 600 people watching. And not one of them wants to call in and have a conversation with me about how Trump is a good president. I don't know. We've been having a good streak lately of the prompt being proven by the callers. So we're going to see if Big Ben proves the prompt or if he's more reasonable than that. First, he's got to answer. How old are you, Big Ben?
Yo, 22.
All right. Do you support Trump?
Fuck rednecks and their sister fucking.
Yep. I don't really know what that's about. Thank you for the Instagram follows, everybody. We're probably not going to get 500 on the air unless everybody watching the show goes and follows me, but I have a gig tonight, and I'd almost prefer it happen at the gig so I can celebrate in the bar with my friends. But if it happens on the air, that'll be fun too. The clips are doing okay today, so we might accelerate. Brad Sarter, we're going to see if this is a good call. We're 20 minutes in. I don't feel like we've had a proper debate yet. We had a chat with IowaGolfer, but those are hardly debates these days. Hello, how old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Hello, how old are you?
22.
You a Trump supporter?
I used to be. I wouldn't say so anymore, but I'd still consider myself conservative.
I mean, do you think that Trump should be impeached?
The whole impeachment thing, if he were to be, if he were not to be, I don't think it would really matter.
Why do you think it doesn't matter?
He's been impeached twice before. It didn't stop him then.
Yeah. Why do you think that didn't stop him?
Well, he doesn't have absolute power, obviously, but since he does have control, I don't know. Do they have control of the Senate right now? In Congress?
Yep.
Well, there you go.
Right. So because our Congress people are loyal to the president instead of the Constitution, the mechanisms that exist in our government to protect us from such a character aren't working. I consider that an emergency, and I think you as a conservative should consider that an emergency, because the people who are flying a flag of your color are disobeying the Constitution and supporting a tyrant instead of following the rules.
Yeah. Well, they're technically following the rules. They're
not.
Doing what's allowed to be.
I don't agree. No, I don't agree with that at all. I think it's plain as day that the Republicans are ignoring the sort of things they're supposed to impeach a president about. I think that if we didn't have an entire party in our two-party, very partisan situation that we have right now, if one of those parties wasn't loyal to this man instead of the law of the land, instead of the Constitution, the foundation of our legal system, the documents written by our founding fathers that were designed to protect us from tyranny. Thank you, Emily, for the galaxy. If we didn't have that, then he wouldn't be president.
That is very true.
Right. I consider that an emergency.
Unfortunately, the reality we live in, though, no matter who has control of Congress and Senate, they are allowed to enact on whatever they view as their agenda. If Democrats had full power, they could do the same thing. But
the fact of the matter is they wouldn't. You're just inventing a situation where a Democratic president is doing something as obviously unlawful, unconstitutional, un-American, unpatriotic, immoral as the current president, and saying that we would do the same thing and not vote them out, when that just isn't what we see. We had practically a referendum on Joe Biden because our own party was calling for him to step down when he was running, and he did. No, nonsense. I don't accept that argument at all.
I wouldn't say he stepped down himself. That was more of a usurpation from Kamala Harris.
Whatever you think happened behind closed doors, I'm sure you have a very wild imagination. I don't give a shit. The fact of the matter is there was division on our side, and he did step down. We know that as a matter of fact, and it's a refutation to your idea that we're going to stand behind some old buffoon regardless of how incompetent or dangerous they are as a president.
Well, that's making the claim that all liberals are like a hive mind and that you all supported Biden and then all of a sudden you all didn't.
Yeah, one of the problems that's happening in American politics right now is that people on the left don't become unified around one cult of personality. And because of that, we're not as strong in a lot of ways. Like the fact that people on the right are these voting sheep who will just vote for whoever the party says to vote for, even if they're obviously a rapist, even if they're obviously a criminal, even if they're obviously... I wouldn't say we're all voting sheep. I'd say a good proportion, which is older in population. What I'm saying is that in terms of controlling the government with a strong fist, one of the weaknesses of the left is that we tend to turn on people if they like rape people or get caught trying to have sex with kids or like anything like that. Like those are deal breakers for us. And because those are deal breakers for us, we tend to oust people who do those things. Whereas on the right, somebody can do those things and get away with it because nobody cares, and you'll keep voting for them. You'll issue them pardons. You'll like whatever it is. There's so many people who don't belong in power on the right.
See, the problem here.
Sorry, I inhaled my coffee.
You're associating a majority of right-wing voters. You're associating them directly with the people they're voting for. I would argue that almost a majority of all the youthful conservatives in the country who did vote for Trump this go around did not think he was, at least the minimum, they did not think he was going to go into Iran as soon as he did. They also thought he would probably deport more people. I've seen conservatives have a problem with him not deporting enough people. Well, I've also seen some flip and say, well, he shouldn't be deporting anyone at all.
Yeah, this just sounds to me like not like really an answer to the concern here, because we're not talking about any of those particular policy positions or like how effectively he's deporting people or really anything like that. We're just talking about the fact that the guy's not following the rules, and the Republicans are okay with their president not following the rules.
I definitely am not okay with them following the rules. That's the problem. But what I'm saying the problem is that no matter who you put into office, they then have the power to act out whatever they want to do.
They're not supposed to because of the balance of power. There's a mechanism that's supposed to prevent the president from being able to do that. And we have seen time and time again that Trump is effectively throwing a temper tantrum in the executive branch, doing whatever he wants. And sometimes he gets curbed. Sometimes the Supreme Court shoots him down. Sometimes the policy that he wants passed doesn't get passed because a few Republicans say, okay, it's a little too fascistic. We're not going to vote for this version of the SAVE Act. You gotta make this a little more palatable to the American people, something like that. But the fact that he's continuously trying to do it, and then his party is going around and saying like, oh, Obama broke the Constitution, Biden broke the Constitution, when you can find like a handful of examples. I like to bring up that Biden tried to forgive student loans in a way that the Supreme Court ruled wasn't acceptable for given the power of the president. Like, oh wow, big example. God forbid he tried to forgive people student loans and it got shot down. That's one example in a 4-year presidency. Trump does something that unconstitutional a couple times a week. That's an emergency.
Okay.
If you got a speeding ticket once a year, they'd probably let you keep driving your car, right?
Oh, 100%.
If you got a speeding ticket twice a week, should the state let you keep driving your car?
Probably not, but...
So why does Trump still have the keys to the Oval Office?
Because the Republicans have control of the Senate and Congress.
Right.
Once the midterms come around...
So I want to check if you're a conservative first or a patriot first. As a conservative, do you recognize that not only is that an emergency, but it's also a demonstration that those Republicans are traitors and should be removed from office themselves? You're in the teacup. We can't hear you. You're muted if you leave the app.
Oh, a teacup? What's that?
It just shows a little teacup icon on your profile down here when you leave the app. So I know that you're no longer in the TikTok app. It's called Teacupped on the platform. For all the YouTube listeners who have no idea what I'm saying when I say that somebody's teacup, that's they see the teacup on the screen though. It's screen capturing. My point is, you got to stay here and talk. But
you know,
I had a question.
I'm perfectly fine with anyone who goes against the Constitution, especially while they're in office, being arrested or impeached.
Oh, okay, good.
Either or.
Right, but do you consider it an emergency that people who represent your party are not doing that in an obvious and conspicuous way? When we talk about the president getting 2 speeding tickets a week and still being allowed to drive the car, all those Republicans and congressmen are the police officers looking the other way. They're like, oh, you know what? You know what? Even though he was obviously going 110, I'm just going to say that I think he was only going 65 and not write him a ticket. Like that's what the Republicans in Congress are doing right now. And because of that, the balance of power isn't fucking working. So he gets to do a bunch of stuff that he's not supposed to be able to do.
Yes. However, there's really nothing. So American people can't really do anything about it until the midterms. And even at that, we got to pray that, okay, so I personally I'm just not even going to participate in the midterms, but whoever.
Got to stay in the app. You get a phone call or something, you cut yourself off.
The phone's getting a little too close to my face.
Okay.
So what I'm saying here is Democrats are probably going to win the midterms. They're going to get control.
Oh, dropped out. Think maybe he was holding the phone a little too close to his face. Yeah, I think that maybe was a caller who doesn't understand the type of majority you need in the Senate in order to impeach a president. Sorry, I think my mouse is acting up. We're going to read some donations. Thank you, Anna Kaniak, for the $5. True, some of you are awful monsters, not sheep. Good point, caller. Yeah, because of course, not all of them are sheep. Some of them just are actually educated and know what's going on and are okay with it. Krona said, I'm glad I made Raven and Jesse laugh so much yesterday. The chat was ablaze with laughter too. Great stream. Yesterday was lots of fun. You got to watch every day if you want to catch all the live shenanigans. But yesterday was a good episode. I'm excited about yesterday's VOD. Horsepower sent $5 to say, can you ask if they can describe an unqualified president without mentioning names and without accidentally describing something Trump has done? Good question. Maybe I'll start pulling that type of thing. Liam sent $5 on Venmo to say, please ask Guess if he ever voted in a primary. Also, thank you for all you do. Yeah, well, he just said he wasn't going to participate in the elections at all, which was like, okay, that's like better than you voting for Republicans right now, but like half measure. We're going to see if maybe we can get him to participate in democracy. Because I think he's maybe that type of caller where it's like we could have gotten a blue vote out of him, which, you know, Democrats are evil too. But like in November, in 2026, I think blue is important to avoid this fascism thing that we're dealing with locally with what's going on with the current administration. Because it sounds like he's the type of conservative who recognizes that Trump isn't your guy, like you shouldn't be supporting him. But I think where I was trying to go is like, not only should you not support him, you need to actively stop supporting people who support him. because that's really why Trump has so much power, is because we have so many traitors in Congress. Like, that's a way bigger and harder to fix thing than Trump. Trump is going to die of old age soon. Trump's going to be replaced by somebody who's going to continue pushing Project 2025, Heritage Foundation-esque policies. They're going to be able to do that if they get elected by the general public, and we can worry about that. But the bigger thing is that the checks and balances aren't working because of what's happening in Congress. Anyway, let me just double check the other platforms. Yeah, let's keep going. We're going to talk to ncooper_31.
Brad's back.
Oh, Brad was back. Were we just talking to Brad?
Yeah, Brad Sarter.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on, Cooper. I'm actually going to kick you. You can hop back in the queue. I'm just going to continue my conversation with Brad. Hello.
You all have my name. Anyways, I'm just at the point to where, so I used to follow politics really heavily. I'd say up until like this last mid-January. Once Trump started bombing Iran, I kind of had enough with it. Because I've come to the conclusion, at least personally, there's nothing I can do, at least enough to influence enough populace of people in order to see what is wrong.
Well, to see what's wrong.
So what you're doing is good. I won't say I agree with it 100% just because I'm more conservative and you have liberal values, but what you're doing is a good thing. But we, like, the youthful people in this country who have political mindsets, it's such a niche community of people to the point where it's hard to influence enough to the point to see change. Does that make sense?
I'm kind of not following, no, because it sounds like you understand that you and I disagree about probably some basic like social values type of stuff that people on the left and the right generally disagree with. But I commend you for recognizing that's not really the issue right now. We're not talking about random little things that the left and the right have been arguing about for decades. We're arguing about the right seizing control of the government in ways that are unconstitutional. And my concern is that you see that and you feel too insignificant to participate in it when it's people like you voting instead of staying home that could really change the tide. If every single person who is apathetic towards this cause and wasn't going to vote in November decided to get up and go vote against people who support Trump, vote for whoever the other guy is, assuming they're not a rapist or some other such horrible thing, that would be the most catastrophic thing ever to happen in an election in America. We would sweep Congress. We would get the supermajority necessary to impeach him. Now, it's wishful thinking to think that those tens of millions of eligible voters are all going to turn around and vote. But I can sit here and do the work of telling you that you're one of them. And when you're older, you don't want to look back on 2026 and think I wasn't one of the people who helped correct this thing.
Well, I'm definitely at the point now to where I haven't seen either side come to a point where they can even reach for an ounce of like unit. We don't have a basis anymore of what it is to be necessarily American. Everyone's got their own.
We still have the Constitution. Like, the fact that everybody has their own perspective on it is kind of the problem right now. Like, it should be that you respect the Constitution as our legal foundation. You respect elected officials who respect those rules and nothing else. Those things have to come before party always. Like, it's pretty straightforward to me what being a patriot, what being an American is. And it's something like that. And it's concerning to me that you don't feel that way.
How many Americans do you think operate in that mindset of you're an American based off of the Constitution and the Constitution?
Not enough. And that's why I sit here and I run this show where I try to convince people that regardless of how you feel about the various things that the left and right always argue about, this is bigger than that. And one thing I like to point out, and I'll try to say it delicately to you because you're young, you know, like not to like age mog you or whatever. I'm a little bit older than you. I'm not that much older than you, but I'm old enough to remember a time when American politics didn't really function in this way. And you were a kid.
I do too.
Well, you were in middle school when Trump showed up. So like,
I was in, yep. And I remember in when I was in elementary school, I obviously was.
But I don't think that an elementary school is qualified to judge whether or not a politician's being fair when they speak on the television. So you've gone through your adolescence and grown up into adulthood in in a sphere where these sorts of things aren't being respected enough. And I think I'm just old enough to have a broader perspective and say that what's happening is abnormal in a way that's bigger than just left versus right. And right now it's not left versus right. It's these powerful few against the rest of us. It's us who believe in the Constitution versus these powerful few who don't. And I want you to vote in a way that corrects for that, so that I would love for us to go back to just normal left versus right politics. I'd love to sit here and argue tax policy with you. I'd love to argue about, we're kind of banning abortion just because it's coming up on the show too much lately. We're just banning that abortion topic temporarily on my show because it's been coming up too much lately, instead of these more important issues of like the government's being taken over by people who don't believe in the Constitution. And if you're a patriot, that should rile you the fuck up, and you should be willing to do more than just vote in November, but you're not even willing to go that far. And I really wonder why.
Yeah, that is and I kind of sit here and I think the same thing, and I'd say the problem is there's not enough people willing to do it. I'm to the point where I would need a significant backing to rise up in a sense against the government. I'm not talking revolt, but here's the thing.
Why would I talk to? I'm not super interested in revolt, but why would I even go there with somebody who's not even willing to vote?
You're saying me voting for another side would fix the problem?
Even if I don't know what state you live in, I don't know who's going to be on your ballot in November. But
it's funny. I'm from Minnesota.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah. So we've got.
That's probably why I'm in this contradiction, because I've seen how Democrats have ran this state.
Have you?
For a long time. Yes, I've seen how Democrats have ran this state.
Where do you live in the state? You don't have to tell me what city you live in, but do you live in the metro or do you live in a town?
I live I'm about an hour out of Minneapolis. I'll tell you where I live. I'm from Faribault.
Okay.
And it's definitely an interesting town.
So what's your concern with what Democratic leadership has done here?
Oh, I mean, our tax rates through the fucking roof. Our property rate got raised to like 18% down here, just to fund some other government buildings.
Faribault is Republican run. This is Raven, the producer. Hi.
Hi.
We have Republicans in the government in Faribault.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth for the last couple of years.
It hasn't really been very back and forth, though. It's been very Republican controlled.
Who'd we vote for president last election?
Donald Trump.
By what margin?
Couldn't tell you, but...
Are you looking at it right now?
No, but I actually also am a resident of Faribault.
I remember watching the election map, and Rice County, which includes Faribault, went blue.
I don't think that's true, but we'll fact check here.
2022? Or
2024?
2024, last presidential election? Unless it swapped last minute. I stayed up pretty late watching it.
Where's Faribault County? Here,
Rice County is south of the city.
Take the mouse.
It's down here.
You're right on it.
Looks red. Looks red. Yeah.
Anyways, I also have a problem with Minneapolis too.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to get to. That's why I brought it up, because I wanted to know where you live, because I have this thing about Minnesota that I say all the time, and I'd hope that you could get on board with some of this because you live here, and I hope that you are enjoying your life here. Are you familiar with Human Development Index as a metric, HDI?
Before we divert, can I add in one more thing?
Sure.
We have a protest in Faribault every Saturday. You should come out and have a chat with some of us.
Where at?
Right on Main Street outside of the court.
What do you protest for? Just against Trump?
At this moment, it's just kind of a general protest. Just show up every Saturday from 11 to 11:30, just with whatever is on your mind. Right now, I go out there and hold a veteran against fascism sign.
Yeah. Also, I would tell you that if you want to just have some nice conversations with people that are more level-headed than maybe what you get on the average call on TikTok or whatever, average comment section, go talk to some of these people. Go talk to Raven. Raven will be there.
We've been begging for opposition to come have just a nice chat with us.
Yeah. So I want to talk about HDI. So it doesn't sound like you're familiar with HDI?
No, I don't think I've heard of it. No.
So I am just going to look up really quick this list of HDI by country. And Human Development Index is this metric that some very, very skilled people who are good at data analysis do, where they consider a huge list of things like education and how likely you are to get sick, how likely you are to get good medical treatment if you do get sick, just like measures of quality of life. Importantly, they don't actually look at money.
Oh, Minneapolis is high on. I know it's high on that list.
Right. So if we, well, right. So one of the reasons I like to just bring up the countries list really quickly is because it just kind of lends some credence to the fact that like HDI is a pretty decent measure for just saying whether or not life is shitty somewhere. So people on the right tend to take issue with the fact that some of these countries at the top are these like social democrat, nightmare places. But like,
should I pause you real quick?
Yeah.
I'm completely at this point. I don't care if we're a capitalist, socialist. I'd rather not be completely full-blown communist, obviously. But if we had some sort of like capitalist, socialist society, I'm fine with that. Like how Minnesota's run right now. But what I would argue, if you scroll back up to the top, is those countries, those top 4 countries, have a way different cultural difference and society difference than us.
Well, the reason I brought up the countries list is because we actually, as a country as a whole, don't rank that poorly on this list. We're tied for 17th with a few other countries that are also pretty nice places to live. So, like broadly across the world, we're in the top third of countries. Like we're in this top. It's even smaller than that. We're in the top like 10% of countries in terms of this measure in terms of quality of life across the board. I can recognize that certain things that you would want to do to affect things are going to be culturally driven, but there are counterexamples here. The United Arab Emirates ranks higher than us, even though they have some socially backwards cultural issues like treatment of women and stuff, but they rank so highly on other things that it kind of drags them up. So it's like, they've got us beat, even though they don't treat their women as well as we do. Maybe we could rank a little more highly if we got some of this other stuff under control. But I also like to look at the bottom of the list, because the bottom of the list demonstrates that this metric is at least meaningful in terms of, I like to ask people, if you had to randomly get dropped into a country and try to start a life, would you rather be in the bottom third or the top third of this list? And at the bottom third, we have places like Somalia and Niger and the Central African Republic and South Sudan, places where it's like genuinely not safe to walk down the street. Sounds to me like you don't necessarily doubt this metric, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. I think it's pretty accurate.
Right. Yeah. It's, so I can ask the same question. If you want to live in a state, would you want to live in a top 10 state of HDI, or do you want to live in a bottom state by HDI? And if we look at the bottom, we see states like Mississippi, Puerto Rico is on here, even though it's not a state because we don't treat Puerto Rico very well. West Virginia, where there's really serious poverty problems. Alabama, Kentucky, Arkansas, Louisiana, same thing. Poverty issues, poor education, lack of social policies. These are states that are a drain on the federal tax system. These are states that pay in less than they get from federal programs. So when people talk about like blue states paying for red states, it's like the top of the HDI list paying for the bottom of the HDI list is really what's going on. It just so happens that it's usually red states at the bottom and it's usually blue states at the top. And I like to point out that if we ignore a couple of very tiny, wealthy outliers in New England, as far as big states that have a big rural-urban divide, purple states where there's like roughly as many Republicans as there are Democrats, but it's kind of that rural-urban divide where the Democrats live in big cities and the Republicans live in more rural areas. Minnesota is just winning. It is the top of the list if we consider those sorts of states that have agriculture and are more than just an information economy or something like some of these smaller New England states have. So I would argue that when you complain, this is very long-winded from a point you made a few minutes ago, but this is my answer to you saying that you don't like your tax rates being high. This position, third by HDI, is what it pays for here in Minnesota. Your taxes are a little bit higher, but your life is better, and that's a win. Taxes are higher here than they are in Somalia or Niger or the Central African Republic or all these places that are terrible to live. So the idea that saying that the taxes are high is like a problem to me is very silly, because you don't eat money. You don't want,
No, that certainly isn't my only problem. I mean, if the taxes were high and I could also get paid off some sort of social benefit from it, that'd be great. But I know a lot of able-bodied 20, 25-year-old people up in Minneapolis who I have met personally, who they work maybe 20 hours a week and they're collecting a paycheck from the government.
Do you think it's fair that we tax people to pay for schools even if they don't have children?
No, but I'd say that's a completely different thing. that's a community benefit. Everyone
Right, because the community is a better community if the children in it are educated, right?
Yeah, but if someone's not providing towards society and they're just collecting a check that someone else is paying for, I don't think that's a good thing. And Minnesota is one of the heightened states of that. Now, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing.
Why is that bad?
No, I'm not saying it's bad. If everyone could benefit from that sort of...
Right, but everybody does benefit from that because society is made better by measures of things like, the sorts of things that HDI cares about, even if it's a little unfair, just in a life isn't fair sense for us to give a benefit program to somebody who maybe isn't doing manual labor to work for it. Maybe they qualify for it because of some sort of disability or just because their income is low enough or something like that. Like, we can look at the effect on society as a whole, and what we see is that the places that do those sorts of policies have higher HDIs. Those top 10 countries that we don't perform quite as well as, they're places that have those sorts of policies, with like a couple of noteworthy exceptions that we talked about, like the United Arab Emirates that rank more highly for other reasons than that. But for the most part, if you want to increase the HDI, it's paying for stuff for people with tax money is what. We're not disagreeing on that basically at all. Look, what I'm running into is our problem is culture and how our society acts right now. That's the issue. But my question for you is, why are you upset about your higher taxes if the result of them is a better HDI, which you recognize is reflective of the fact that life is just actually better in a place like Minnesota than it is in a place like Mississippi for the average person?
Personally, why I wouldn't like to pay high taxes because I don't reap any social benefits.
Yes, you do. You live in a state that has the third highest HDI of all the states. That is a measure of the benefits that you receive indirectly by these programs existing. That's my argument.
Yeah, but I'm not on some SNAP benefit.
Right, but but how old are you?
22.
Right. You also don't go to public school, I'm going to imagine, then, unless you got held back 5 times. And that suggests to me that you recognize...
No,
Come back. Keeps getting teacupped. I don't know why. Hello.
Because my phone was too close to my face.
Right. So you benefit from living in a society that has those programs in the same way that you benefit from a society that educates its children, even though you're not currently a child using the education system.
Yes. But the problem is, I don't know. Can you look up, school attendance rate is like down in the shitter.
There's some problems going on with education. Yeah, the Trump administration.
My problem is we're paying for all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yet the people who are on SNAP and EBT, they're usually like 60 pounds on average heavier than the average American. What's up with that?
I'm sorry. I need a direct source on that. Is that something you heard on your Facebook feed or something? If you want to talk about data for people who use SNAP benefits, the sort of people who are freeloaders in the way that you're concerned about are rare. People who stay on it for like a decade at a time, those are rare. The vast majority of people who use benefits like SNAP benefits for EBT for buying groceries are people who stay on it for 1 to 2 years until they find themselves in a better economic condition, and then because they're in a better economic condition, no longer qualify, and they move on and they live their happy life. And then you get to live in a society where that person isn't stuck in the cycle of poverty because the government helped them out with groceries for a couple of years. And that is a benefit that you have, because if we didn't give them that help, they might have ended up homeless. They might have ended up robbing a store for food instead of using their EBT card to buy it. And that harms society in a way that would be reflected in the HDI. So the HDI measuring that benefit to people like you is what I'm trying to argue for here. It's all the same thing. Even if you don't feel like the person deserves what they got from the government, the fact of the matter is that society benefits. It becomes a nicer place to live by measures like HDI, which you recognize.
Yeah, and on that we don't disagree on. But what I'm saying here is, it's not necessarily the people who use it, but the ability to get those benefits, as well as the cheap options we have for food and groceries.
I don't think you need to hold your phone that close to your face.
On what I talk. So my issue more is people don't make good decisions anymore. When people get EBT or the...
I'm sorry. I have to interrupt, because what I just told you is that you can look at the data of what happens to people when we give them SNAP benefits. And I don't really care what your opinion about people's decision making is. Yes, there's going to be some smaller proportion. Like, the fact of the matter is that the people who make irresponsible decisions and stay in poverty forever, as reflected in people who use government programs, it's a minority, and you want to throw away the benefit of the whole thing because there's a few people who freeload on it. That just doesn't seem sensible to me.
I'm not talking about freeload. I'm talking about health.
Sure.
For these people. I'm serious. If you look up the average American, compare their diets to someone on SNAP or EBT, someone who's on EBT is on average 40 to 60 pounds heavier. They're consuming it's almost 200 to 300 more grams of sugar. It's something absurd.
What do you have? I mean, what sort of policies do you think would address that?
I'm just saying maybe
if it's true.
A shift in just look it up right now.
I'm saying, assuming that's right. What sort of policies would address that?
Not saying this would absolutely fix the problem, but RFK did have an idea to where I know the money we spend on EBT and SNAP, that could provide every American with a gym membership for a full, I don't know, forever, basically.
Do gym memberships get people out of poverty?
No.
Do people who are in poverty and struggling to pay for food want to go to the gym?
I mean, they should, no matter what. I'm not saying.
Will they, though?
As a whole.
Will they?
No, they aren't now.
Okay, then why is that a good policy?
Okay, so we're getting these people out of poverty to then do what exactly?
Hold on. You asked another question. I want you to answer my question. Why is that a good policy if it's not going to be effective on the group of people that we're trying to help?
Because we need healthy people in the country. How many people in this country are sick?
Right. So I recognize that we have an obesity problem, and I'm asking what are good policies to address that. And you said that we should do gym memberships instead of SNAP benefits, and I think that that's silly. So I'm pointing out to you that that's silly because people are not going to go to the gym if they're not well fed. And people aren't going to make good decisions in the grocery store unless they're better educated, which is why my answer is to bolster the education system and make sure that we include nutritional education in our education system. My mom happens to have a degree in nutrition. It's like what she went to school for. So I grew up in a household where I was really educated on what it means to put something in your body. So I've been able to take fitness pretty seriously, and I'm in good shape for being 30 because of that. Because I had education around it, I still get to go for a run in the morning and feel good after it. I still get to stay up late and party with my friends and catch up on my sleep and be healthy. I still get to go do physical activities and go on hikes and climb trees and stuff like that. I'm in good physical shape, and it's because of my education that I have that. So I don't think, just throwing a gym membership at somebody helps.
Not saying just a gym membership. In order to be a healthy person, it's about diet, physical fitness, mental health. It's all these things combined. And right now as a society, only about 8% of people aren't medicated as a whole in the country.
Aren't what?
Medicated or on some sort of medicine, you know what I mean?
I feel like there's a lot of common ground between us, but I just need to point out something that I'm kind of detecting about the nature of this conversation. I feel like I've convinced you that the gym memberships thing was silly.
I don't think it was silly at all. I think we should be provided gym memberships.
Okay, but if we're trying to help poor people, if we're trying to get people out of poverty, we assess that it's such people don't have time to go to the gym. Somebody who's worried about being able to buy food for their kids or being able to make rent so they don't get evicted is not going to say I should carve out an hour every day to put my shoes on and go to the gym.
This is the decision-making thing as a whole. Why are these people on EBT or SNAP? It's usually because
my issue with your approach to this is that you just want them to make better decisions, but that's not how policy works. There's going to be a bunch of irresponsible people who make decisions that aren't as good, and if we're going to deal with that with policy, you can't just make a policy and say that if people made better decisions, they'd use this policy to the fullest extent. That's just not effective. We should just look at what the policy's effect on the actual numbers will be. SNAP benefits are a widely successful program that have gotten lots of people out of poverty, and you're saying out of some principled they should make better decisions thing that it should have been gym memberships. I'm really not understanding.
Well, we're just running into a brick wall here between so could I get a number on how many people voted for Trump?
I'm sorry, what is this pivot? We're talking about the benefit of social programs, and I feel like you're just running away from the fact that it doesn't seem like you understand what a good social program is.
Because there's half the country that is unwilling or not wanting to provide for those social programs.
Yeah, but I don't think that going by a presidential vote is a good measure of what good policy is.
But that's the problem we're running into as a country.
Which is why I sit here and try to convince people to vote differently. I'm working on it. I'm trying to sit here and convince you right now that RFK is not going to help us get healthier.
Oh, he would definitely, if you listen to RFK, he would definitely help you get a little healthier.
I mean, he recognizes that McDonald's is bad. He has some good advice, but I don't think he's doing anything good in Trump's administration to make the country better, make the country healthier.
No, the Cassie twins do more than anything.
What?
there's two twins. I forget the name, Cassie and Kelly, I think.
Okay, but again, I'm just not going to let you get away with it. I confronted you directly about thinking that I convinced you that the gym membership thing was silly, and you said it's not, and I'm just saying it is. Like I explained why. It's not it isn't a good use of taxpayer money.
If you were to provide people with food and a gym membership, you would say that's silly?
No, I mean, look, you can take the thing that I want and then add something nice to it, and I say, of course, that's better. If we had, if the city had gyms that they run that were subsidized that you could just walk in and use, that'd be great. That sounds like a great social program. Yeah, but if we're trying to lift people out of poverty, that's not the way that you're going to leverage taxpayer dollars most effectively to lift people out of poverty. SNAP benefits do better than that program would. That's what I would assert.
But a majority of the time, they're getting lifted out of poverty. They're not really coming. I guarantee the average SNAP benefit or EBT benefit is not getting enough wealth or net worth 5 years past them using that to completely provide for whatever their needs are.
That's wrong. The average person on SNAP benefits is able to provide for themselves after 1 or 2 years. I said that earlier in the call. It's a wildly successful program. People are on it usually for a very short time.
Okay, then I would like to also bring up, are they still sick? Are they overweight? What's their job? What are these things? And then the other thing, I'm not here to just basically... My problem with Minnesota as a whole is
Dude, look, I would love to make America healthier. I just don't think that you have an understanding of what sort of ways we can spend tax money to accomplish that are going to be effective. And again, I'm pointing out a little bit of your stubbornness. You just said that you'd guarantee, because you recognized you were speculating, that people 5 years later aren't doing better on SNAP benefits. And I pointed out that that's flatly wrong. SNAP benefits is one of the most beneficial, it's like our greatest success story in terms of a social program. So you were flatly wrong. Can you just admit for the audience that you were flatly wrong about what you expected the result of SNAP benefits to be? I got to have you stay an app. I don't know if you realize you're doing it, but there's no reason for you to be holding the phone that close to your face. You shouldn't be hitting buttons on the screen. The chat is accusing you of chat GPTing your way out of this. So while you do that, I am going to read some of the donations because we had some bigger ones come in. Jennifer Ferguson for $2 on YouTube Super Chat said, donation for less but stuff today. Less butt stuff today, hopefully. Yes, hopefully less butt stuff than on yesterday's episode. Yesterday was the butt stuff episode. Dallas sent $2 to say, donation for more butt stuff today. Uh-oh, are we going to get a donation battle going about whether or not today's going to be another Savage Lovecast episode of the Oskar Quentin Show? Brad, your perspective can reach and affect change right-wing's minds in ways that voices like Oscar's can't, even if it's just 1 or 2 people. That's Elusive Viper for $5 on YouTube Super Chat. They're pointing out that if you think reasonably about this, you can influence people around you. That's maybe something that I can't do from the chair that I sit in today. Maybe that's something to consider. And DMCS 2003 sent me $50 fucking dollars. So W's in the chat for DMCS because he said, thank you for all what you do. Keep it up. That's a huge donation. Shows that he appreciates what I'm doing. Thanks. Excuse me. I'm still in the middle of reading the donations. I'm going to finish. Thanks, dude. He knows why he sent that, and it's because he knows that I'm working on something here that he appreciates. He knows I'm going to pay Raven for sitting in the producer's seat. I'm going to pay Jesse for sitting in the producer's seat. I'm going to pay all the people who help work on the show. Thanks. It's meaningful to me. It means so much that somebody's willing to just throw 50 of their own bucks at me. That's crazy. Tavi sent me $5 to say, caller, up to 67% of the country live paycheck to paycheck, and any and all of us could benefit from government programs we pay into. Yeah, I agree. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say, grew up on EBT as an adult. I was underweight. He's counterexample. Thank you for the $2. Alina sent $5 to say, I'm so sick of it being cool to shit on my body type. I'm chronically ill and can barely eat. Sorry, I'm also thick. Doesn't make me immoral, rather. Yeah. I think that, I value fitness. I value health. I just, we're going to keep talking to this caller about whether or not he's actually trying to support policies that will help those things. Marcia sent $5 to say, cheaper food, feed more mouths, less healthy foods, better than no food. Restrict everyone's food purchase instead of low income. Obesity is everywhere. Good point. And then Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, Blazing Saddles is still fucking hilarious. I actually haven't seen it, so I don't know if that's a problematic film to laugh at. But I don't know. Maybe Pickles is right. The racism is the joke. It's mocking how stupid racists are. Intent matters. Mel Brooks is the GOAT. Oh, maybe. But again, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. And Jay sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say, if what Brad is saying is true about the average SNAP recipient being 40 pounds heavier than non-SNAP recipients, we should be wondering why the corn lobby has pushed for sugary drinks and other high fructose corn syrup products to be included in SNAP, but foods like rotisserie chicken, for example, are not. Anyway, love the show.
Which is bad. I agree with that.
Well, I just think that there's like policies that could really help with making these benefits, more beneficial in the way that you care about. And I think you're listening to a bunch of RFK bullshit instead of actually reasoning about this.
If ADP benefiters were required to buy organic, healthy foods, great. I wouldn't have a problem with it. But they can get McDonald's and fucking Great Value shit. Yeah, and that's a problem.
I mean, I'm not saying that the SNAP benefits program couldn't be reformed in a way that would be beneficial to people's health. I'm just saying that you're not offering any good solutions of that sort. And I've got more donations to read because a bunch came in on Venmo, so give me a second. David sent another $5 to say he's mad because he says SNAP recipients weigh 60 pounds more than others. I'm mad that MAGA is 3 pounds lighter than others because they are missing a brain. Burn. Thank you, David. Tino sent $5 to say, is he still on his parents' health and auto insurance? Who pays for his groceries? These leftover MAGA are just young and uneducated hypocrites. We'll see. We'll see if he wants to respond to that. That's up to him. Arabella sent another couple of dollars or $5 to say, guest should tell my single father who works 12 hours a day and still lives paycheck to paycheck and has 3 kids to take care of that. He needs to find time in his day to go to the gym. It's not just possible for some people, nor is it anywhere near the top of the list of concerns. That's the thing. Yeah, it's like people are most concerned about food, which is why providing government assistance for food just covers the most basic needs that maybe some of those people have time and space to go to the gym, because health is important. But anyway, thank you, Arabella. And Messine, I don't know how to pronounce this name, but thank you for the $5. The issue is also the cost of healthy foods. People on EBT are buying the cheap options, which is the unhealthy crap. And I know some education could fix that, but again, I just don't think our RFK is actually helping there. Ethan, Palantir Hater, said, sorry I missed the butt stuff show. You are sorry you missed the butt stuff show. It was a good episode. And Chris sent me $20. Bigger donation. Thank you, Chris, for the $20. Ableist privilege caller is so close but so far from understanding. Love you holding him accountable for his statements. You're the GOAT, Oscar. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Think I got through everybody. My goodness, that was a lot of small donations. Thanks everybody for the support. Brad, come back from the teacup and let's keep talking. You still there?
Yes.
Okay. So my issue like
okay, so
go ahead.
I will admit I was wrong on the EBT being successful, but it was only 6.6 in 2023 to 2024. It was only 6.6 million people being pulled out of poverty to like the 40 million people who were on it. So I would say it's useful, but if we could also just possibly
be honest, did you chat GPT that?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
Why are you saying that it's wrong?
I'm saying that ChatGPT is not the place to go to if you're looking for that sort of information. Large language models are really bad at interpreting a question and offering data that's accurate.
Yeah, you gotta prompt it right, I get it.
Right. It's sycophantic. It wants to give you information that confirms what you already believe, and a lot of people are bad at phrasing questions to a large language model in a way that gets to the right answer. Somebody might say something like, what's a good reason for Trump to start the war in Iran? And the large language model will try to come up with a good reason, even if there aren't any good reasons, because you've put your bias for what you're looking for the answer.
So what's a good reason? Yeah, I get it.
Right. So I'm just wary of like blurbs like that come from ChatGPT when sometimes the numbers that it offers you are just wrong. And here you've just put those numbers into everybody's ears listening. There's like 1,000 people watching right now, and all of them heard that number. Can you click?
I gave you the opportunity.
Can you click on the source that it offers you and go to that source and and come back and tell me what it actually says the information is, and then we can talk about that. But I'm just not interested in what ChatGPT had to offer you when ChatGPT so reliably comes up with bullshit that answers people's questions in a way that they're interested in, in the way that they want those questions to be answered. We got to be super wary of that. It's real easy to find reasons to support RFK if you're getting your sources from ChatGPT. Did you look?
I don't fully support RFK, and yeah, I did look, and I think I will support dietaryguidelines.gov. So
I don't know. I'm a little wary of .govs for like public.
I'm a little weary of every news source at this point. So is along with everyone else. No one takes everything at face value.
What's the statistic that it offered?
It was about 6.6 million to the 40 million that were on it.
6.6 million people coming off of it?
Yeah.
During what years? Because is this COVID years? Is that why it's skewed? We'll see. I don't know.
Anyways, my problem.
What years was it?
2023 to 2024.
Okay, that's kind of post-COVID. Again, if we look at the average number of time that people spend on these programs, it's a small number of years, which reflects accurately in that data. The idea of like a big chunk of them turning over in a year, that seems a bit low. But like again, the idea that these are people who are like lifelong welfare recipients, that just doesn't show up in the data. What's your point?
What do you mean? What is my point? I don't have a point. I said I was just agreeing with you, but it wasn't to the margin that you said it was a massive success. It's a success. I wouldn't say it's massive.
You say it's not a massive success, but there's millions of children who would go to school hungry if they didn't if their parents didn't have SNAP benefit.
More that still need help. Like
right, but there's millions of children who would go to school hungry if their parents didn't have SNAP benefits, and you're sitting here saying that because
not saying to totally take it away either. That was not.
What are you saying? Like, what is the point of like doubting the benefit that this program?
There needs to be improvement on it because people are usually sick who eat the diet from a.
You keep saying that. Who told you that? Like, where does that talking point come from? Like, why are you so concerned about how healthy? Like, I would point out
because I was sick. I was sick for 4 years. All right, I had parasites in my stomach for 4 years. I couldn't eat more than 2 bites of food for about a week. Not even a week. It was the 4 years long, but for every week I could probably eat 2 full meals. I was throwing up maybe 5 times a week. It was terrible. Had this for 4 years. I would go to clinic. I went to Mayo Clinic, Rochester Clinic, Alina Clinic in Faribault. I got gynoscopes, all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't figure it out. I went to 12 doctors. It racked up to like $5,000 in medical bills. I had to pay for it. I'm sick of these comments of like, you don't pay for shit. So
I'm just hoping to hear how this made it sensible for you to be mad at poor people for being fat.
Through all this, I was working. I was trying to go to the gym. Even when I went to the gym, I'd usually end up throwing up to do.
Okay, so why are you mad at poor people for being unhealthy?
Because at the end of the day, it is really up to the individual person to pull themselves out of whatever problem they're in. I get if you're at some sort of disadvantage, you know.
What if, like here, for example, like, no, hold on. You just said something that I take real ethical concern with. You just gave the pull yourself up by your bootstraps argument that it's just like everybody's responsibility. Yeah, that doesn't work. Like people don't.
If everyone benefited from some sort of social benefit program, then I wouldn't make that argument. But I don't benefit from it. A lot of people in America don't benefit from it. But then we got half the other country does.
You admit that you benefit from people going to school and the taxpayers paying for the school, right? We covered that earlier.
Everyone does.
Right, and I was just pointing out that because of SNAP benefits, the kids who go to those taxpayer-funded schools don't go to school hungry. Do you know how much harder a time a kid has learning in school if they're hungry? Do you understand how important a good diet is for a learning child?
Dude, I was hungry in school. I grew up poor. I don't know what we're talking about here.
Maybe if you hadn't been so hungry at school, you would know what we were talking about here, is my point. Sorry to be brash, but like...
We're agreeing, but what I'm saying is just
you benefit, there's a disconnect that you're not bridging here. You recognize that the education system is beneficial to everybody, even if they don't use it, because they then live in a society of educated people. I am pointing out that a huge number of SNAP benefits recipients are the children of people who qualify. Let me finish.
Almost everyone in America uses the education system.
Finish. Millions of people use SNAP benefits not because they qualify for them, but because they are children whose parents qualify for them. And it is because of those SNAP benefits that those children get to go to school prepared to learn with a full belly, which is really important for a kid staying focused and really taking in the most they can from the education system. So the SNAP benefit system directly benefits people's educations in a way that you recognize benefits everybody. Why are you not seeing it part of the same beast? Taxpayer money is being spent making society better, and you benefit from that.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is everybody benefits from the education system. They can go to school or they can choose not to. However, not everyone who pays into the tax system for SNAP benefiters and EBT benefiters receive that same benefit.
But you
If
still
they all
live in
get
a society where children whose parents don't make very much money get fed by the government, and that is a benefit to you because they are less likely to become criminals. They are less likely to get a bad education. They are more likely to go to college. They are more likely to become productive members of society who don't use government benefits directly when they're adults.
Which is true.
Yes.
But that needs to be applied to every child if certain
No, it
people are
doesn't.
gonna-
Why? No, if a kid is rich and their parents can afford to feed them, it doesn't make sense for the government to pay for their food.
How which? Where are we drawing the line?
I mean, but that's the sort of policy we have to make. We sit around and we decide what the poverty line is. We decide what the rules are for whether or not you benefit from these programs. And you can find an edge case where two people aren't very different. They're maybe on either side of the line, just like how a 17 and 364-day-old person might be more responsible than an 18 years and 1-day-old person. But we draw the line somewhere and we look at the results for society. And you're sitting here so upset that there are like little unfair instances where maybe somebody gets the freeload or somebody gets something that they don't work for or whatever, or somebody maybe buys food that like isn't as healthy as they could buy with their SNAP benefits. Like micromanaging all of that makes the programs inaccessible to the greater public, and that's why we don't micromanage these programs.
But the mass general public does.
Does what?
How a conservative looks at this is they go, I'm paying for something and someone else is getting shit. In the simplified terms.
Right, and I'm pointing out to you that that's somebody else getting that shit and using it to feed their kid and then have their kid go to school not hungry and then grow up to be a member of society who didn't spend their youth being hungry in school like you did. Sounds like you probably didn't have the best childhood. I'm sorry.
Did I end up being a criminal? Am I in jail? Like, am I out here making bad decisions? No.
You ended up an adult. You did in fact end up an adult who lacks critical reasoning skills. That's obvious to me.
I've been sitting here having a cordial conversation with you for almost 2 hours.
You've been cordial, but you have demonstrated that you lack critical reasoning skills.
How so?
Because you're not able to see that the same reason that you think that the education system should be paid for by taxpayers and that benefits everybody, even if they don't directly use the taxpayer system, the fact that you can't apply that reasoning to SNAP benefits demonstrates that you lack critical reasoning skills. And you've been running away to ChatGPT to try to like seriously, like this doesn't, I'm going to move on if you just keep teacupping to go ask ChatGPT every time I bring.
No, because I am saying SNAP and EBT is beneficial, but it needs to be beneficial towards everyone who is impoverished. Everyone who is impoverished does not benefit off of SNAP and EBT, but yet
that's silly reasoning. The idea that a program has to benefit everybody like equally or a lot in order to be good is very silly. There's 350 million people in the country. There's no way you could create a program that like fairly and perfectly distributes help in a way that you personally would look at and reckon is okay. That's just not a sensible burden for any sort of program. We should just look at if the programs are effective. And the fact of the matter is the SNAP program is really beneficial. And the general estimate that we get is that the benefit.
Not getting fed, and if they're not getting fed and right and all this shit, they're just gonna basically become an ill member to society. They're not going to be able to contribute in any way. I don't see how
No. You're even going too far to like make it this blanket thing where it's like if a kid misses a meal before they go to elementary school, they're going to become a bank robber. And I'm just talking about large numbers of people who receive benefits, and on average, people do better. Somebody who's perfectly well fed can grow up and be a rapist. Like, I'm not saying that like feeding kids before they go to school is going to fix everything. It's just that a person lives a better life on average if they don't go to school hungry. I'm able to look at that nuance, and you're sitting here talking about like particular examples.
I'm saying that's true.
What's true?
That people who benefit from a social program live a happier life. Like, that's obvious.
Right. So we should keep supporting those programs.
I haven't been saying take away SNAP or EBT, but what I'm saying is either make it better or make it more accessible to everyone in the country. One of the two.
I don't feel like that's what you're arguing for. You're talking about, you said gym memberships would be more beneficial than SNAP benefits.
Add them on to it.
Sure. But again, that you talked about higher taxes. So if you want a government program that's going to pay for gym memberships for people, that's going to increase your taxes. Would you be okay with that? I'm going to move on, dude. I can't have you run to ChatGPT every time you don't know how to answer one of my questions. Yeah, but regardless of whether or not it's good or bad the way you're behaving in the call, there's 1,000 people watching, and it is bad for the show if you disappear to ChatGPT every time I ask a question. So I'm just going to move on to the next caller the next time you do it.
All right, that's fair. Okay.
If you want to look something up, we can look it up together. I can put it on the screen and we can look at it together. But you're kind of cheating. You're like hiding in your.
I wasn't looking anything up. My phone can't get close to my face.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Just really try to stay out of the teacup. It's bad for the show.
I know. I let go of my phone.
I asked a question. You said that you support this idea of like government gym memberships to help address people's health. I think that sounds like a nice program. Would you be okay with your taxes going up to pay for it?
No, I would rather they mitigate some of the money that's spent on EBT and SNAP.
Right. And so a second ago when I said that you'd prefer to do gym memberships than SNAP benefits, and we've talked already about how I think that that's very silly, you're pushing back and saying that you want both. But no, it doesn't. It's not that you want both. It's that you want to cannibalize the SNAP benefit program to pay for gym memberships, which I think is silly.
Actual policy. If we're talking about an actual policy we'd in place into the government, I would vouch for we mitigate some of the money that is spent on EBT and SNAP, and then we also include
mitigate. You realize that you're using the word mitigate to describe taking food away from children.
Yeah, they don't get as much as McDonald's, and they don't get 1,000 calories more at McDonald's, and they get to go to the gym. A gym membership's $2 a month. Eating at McDonald's 5 times a week is $50. Even more if you have multiple children. Like, I don't know.
This is not a data-driven approach. You're just looking at EBT. You're picturing a fat guy eating McDonald's and saying you don't like it and wanting his kid to go to the gym. It's nonsense. No, it's not borne out in the data that would be an expenditure of taxpayer money that would benefit society. It's wishful thinking for you to think that if we gave poor people gym memberships, they'd use them so effectively that it helps pull them out of poverty more than feeding them the food they can't afford. That is nonsense. It is wishful thinking. You are deciding that the world should work in a way that it would work if everybody was like you. Maybe you as a poor person would benefit from a gym membership.
So right now, you need to look up do they get a budget of a certain amount? Do they get a spending amount a month or a week?
The way that it works is that depending on what your economic circumstances are, you are allotted a certain amount of benefits that get put onto a card that you physically possess and can come swipe at the grocery store. That amount varies depending on your dependence and what your economic circumstances are.
Now you're telling me they couldn't take $10 of that and push it towards a gym membership?
I'm saying that $10 would be better spent on food for children because most people who buy their own gym memberships don't use them.
Well, I'm just saying a conservative just isn't going to go for a socialist take of like, okay, they aren't now with the EBT and SNAP. They're against it now. So you got to learn to compromise to that side. They're not just going to go for what you're saying.
All I'm saying is that we shouldn't take SNAP money and spend it on gym memberships, which is what you are arguing. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to a conservative who has some silly beliefs about SNAP benefits right now.
And we agree to disagree. And we move on to a different thing.
No, I think we need to stay on this. I think it is nonsense that you think that any amount of money allocated...
I don't think it's nonsense that we need people who are obese to get into the gym.
Right, but I'm saying that using SNAP money to accomplish that is it would be a bad real allocation of taxpayer money.
The chain of reactions with what obesity causes on a taxpayer is worse than just them getting healthy.
Okay, so why aren't you concerned about bolstering the education system so that people get better educated about nutrition? Sounds like you'd probably want a new...
It's common sense to know how to eat healthy.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Common sense doesn't work at all, ever, really. Humans are terrible at common sense, and if we're going to go by what feels right when we're making purchasing decisions, that's why we have an obesity problem, is because it's common sense to put food in your mouth that feels good. That's what we evolved to do, and we have a super normal availability of high sugar foods and highly processed foods that scratch the evolutionary itch to quell our hunger. We have too much of it available, and because we lived in a situation of scarcity for the hundreds of thousands of years that it took for us to develop those sorts of predilections, we are now in a situation where our bodies don't equip us to make good decisions about food. I mentioned that the reason that I make good decisions about food is because my mother happened to be a nutritionist. Given that the world doesn't work that way, given the way that people don't think that way, given the way that people aren't going to make those choices given the opportunity, don't you think it would be really good to bolster the education system and include a nutritional education as something that's necessary in a public education system?
I mean, I was definitely taught about nutrition in
That's
public education.
that's privilege. Most people are not.
I went to public school from elementary to middle school, and I got taught nutritional values in elementary and middle school.
Did you go to public school in the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
We're third in HDI in the country. We have an overrepresentation of good education here. You are privileged in that way. Most of the country doesn't work that way.
But even now, people who do have SNAP and EBT benefits, they're still not moving the right way.
Right. And they're not going to until we educate them better, which is why I'm talking about the education
I wouldn't
system.
even argue that. People do know to eat better. They just have the impulse of eating like shit.
That's not true. Most people, if you gave them $100 and walked into a grocery store and said, go buy an assortment of food that will be very healthy. If you're going to be going to the gym and working on your body, taking off that weight you've been trying to get rid of, go buy what you're supposed to buy. Most people fail that test. They don't make good choices. And I don't think that gym memberships are going to fix that. I think education will fix that.
The education is publicly available.
In the place where you grew up, which is why you feel like it's available to everybody. But I think that what's going on here is a little bit of egocentrism, a little bit of narcissism.
On a laptop, in a library, ask someone on the street, go to a gym and go up to a healthy
now you're putting the burden on them, and you're saying because the education system didn't educate you on this, you have to spend your own time and energy going and educating yourself. And the idea that you're just going to create that motivation is wishful thinking, especially when you're talking about people who are struggling to pay their bills.
Going after my personal opinions on the matter when I have personal experiences on the matter, and my personal experiences is I didn't need SNAP or EBT to raise myself out of poverty, and I also didn't need it to bring myself into a healthier body.
But so many people do. Why are you behaving as though everybody is like you? That's a silly way to live your life.
Because I am paying for them to do it on a separate accord. Yeah, I'm helping them, but I'd rather go and help them than pay for it.
Okay, but we have ways of measuring help that you value, like HDI, and you're not interested in policies that increase those things, even though you live in a state where you have benefited from them.
Again, I don't know where I'm not saying get rid of SNAP or EBT as a whole.
Yeah, but you said that you got educated as a child on nutrition, and that's why it's so obvious to you the decisions that you should make for your health. I'm saying that it's not for everybody. Not everybody has that privilege. I am trying to spend taxpayer money creating that privilege for more people, so more people make decisions like you and me and eat healthy food. Why are you against that? Joey, thank you for the galaxy.
Okay, so I live in Minnesota. Why are my taxes being raised then if we're trying to tax wealthier people?
Well, I think that we should tax wealthier people. I don't think we need to tax like poor people or like middle income people very much more at all.
I could pull up my pay stubs, but I was supposed to make like $60,000 last year. I made around 38, 35 after taxes.
Okay.
I'm not on no benefit program.
Yes, you are. We all are. Every one of us. When you go outside, do you own a car?
I'd like to know what direct benefit I'm getting.
Do you own a car?
Yes, I own a car.
Okay. Do you make your own roads, or do you drive on expensive millions of dollars per mile pavement that the government paves for you?
I would be fine driving on gravel roads.
But you don't.
But I do, for the most part.
Okay.
I live out in the country.
Right. And when you go to the city, do you have to drive on a gravel road for an hour, or do you get to take the highway? Actually, on a gravel road, it would be 2 hours.
Depending on how you
would you be okay with the extra maintenance you'd have to do on your vehicle if you had to drive everywhere? You were
talking to me for getting nitpicky about it, but now here you are getting nitpicky.
I'm not. It's not nitpicky at all, dude. If your house is on fire, is there a team of people who are going to come put out the fire for you for free?
Obviously, and I think everyone is okay with.
Have you ever called 911 in your life?
Money for firefighters.
Have you ever called 911 in your life?
Yeah.
That's a social program that you benefit from.
Everyone wants to pay taxpayer money for policemen. But where we're getting into the issue is half the country.
No, but I'm just saying that you said that you don't benefit directly from any social programs, and that's nonsense. It shows that you're kind of a spoiled brat. Like, you don't realize how much the government does for you. If you're sitting here thinking like, I'd drive on gravel roads if I wanted to. No, dude, if we didn't have these social programs, you'd be living in a fucking hut that you built out of fucking sticks, and you'd be dying of some horrible disease or something. Like, society's kind of nice compared to the past. And the reason it's so nice is because we pay into this giant pool of wealth that we use to make society better. We call that the government. And you benefit from living in a place where the government spends a lot of money creating a life that's nice. And I think you're a spoiled brat. You don't realize that without the nutritional education that you got as a kid, you wouldn't be making these better decisions. And that's a way that you directly benefit from these social programs. The education system that you recognize yourself you benefited from disproportionately for having grown up in Minnesota is a social program that you benefit from. The fact that you think so differently about the ones that you don't obviously engage with is ridiculous, especially in the consideration of the fact that you probably recognize it's good for the government to pave roads that you don't use, even though other people use them, because maybe the guy who's delivering your pizza uses those roads, right? Like, that's indirect. Even if you didn't drive a car, even if you never left your house, you still benefit from the roads because the police department and the fire department and the ambulance use the roads to show up to your house. So that's indirect. And it's the same thing with programs that prevent people from living in poverty, prevent people from becoming so desperate that they rob convenience stores, becoming so desperate that they have to like deal drugs or something to make their rent. And that's harmful for society because it supports the black market where people's rights aren't very well protected and there's no regulation around these substances, and people there's all this interconnected stuff that you benefit from. And I'm just going to levy again this accusation that I think that you so don't recognize that about the way that society works, that you're enough of a spoiled brat to be weary of these programs when they are the reason you get to sit here and spend your leisure time talking to me instead of working in a field somewhere.
Okay. Who pays for the increased taxes?
I would, if we're going to increase taxes to pay for some of this stuff, I think we need to increase the higher tax brackets. It doesn't sound to me like either of us make enough money that we'd be the ones being taxed more in my perfect world.
But I am being taxed more, and you are too.
Yeah, on average compared to people who live in other parts of the country, but the fact that taxes aren't fairly distributed between the poor and the wealthy in terms of like diminishing marginal utility of money is like a separate problem that I also want to address.
I'd be perfectly fine. So I'd be perfectly fine if we lived in I can't think of the word, a completely socialist society. Completely fine with it. But the problem is, like I said, if you went back to that list of countries you had earlier, what were the top ones? It was like Iceland, Norway, Finland, I forget what it was.
Yeah, Switzerland.
Look at the demographics of those countries, look at what they believe in, the ethnicity of them, they all are the same. There's barely any diversity.
That's not true. Those those are like white places, but if they are among the other countries that have like HDIs with that value, like they're countries that embrace immigration at the top of that list.
Not as heavily as we do, and I'm not saying that just because they're white is why they're successful. I'm not trying to imply that.
Yeah, I think I saw a little bit past where you're trying to go there. I don't actually think you were being as hateful as that maybe sounded, but like again. These programs benefit people. They increase the HDI. It's better to live in those countries according to the HDI. Obviously, this is a different culture, and the way that would manifest here is going to look a little bit different. But like the programs work, and you're not making a very good argument to suggest that we shouldn't just keep pouring money into these programs. Like I could imagine a world where the tax rates were arbitrarily high, where it's like, what if we all paid 80 or 90% in taxes, but rent was free, groceries were free, and you get a free car?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not really like concerned with how high the taxes are unless we accurately consider how good life is. Because even what if it was 100% taxes? Every dollar you made went right into the government, and then you just got everything you needed. That's more absolute socialism or communism or something. Like we can arbitrarily think of that as like the end goal of increasing the social burden and saying like we used this is the argument I've been using lately. It's like we used to not pay for the fire department. You used to have to pay for the fire department privately. That was shitty, so we made it a government program. You used to have to pay for school if you wanted your kids to go see the school teacher. That was shitty, so we just made it free and compulsory so that we had an educated population. Here we are in the 21st century dealing with some 21st century problems, like the fact that you still have to pay the doctor to fix you. He'll let your body burn in the way the fire department used to let your house burn if you didn't pay them. That's fucking shitty. We can pay for that with tax money. If the tax burden increases, who the fuck cares if your life gets better? What do you care about, money or your life being good?
Oh, my life being good 100%.
Then why are we talking about money instead of the benefit to your life?
Because as of right now, money is a requirement in my need to live. of
Yeah,
survival.
yeah, but these programs make money less important to your quality of life.
Yeah, they do, but I'm not benefiting off of like Snap.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Has anybody ever broken into your house to rob you of the food in your pantry?
No.
Then you benefit from SNAP benefit programs because they prevent people from committing those sorts of crimes.
Dude, if someone were to break in my house for food, I'd shoot him.
Congratulations, tough guy. Would that be a nice day? Would that be a good day? Would you feel good and think, what a nice day I've had? Some guy broke into my house and I shot him.
I think, damn, some idiot really tried to break in my house for food.
Would you look at that red stain on your living room floor and think, what a good day that was?
No, I wouldn't be happy with it.
Okay, then stop telling me that you're such a tough guy that my example's bad, because if you'd be unhappy with it, then my example's good. It's an example of a bad thing happening that happens more if we don't pay for people's food.
Like I'm saying, if I paid a high amount in taxes and I also received EBT and SNAP, it'd be okay.
But you do receive EBT and SNAP because the guy who would rob you for your food is fed.
Such a terrible argument.
No, it's not. It's the way it works, dude. Like property crimes, like low-level property crimes.
So you're saying if we don't give people EBT and SNAP, they're gonna break in my house and steal my food?
We are 9 meals away from anarchy in this country.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. If the food system fails, people who are too much of a goody two shoes to jaywalk will murder you in your sleep for food if they stop eating.
All the places in Minneapolis going after each other. I ain't worried about it.
What aren't you worried about?
If something actually were to go down, and we were the 9, and supply chain shut off, people who were starving would be in the city. It wouldn't be me. And if they wanted to jog all the way, however, 20...
Sir, Faribault has a problem with low-income individuals struggling with houselessness and with food shortages.
Oh, I know.
Faribault's not going to be a happy place.
No, yeah, I know.
No, but the trucks that bring the food to your grocery store would stop showing up. And then you and your neighbors would be at each other's throats, is what I'm saying. Like, the people do very horrible, desperate things when they're hungry. And I have a hard time blaming people for that. And these programs prevent that, and you don't see the benefit to society of that because you're a spoiled brat who's... I'm just going to say it, dude. I don't think that your life has been difficult enough for you to realize how much you benefit from the government preventing people's lives from becoming that difficult.
Okay. We were talking policy. Now we're talking as a society if it were to crumble due to starvation.
I'm saying that you don't recognize the benefit that SNAP benefits.
No, I do.
No, you don't. You say that you don't benefit from SNAP benefits. Scout, why are you... Scout wants attention.
Not directly. I don't receive a budget of SNAP or EBT that I can take to the grocery store to buy food with.
Yes, but people in your community do, and your community is a better... Your community is a better community because people in your community do.
Which I agree with. But if I'm also paying for it and I'm not a wealthy individual, I should also be directly benefiting from it.
Sounds like you agree that the wealthy people should take a greater burden of this tax burden. Sounds like we're on the same page about that.
I just told you that I'd be completely fine with living in a socialist society, but the problem is people would still be breaking into homes for food, whether they were starving or not.
That's horseshit. That's fucking nonsense, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, you think people do it for fun?
You think greed isn't a thing?
I think greed is a problem at the top, not the bottom.
Greed is a problem anywhere you go.
No, I think greed is a problem at the top, not the bottom. I think that when a person's hungry, they don't steal more than they need. You know, nobody's hoarding cans of beans in their closet and thinking, oh, look at all these cans of beans I stole. They, you know, somebody steals what they need to eat and then they try to go get a job. But people who are at the top literally do have hoarded wealth that they will never use. Cans of beans that they will never eat in the form of wealth that they will never see the benefit of because money can only buy one man so much in terms of mansions and yachts and hookers and the thing TikTok won't let me say that people usually say hookers and then a word that begins with B, whatever the hell it is that people are after. Somebody with hundreds of millions of dollars can never buy enough of it to be used by a single person. That is greed. I think that a person robbing a convenience store because their kids are hungry is not greed, it's desperation.
Well, no, I agree. I think like no one should have I'd say like at least over enough money that would last you a lifetime at the most. And those people should be taxed. But what I'm saying is people who are still poor and unwealthy in the country aren't receiving direct benefits from those programs, because we aren't at the place where we're in anarchy yet.
Okay, why are you so concerned about the difference between direct and indirect benefits? Almost everybody, most of the benefit that everybody receives from the government is indirect. It's because of all this stuff happening elsewhere, you know? Like, when I talk about the way that the roads benefit me, most of the miles driven that benefit my life are not miles that I drive. They're the miles that the delivery driver drives. They're miles that the police officer drives when he's coming to rescue me.
Every one of these on common commodities such as roads, schools, firehouses, police stations, hospitals. But when we get down to small margins of people, it's a large margin, but it's not enough to the point where it's enough. It's 40 million people benefiting off of something everyone's paying towards. We need to mitigate the pricing and what people are paying in better. Let's just...
Why is that your argument? You're not making a good case for that being a sensible approach to this stuff.
If we're focusing on SNAP and EBT alone, that's my argument. But as a whole...
But why?
That's a totally different story. Because we started on Minnesota, and then you brought up the one ranking of the countries, and then we went into SNAP and EBT benefits, because I brought up people who don't have to work much benefiting off of those programs, who are completely able-bodied to do so.
Do you know how much the average taxpayer pays into SNAP every year?
I'm sure it's not that much.
How much? Guess.
No, I don't know.
Guess. You're upset about the cost, and you're not even comfortable wagering a guess on what the average taxpayer's burden is. I know the number off the top of my head.
All right.
I want you to guess. Yep. In a given year.
$300.
$36. It's a smaller problem by a factor of 10 than what you thought.
Now, is that proportionally, or is that the average?
That's the average. Which means that for somebody like you or me, it could be less.
So is it already taxed based on proportion for wealthy people?
Well, taxes are we have tax brackets for different incomes, but the taxes are distributed equally. Like, the way that math problem works is it assumes that whatever percentage of the federal budget SNAP benefits are, we take that as a percentage of what your tax burden is, and that's how we get to $36 on average per person. You thought it might be $300, which, again, I mean, I'm just not all that concerned about.
$300 is like, it's a lot of money, but it's not.
Oh, is it monthly? Wait. Maybe he was right. Is the chat correct me? I thought it was annually. But once again, like, even if you're, because if it was monthly, then you're almost exactly right. But again, it's just such a fucking small amount of money to make sure that kids go to school not hungry.
I'd rather have my $300.
And that's why you're my opinion from talking to you for however long it's been. Let's see. It's been an hour. Yeah, my opinion of you is that you're kind of a piece of shit. The fact that you'd rather have $300 than live in a society. Hold on. Let's just rewind on that. You would rather have $300 than live in a country where children are fed.
I'd rather someone else just pay for it that has more money, because I need it. I'm struggling as it is, and I'm still paying taxes. That's kind of my argument, personally. But as a whole, as a country, people who are wealthy obviously should be paying more taxes if, as a whole, we agree to live in a socialist country where a majority of people are benefiting directly from government programs like getting free food, such as that.
Yeah, I think it's right that was monthly. I had it wrong, but again, I don't know how to argue with that. The fact that you'd rather have $300.
We're trying to nitpick policy when I'm not running for office.
Because what we're talking about, because you're only looking at yourself, and we're talking about a program that feeds millions of hungry children. You're saying that if I could offer you $300, but I'd starve millions of children to do it, you're okay with that trade?
Here's the thing.
No. I want an answer. You're saying that you'd rather have the $300 than feed millions of children. So just
no, personally no. But what I'm saying is
don't move on. So let's go back to a second. No, stop. No.
What I meant is that I'd rather have the $300 while someone also who doesn't need the $300 pays for it.
Okay, then it sounds like your issue isn't with the SNAP benefit program at all. Your issue is with
what I've been saying.
Okay, so then why aren't we having a conversation about taxing the wealthy?
I've been saying for like 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'd be perfectly fine with
Great. Sounds to me like you're a Democrat then.
Tax people. I wouldn't agree with that.
Why?
because I don't agree with their ideology. I don't agree.
You just expressed an ideology that is left-leaning ideology in a nutshell, that we just should distribute these problems across the taxpayer and disproportionately burden the wealthy.
This is more economy politics. We're not talking culture or society politics.
What?
What? Okay. So what do you think about the whole George Floyd thing that happened?
No, that's a pivot. That's a pivot. Your whole perspective on this is that you like these programs, you like how they benefit society. You don't think that you, as a person who doesn't make very much money, should be paying for them. It should be the billionaire, it should be the multimillionaire. I agree. That is a broadly democratic perspective on fiscal policy in the United States.
But that's not going to make me. That's not going to make me vote for a Democrat.
What would?
That
what would then? Like what? Why are you a conservative then? Like what? Like explain yourself. Stream's not frozen, everybody. He's thinking.
I am thinking. I just don't know exactly how to put it. I'd say, because it's not that Democrat, it's not that Democrat ideology necessarily is bad, but the liberal following of it that comes along with voting for a Democrat, I can't.
What is that? What?
I don't agree with abortion. I don't agree with mass immigration. I don't agree with those things.
Okay, so you've let those wedge issues interfere with all this other stuff, like all this stuff of like trying to run. Oh, I think he disconnected accidentally. He'd been having trouble with all that. Wedge issues. Once again, the Republicans have successfully taken a young person and made them think that abortion or immigration are issues enough to not want to fund social programs that benefit us all. How terrible. Jennifer, thank you for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. She said, we need to stop putting some moral value in weight. Yeah, we're talking about obesity because the caller is like really concerned about poor people being fat to a degree that I didn't quite understand. Goblin Bag sent $5 to say, if you're going to do butt stuff in this episode, don't half-ass it. No need to be cheeky. Do it wholehearted. Give a hoot about your toot. Thank you, Goblin Bags. Yesterday was the butt sex episode. Episode 94 is a good one. Go watch it on YouTube. And Kaniac sent 5 Oskar Quentin YouTube memberships so people can get into the members only stream and hang out with me while I lean off screen to do things TikTok doesn't let me do on the air and, hang out and answer AMA type questions, all that stuff. Rogue Storyteller sent $5 to say, caller is more upset about SNAP spending than corporate welfare. Yeah, once again, didn't even really get to that part of it because he's one of those callers where it's like, dude, I think you're a Democrat. You just hate him for some reason. And we found that those reasons are wedge issues, abortion, immigration. Ugh. Anyway, Quartus sent $5 to say, caller can't see that solving one fellow citizen's problem through programs becomes one problem caller doesn't have to feel the secondhand effects of. Yeah, we were trying to get there. Jennifer Ferguson sent another $2 to say SNAP benefits don't work at McDonald's. Yeah, I keep forgetting to mention it because we kept on moving on, but it was like blowing up in the chat. Can't spend your fucking EBT at McDonald's. They don't accept it. You can't get McDonald's on EBT, says Kronos for another $2. Thank you. Why is he connecting McDonald's to SNAP benefit? Nonsense. Rogue Storyteller. Yeah, I think I failed as host. I should have snapped at him about that particular piece of bullshit about SNAP. A fairy took my name, sent $5 to say SNAP EBT doesn't pay for hot cooked food. Caller is just fat phobic. I agree. Yeah, I definitely should have been harder on that whole line. I was just too distracted by keeping him on the thing we were talking about in the first place. Anyway, Pat in the chat sent $5 to say caller might be the youngest sounding boomer I've heard. It was hard for me, so it should be hard for thee. Yeah, that was kind of his argument. Thank you for the gifts. We got Weston and Andrew sending some gifts. Thanks for that. Especially Andrew, 1,000 jewels. That's a bigger gift. Elusive Viper sent $2 to say guest doesn't understand enlightened self-interest. I agree. He doesn't. Tavi sent $2 to say the sign is right. The sun rose another day. Yeah, the sign is proven right like every freaking day. It's crazy. Mirrorsphere sent $2 to say gyms, bootstraps, this manosphere brain rot. Yep, I agree with that general assessment. Let's hop over to Buy Me a Coffee, where I believe Lucky Phil is sending more. Oh yeah, we've got some more. We got Chris sent $3 to say, hey Oscar, big fan. I just wanted to know your opinion on working families tax cuts granting $50 billion across all 50 states. Is that a new story? I haven't heard about that. The working families tax cuts granting 50. Was this in the budgetary thing that passed yesterday? Raven, do you know?
Sorry, I was looking at other stuff.
Oh, somebody's asking about the $50 billion across all 50 states for working families tax cuts. I think that was that something that passed in the House vote yesterday?
I didn't hear about that.
I don't know. Feel free to, you don't have to pay to get me to answer that, but you can feel free to message me privately and I'll look into it off air and answer for you. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say pee pee poo poo because he also watched yesterday's episode and he knows why that's a funny thing to say in the donation message. Go watch episode 94. It's a good one. It's a rather crazy episode. And then do I have any Cash App? Thanks. I don't think that I do. If you want to be a supporter of the show, you can go to the link tree in my bio and find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. If you're international, you can use Buy Me a Coffee. That one works for international viewers. Also, follow all the other things. Follow the social accounts. We got the backup account in the corner here on TikTok, Oskar Quentin 2, for when the account gets banned. All that stuff. Oh, Instagram followers. We should be watching that, right? We've got, let's see. I don't think we're going to do it on the air. Do we have 90... I should pull the exact number up because it's quite a few clicks to get through the Instagram interface to show me the exact number. 99,603. We're 400 followers away from 100,000. Thanks for that, everybody. Wild. Just a number, but it's a big number. Zach. It's been a while since we've talked to Zach.
Brad is back if you wanted him.
Oh, Brad, I think I'm going to say another day. I think you need to go reflect on whether or not your perspective on social policies is a selfish one or not, and then keep talking, because come up with a better answer to the question, why are you a conservative? Because you didn't really have one. Zach, remind me how old you are.
I'm 40.
Where are you running for mayor again?
Hudson, New York.
That's right. What are we talking about today?
Well, I just wanted to briefly touch on, I think, what the real conservative, the educated and enlightened conservative position is on SNAP, which is that obviously nobody wants kids to not eat. But we do have a problem with the fact that 20% of the SNAP money is going towards sugary drinks, sugary snacks, candy, and then many, many, many more billions are going towards Hot Pockets and frozen foods, and by frozen foods I mean like TV dinners. Mm-hmm. And what we're really doing, when you said that you had an issue with corporate welfare, is we are literally just sending tens of billions of dollars every year directly into the hands of big food companies while ignoring, local food infrastructure and local agriculture. Who's going to fix
this? The Republicans or the Democrats?
I think that it has to be all of us. I don't believe in Republicans and Democrats.
No, that's horseshit. I think that you're unqualified to engage in politics in America if you think there isn't an obvious question to which team is working on this problem and which team is trying to make it worse. I think it's very fucking obvious that the Republicans are making it worse.
If one side is saying we shouldn't have $20 billion a year going into soda,
that's an oversimplification. No, I don't know. I don't accept that at all. I don't think it's fair to point to the 20% of the money that's being spent in the most irresponsible way and saying that makes the problem bad. I think I described that to the previous caller, and I've spoken to you before. I know that you're not a fool. I know you're not ridiculous. I just think that you have an ulterior motive with your position on these things. So you do dishonest things like tell me that that's what one side is saying. You act as though one side is screaming, oh my God, we have to keep spending all this money on soda and Hot Pockets. We need more soda and Hot Pockets for the poor people. Please use the taxpayer money to buy soda and Hot Pockets. Nobody's saying that, and you know it. Give me an academically, intellectually, journalistically honest perspective on this, or I'm not going to have you on my show, because I know you're capable of being better than that.
I 100% don't think that the Democrat position is I want to spend $20 billion a year on candy and soda. But it is also intellectually dishonest to say that the Republican position is not, that we recognize that we are spending $20 billion a year on soda and candy.
Why did Donald Trump deny SNAP benefits when he was ordered by a judge to release SNAP benefits during the last 2 weeks of a most recent government shutdown? Why did he do that?
Listen, again, I'm not for kids not being fed.
Why did he do that?
I'm not 100% sure.
The Republicans support him in just about everything he does. Why did he do that?
Well, I think like a lot of things today, issues are being politicized such that you have to be binary.
I know you're literally a politician, which is why you're answering like a politician. So I will ask again, why did he do that?
I don't know what answer you would take as being legitimate. I literally
one that you believe. Know. Okay, you don't know.
What do you think is the answer to you that he hates kids?
I think the answer is that he doesn't care about kids.
Got it. Okay, so that truly is your answer, that Donald Trump doesn't care about kids, and he cares more about what?
He cares more about political clout because he was blaming the shutdown on the Democrats and he wanted the shutdown to be as problematic as possible for American people.
Tons of Republican kids who are on Snap?
He wanted those kids' parents to be mad at the Democrats for the shutdown because he knows that they're not going to see the nuance of him denying the order to release those funds to people. I think he did it for political reasons, which is reprehensible and immoral. And I actually think that you know that.
Okay, now I remember the situation.
Because I don't think that you're a fool. I think that you're a monster.
No. To be fair, I didn't specifically remember the situation. But what you're saying is, why in the midst of a Democratic-led government shutdown?
I don't think it's fair to call. I don't think it's fair to call. I don't think that it's fair to call it a Democratic-led government shutdown. I think that it takes two to tango in that way. And he was disingenuously blaming the Democrats for a shutdown when he controls the entire legislative branch because there are enough loyalists in both chambers of Congress. So you're doing the same disingenuous move that he is, which is just blaming the Democratic-led shutdown. No, it's ridiculous.
To be clear, what you're saying is that the Republicans united could have turned off. Or could have stopped the government shutdown without any help from the Democrats.
Trump didn't even need that to give them that money to those.
Is that actually the numbers?
They could have, yes, but that wasn't even necessary for him to obey the judge's order to feed those families.
No. But you're saying it wasn't a Democratic-led shutdown, so I'm wondering, did the Republicans have the numbers themselves to turn the government back on?
There were enough Republicans that if they all agreed on a solution, yes, they could have ended it.
But they did all agree. They were all voting. It was the Democrats who weren't voting for it, and you needed Democrats. You needed some Democrats to say we are willing to get the government turned back on.
Right, and they could have come up with some measure that fed those families without getting a bunch of the fascistic shit that the Republicans are cooking up in our government right now. But instead of just making sure that they fed those families, they wanted to shoehorn a bunch of this politically difficult stuff that the Democrats recognized as a really big problem for democracy. So the Republicans are saying we're not going to feed the kids unless you allow us to take the next step in our fascist takeover of the government, and you're blaming the Democrats for not taking the deal.
What was this next step in the government? It was literally a budget.
What was it? Were we still talking about DHS budget? Forgive me for mixing it up. It's been almost a year at this point. But again, the thing I brought up at the start.
It was the whole budget. It was the budget, which is what got us shut down.
Right. And what you're doing what you're doing is sea lining, where you're going to ask me questions about that budget policy until I don't know the answer. Congratulations. Why did Trump?
I don't know the answer. I'm asking
to me a reason why it was acceptable for Donald Trump to disobey the order. That was the first thing I said. You don't have to know the reason. Make up a reason. Show that it could be
The order was give the Democrats a pressure release valve while they shut the government down. And the answer was no, we're not going to allow you to use children as currency to get your political aims. That's what the Democrats were doing.
That's horseshit.
If you're, as a Democrat, saying, I don't want to turn on the government, but I do,
the orders of the courts to feed those children so that they would stop being used as political pawns during this government shutdown. He did that. Why would he do that?
1 second. By saying we're not going to turn the government on, but we do want you to make
Trump was ordered to stop using those hungry families as political pawns in this fight that you're blaming the Democrats for them being used as political pawns.
Families being used, the Republican families on Snap as well,
who have been brainwashed by Fox News to believe that whatever bad thing is happening to them is the fault of the Democrats. Trump and his people know that, and that's why I already asserted a few minutes ago that is why they were doing it. Propose to me a reason it makes sense for the Republicans to behave in the way that they did if they don't want to use children as pawns.
They were not shutting down the government. Thus, the request to eliminate, Snap from the shutdown was them using children as pawns. I don't understand how you
propose to me a reason why Trump wouldn't feed those families. You have not done that.
Because it was a political tactic to
remove
children as pawns to get their political aims. And he was saying, I'm not going to allow you to do that.
Was to stop using them as pawns by issuing them their SNAP benefits, so that wasn't any longer an issue of contention in the budget policy that was being fought over during the government shutdown. Why would the Republicans be okay with that happening?
Donald Trump was trying to get the entire budget for our entire country.
Why did Donald Trump? No, your politician Gish Gallop sea lining away from the question that you are just unwilling to answer directly. Given that children were being used as pawns during a government shutdown, hungry children whose food benefits had been taken away, the judges fucking ordered him to release the funds. Why would he ever not release those funds? Because if he had, it would have made it so that they were no longer pawns.
So if I'm trying
chuckle.
if I'm trying to leave my house and my neighbor comes out in front and points a gun and says, "You are not allowed to leave the house until you do what I want you to do," and they're like, I should be able to just leave my house. And then they're like, "How about this? Send your kids out. They can leave as long as you do what I want." It's like, the Republicans are not using kids as pawns.
No, I don't. No. Try again.
Said,
you need to wait. Stop. You need to go. I don't understand. You need to go to the beginning and tell me who is who in this fucking bullshit analogy that you're going to use to try to talk long enough that I lose my train of thought and move on to something else. But I'm absolutely not going to let you out of the corner of not having a good answer for why Trump refused to listen to the judge's orders, which said that he had to disperse funds that would have made hungry children no longer a pawn in this fight over the government shutdown. So you can give me your analogy, but be very careful. Say who are the kids in this example? Who's the person? Who's like the person pointing the gun? I don't think your analogy tracks. I don't think it's a good one. So try again.
Very simply,
make it simple. Let's hear it.
Republicans wanted the entire budget. The Democrats said, out of the entire budget that we're not allowing you to do, we do want you to do this one thing: kids. So who is using kids as pawns?
Trump. When he refused to disperse the money to them.
I know you're smarter than that, dude. I know you're smarter than that. If one party
the question
names
again
a
is,
very
the question
specific
is,
element of a larger
we can
group,
talk about the parties after you answer my question. The question is, why did Trump not disperse the funds? If he had, the children would no longer be pawns in this fight that you are blaming the Democrats for making them pawns in.
They were made pawns by the Democrats, and he was not going to.
Why did Trump not disperse the funds?
Because he was not going to indulge the usage of children as political pawns by the Democrats.
I love how a moment ago, remember a few minutes ago when you asserted that you had no idea because you couldn't tell his intentions, but now you've had some time to think up some bullshit. You're giving me a bullshit reason why he would do that? Hilarious. Try again.
It is very simple. It was a Democratic shutdown of an entire budget. Then they said one specific group needed to be taken out of the equation.
Splinter, you're getting muted for voter fraud in the chat.
One group using children as pawns. Now, what you can say is, once they started using children as pawns, why did he not submit? And that's fair, because
that's not what I'm asking.
If someone put a gun to my child's head,
stop. Children were being used as pawns in a fight about hungry children whose parents were being denied their SNAP benefits, were being used as pawns in a concern about budget and a government shutdown in the United States government. Donald Trump was offered a solution to this, where he was ordered. He wasn't even offered a solution. He was told he had to fix it. He was said, you have to disperse this money to feed these families so that they stop being used as a pawn in this fight. Why did he not do it is the question that for a few minutes now you've been running away from.
Because Donald Trump is saying, if you shut down the government, we're not going to allow you to make it politically expedient for yourself to shut down the government. We're going to make sure that the suffering that you are causing is actually being felt such that your constituents know that you really don't care about them, and that what you would like to do is use their children as political pawns.
That's nonsense. Why wouldn't he just feed them so that they wouldn't be involved anymore? He had a way out. He had a way to say to just...
They eventually got fed.
Congratulate! Oh, they got eventually fed. Are you going to move the goalpost to the fact that he did do this horrible, reprehensible, inexcusable thing that I'm asking you to excuse or explain away? Instead of excusing or explaining it away, you're just going to say, well, they got their money 2 weeks later when the government shutdown ended. They were successful at using them in pawns in the fight for the government shutdown. Doesn't that make it okay? No, dude, it's disingenuous and it's transparent enough because I'm just able to track what you're doing in this conversation. You have still not offered me a good reason for Trump to... You have still not offered a good reason for Trump to deny that judge's order.
Oh, I did tell you. It's a very good reason.
Tell me again.
He was not going to indulge the Democrats' usage of children as political pawns.
By rescuing the children from being used as political pawns. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So by the way, this is actually a legitimate thing on your side to say, right? Because let's say we're in a hostage situation and the terrorist gets behind a kid and uses them as a pawn.
Yeah.
And they dare me not to shoot, essentially. And then I shoot, and I'm a really good aim.
You're missing. There's a mechanism. No. My problem with your analogy. My problem is with your analogy is that there's somebody overseeing the situation who has the power to take the kids and pluck them away from the hostage situation, and they didn't because they wanted them to continue being used for the negotiations. Why did he do that?
So, assuming that the whoever is taking these kids hostage in my analogy has a goal, right? That's why there's a hostage situation, because they have a goal and they're using the children as political pawns for their goal.
Yeah,
so you could, as a parent, by the way, you could be rightly angry with me if I don't submit to the demands of the people holding children hostage, right?
I'm angry at the person who has the power to remove the child from the hostage situation and doesn't, and I'm asking you to explain why a person wouldn't remove the children from the hostage situation if they could.
There is a reason we do not negotiate with terrorists.
We do. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we not negotiate with terrorists? How many times has we negotiated an end to the Iran war?
I mean, it's legitimate to say that we, in fact, in global geopolitical stuff, we negotiate with terrorists.
Okay, so we do negotiate with terrorists. So that was bullshit. So rewind 30 seconds. Try again.
But I'm saying if someone gets on a plane and says, you know, if you don't unalive Donald Trump from inside the White House.
Oh, and I have the magical ability to teleport him to somewhere else by dispersing the funds it would cost to teleport him for somebody else, you could reasonably blame me for leaving him in the hostage situation, and I reasonably blame Trump for leaving children in the situation where they were being used as pawns during the government shutdown. And you are doing your best to politician Gish Gallop sea lion away from this concern about the fact that Donald Trump had the power to just say, you know what, we shouldn't be making hungry families struggle because of this budgetary issue. They shouldn't be pawns in this situation. The courts are ordering me to make them not pawns in this situation. Why did he disobey those orders? You still have not given me an answer, other than that we don't negotiate with terrorists, which in about 12 seconds I got you to admit that we in fact do.
What I mean is there is a reasoning behind the concept of not negotiating with terrorists.
What is that reasoning in this example?
Because it incentivized terrorism.
I'm sorry, feeding children incentivizes government shutdowns? Is that what you're suggesting?
Allowing children to be used successfully as political pawns does incentivize. Right.
The courts ordered him to end that state of affairs, and he refused. Why did he do that?
The court said, oh, it's fine that the Democrats want to use our entire nation as a political prisoner, but we don't want them to have to look like they're using kids too. So you now need to be the one that saves the kids. It's like, no,
this is a program. Do you recognize that regardless of the outcome of the government shutdown, SNAP benefits could have been retroactively funded? Like that just didn't need to be relevant to the shutdown?
It did get retroactively funded.
Great. Why did he not feed the children when the courts ordered him to?
Because they were still being held hostage.
But why didn't he feed them when he could have?
Because it incentivizes more hostage taking.
No, it doesn't. It says that if we take the hostages, the courts are going to rescue them. Why didn't he let the courts rescue them?
If you give your terrorists what they want in exchange for taking kids hostage, then you incentivize them taking more kids hostage. That is just a fact.
I don't think that the Democrats are trying to feed children by causing government shutdowns. I think that's nonsense.
First off, they didn't care about kids.
That's the extension of your net. That's
they didn't care about kids.
Shut your mouth about not caring about children.
Fight.
No, dude, they wanted him to feed the children.
No, they wanted to win a political fight. They wanted to make their political fight easier and less politically damaging for them.
Why didn't Trump feed them when ordered to?
Because he was being held at gunpoint, and that is not how we act.
Yes, it is. No, you're falling back to we don't negotiate with terrorists when you admitted that we in fact do, because I pointed out that his performance in the Iran war, which I happen to know
I want you to negotiate with terrorists.
I happen to know you're a Zionist, so I know that like that whole like category is like a whole other like can of worms for you. But no, we do negotiate with terrorists. Like that's just like when people say that, oh, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, yeah, we fucking do. But you could argue that both parties were failing to negotiate for a bill that they would agree on to get the government funded. So this idea that you're focusing it on the Democrats is nonsense, but I'm unwilling to address that until you answer satisfactorily the question, why did Donald Trump refuse to feed the kids when the courts ordered him to?
I've given you that answer 20 times. If your only answer that you will take is that he hates kids, then we're never going to get there. I don't understand what.
I'm sorry. Let's check your memory. What was my answer?
He just hates kids. I think
that's not what I said. What did I say? How good's your memory?
Oh, you said he doesn't care about kids.
Yeah, he doesn't care enough about kids because he values the negotiations that he was doing, that you're saying are negotiations with terrorists. He valued his position in those negotiations more than the hungry bellies of those children, which is why I think that he refused to obey the order.
He won. By the way, he won.
Oh, congratulations. He successfully used the children as a pawn in his political battle?
No, the Democrats unsuccessfully used children as pawns.
You haven't. Why didn't even
succeed?
But why did he disobey the order to fucking feed them? Is the question.
Because he was not going to. He was not going to incentivize further hostage taking, and he was not going to reward.
What is the behavior that you are afraid of?
Shutting down the government.
What is incentivized for Democrats if the president obeys a court order to feed children and their parents? Because it was just, SNAP benefits generally. What are they incentivized to do? What's the bad behavior that's being encouraged?
Shutting down the government.
Okay, who had majority control at the time?
Republicans had majority, but not enough to turn the government.
Congratulations. Why are you blaming the Democrats when we could at least say that it's proportionately more the Republicans' fault? Because by default, as a cohort,
how that works. Every single Republican wanted to turn the government back on. 0 Democrats.
They were using the hungry children as the carrot on the stick to get what they wanted, to lead the horse to where they wanted it to go, because they had political positions that they wanted to.
I know you are intelligent enough to know that when you shut down the entire budget and then you say, hey, this one line item I need to be not shut down, that's them using the kids as pawns. That's them saying we don't actually believe so much in the entire...
But the courts, one detail we're missing here is that he was ordered by the courts to do a thing. Like, never mind what we're talking about. Never mind that it had to do with this negotiation for the budget. Never mind that it had to do with feeding hungry children. The president's...
fine. The courts have been politicized, and he's not going to fucking... he's not going to bow to a politicized court.
The courts have been politicized, therefore the president doesn't have to obey them? Is that seriously your argument?
I think that they should be taken with as much seriousness as they give the rule of law.
Oh, so you just get to arbitrarily decide whether or not a court is being serious, therefore the president doesn't have to obey him? You're a Zionist and a fascist.
No, the way that the courts operate is that people decide whether or not to take them seriously, and then there are further legal repercussions based on that. But that is actually our judicial system. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Yeah, but you are perfectly aware that there aren't repercussions for Trump because of those very loyal Republicans in the legislative branch who won't impeach him regardless of what he does.
So my question is why are there Democrats not working to enact the things that you do care about that Donald Trump wants?
Because they don't have the power in the legislative branch too. That's what we're trying to.
If there were 20 Democrats who became swing voters and said, "Hey, Donald Trump, if you do things that we care about, we will join with all of your Republican bloc and we'll get through fucking everything we want to do. You want universal health care? We'll get it tomorrow. You want fucking 10% cap on credit card interest rates?
I'm going to end the call, and I'm going to give you one more opportunity to tell me why Trump disobeyed that judge's order in a way that isn't just a bunch of fascistic nonsense. Because your answer is basically that if you don't like what the court does, then the president doesn't have to obey them. Unless you have a better answer, then I'm just going to move on because you're a problem.
I don't understand what your better answer could be. You're asking me for an opinion.
I happen to know that there is no good answer, which is why I'm asking you. You've offered a terrible answer. Is that all you've got?
Okay, so that's your issue.
That's all you've got.
You don't want to talk with me because I didn't do a good enough answer?
No, it's because you're a disingenuous piece of shit who's smart enough to know that what you're saying is horrible and fascistic, and you don't care. I'd rather spend my time talking to somebody who can be reached. You're a monster.
What is fascistic about wanting government benefits?
What is fascistic is saying that the courts are, I don't even remember what word you used, but you just said that they're misbehaving or something, that therefore that the president doesn't have to follow the courts because of your opinion of them. That's fascistic.
No, I'm saying he doesn't have to follow the courts because that's how our courts work, which is that like he cannot follow the courts, and then it is required that other branches of this is the checks and balances. You understand that, right?
And the checks and balances aren't working because what's supposed to happen to the president if he doesn't follow the courts is that the third branch is supposed to step in. The legislative branch is supposed to impeach him, because I think it's pretty obvious to anybody that the president disobeying a direct order from a court that has the authority to give him such an order is a high crime and misdemeanor, which the Constitution says that our elected officials in the legislative branch are supposed to impeach him for. And that is what's happening in this country because of the loyalists in the legislative branch that aren't willing to hold him accountable for his violations of the judicial branch. They are supporting him as a tyrant. And because you allow that to happen, because you want that, because you like the results of it, even if it means that children starve, that makes you a fascist. That is why you are a monster. That is why you are what is wrong with this country. And that is why you will never be mayor of fucking Hudson. My God.
All right, so again, your position is that our government working as it should.
It's not as it should. No.
Because you think that working like it should means that kids are not going to get fed.
Stop. I did not say as it should. If the government was working as it should, the people in the legislative branch would recognize that what he's done is obviously a high crime and misdemeanor, and they would obey what the Constitution says is their duty as an elective public servant to this country. And you know that is my position. You know I am not arguing against the government functioning as it should. You know that creating that little soundbite at the beginning of this is a disingenuous way to make it look like I'm answering something that I'm in fact not, because I know you understand my perspective is not that. It's a disingenuous question. So maybe you're a good politician, but you're a bad person and you fucking know it. You Zionistic fascist piece of shit.
To be clear, the government's functioning correctly.
To be clear, you are banned from my show for that behavior. Goodbye, Zach. Thank you, everybody, who wanted him gone. I know he's a fucking problematic person. He says, it bothers me that he says friend next to his name because we follow each other, because I do like to see him pop into other lives. He tries that shit on people who aren't as good at quelling it as I am, and it's effective. He's exactly what's wrong with politics in this country, and guy's fucking dangerous. I give that little disclaimer sometimes when I kick somebody and say, that guy's a fucking problem. Zach's a fucking problem. Zach knows what he's doing. Zach is capable of weaponizing gish galloping in a way that makes it hard to defeat his arguments, but we know that if we hold him down to one argument, he'll start spewing fucking nonsense, like starting that he doesn't know why Trump did that, to then coming up with a bullshit reason that still doesn't even make sense. And then when I point that out, move on to some other thing about saving the children from being in the hostage negotiation, which if you don't have a long attention span or you haven't been watching the stream for 20 minutes, maybe you can't follow the entire argument. But he's going to do that instead of actually engaging with the questions that I ask him, which is why it is on the burden of our fucking reporters and anybody who spends airtime with politicians in this country to ask somebody like him, if they're running for mayor of Hudson, New York, those sorts of questions on the air and not let them out of it, because the media is failing at protecting us from such disingenuous people. Fuck Zach. Georgia, thank you for the $10. Georgia wanted Zach gone. She said, if there's a perma-ban kick fund, I would like to pay for it for Zach. He is awful and has been banned from several lives for being a Zionist who makes disgusting pedo jokes. Looks like he recently deleted his Twitter from years ago, but I have screenshots of some of the most vile shit. Send them to me, Georgia. I would love to see them. Thank you for your $10. Yeah, he's fucking banned. It's just because, like, maybe I'll have him on the evening show, right? Like, maybe we can like have a Zach hour or something, but like it's just not good airtime for this debate structure when he's just going to do the most disingenuous thing that prevent us from even having any reasonable conversation about anything at all whatsoever. Anyway, where were we? Was I remembering to like them? I forgot where we were.
I think I had it on where you were.
Oh, here we go. Was it this one? Hold on. Sorry, I lost my place on the donos. Light and self-interest, Jim's bootstraps, manosphere, brain rot. Did we already read all that? We must have read all that.
Yeah, because then it went into the things you should have pinned down a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
I think right there.
Okay. Kronos sent $2 to say, good, hold him down, Oscar. Me next, LOL. Shut up, Kronos. Tabby sent $2 to say, so you're mayor who agrees with starving kids. Yep. If you want your kids to starve in Hudson, vote for that asshole as mayor. Elusive Viper said, in your hostage taker example, the police don't want to set the kids free because it'll justify sending in SWAT to set the kids free. Yeah. Terrible analogy. Snuggle, become a member. Welcome to the team over on YouTube. Lover of Life sent $2 for no reason at all, because there's no message. They just wanted to send $2. How nice. Don't Steal My Stuff sent $5 to say, America doesn't negotiate with terrorists, then why is Trump acting like a terrorist? Good question. Metal GXDS, or Metal Gods, sent $5 to say, by saying Trump shouldn't listen to the courts, he had literally admitted that he doesn't believe the same system that Trump wants to uphold. Yep. Caught him fucking dead to rights on that. Fact check. You do have to follow the courts, says Horsepowers. Yep. Thank you for the $2. Dems blocked the budget bill because it included massive cuts to social programs, including ACA and SNAP. Thank you for the $5, Jasmine Brickle. Again, it's just like, right, just because the Republicans want a bunch of terrible shit, the Democrats are terrorists if they don't lament. How is that not Republicans using the children? Lover of Life sent $5 to say food, healthcare, housing, public transportation, gas, cars should be free for all citizens. I agree. I hope we get to something like that in the future. Quinn Craft Tables sent $20. Thank you for the $20. People like that man are so evil. We could live in a paradise tomorrow if they just didn't vote. It could happen tomorrow, but we have to coexist with psycho, dead brain, 6th grade reading level masochists. Yeah. I really do think that people like him are the problem. It's people like him convincing people that his perspective is a meaningful one that are the problem. Lucky Phil sent me $2 to say, made you look. Thank you. Josh, did I read yours where he said that funds were already assigned, not just distributed? Yeah, that was, again, like, why is Trump disobeying these already assigned funds? And then Lucky Phil said, pee pee poo poo. I think I read that one earlier. I just felt like reading it again. Thank you for the $2, Lucky Phil. And then I think we have a Cash App. We do. Infectious sent me $5 to say, I've seen Zach around for years. That was cathartic. Yeah, it's just the same like monotone, I don't care about children bullshit that he pulls everywhere he goes. It's fucking terrible. It is past noon. Are we going to keep rocking and rolling, Raven? We're good to keep going? Good. Because we got a real few request queue. So we're going to talk to Frank Rizzo. It's been a little while since Frank Rizzo has been on the show, but he is going to remind me how old he is, and then we're going to see what we want to talk about today. How old are you?
And that's backing up. Sorry, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm here. 58.
58.
New York, Brooklyn.
Yeah. I remember some of our conversations. What are we talking about today?
Have good conversations. Yeah, we have good conversations. Well, the SNAP benefit, I have a different view on it.
Okay.
I mean, you live in Minnesota. I'm
Are you
sure
driving?
You don't believe in what Nick Shirley's doing.
I don't believe in what Nick Shirley.
No, my father is it. I swear to God, we did this. I travel a lot.
Yeah, no, it's just I believe you because I don't think that you're one of those callers who's going to try to break the rules and get the call taken down. It's just it's too much background noise for it to be a good show. So you'll have to call in when you're more stationary. Let's talk to RichPoor 84 and see if he has reasonable opinions about the rich and the poor. How old are you?
31 years old.
31. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is that?
So your prompt says MAGA are selfish and emotional. Mm-hmm. I would disagree. I would think that I have 3 reasons why Democrats are emotional. First would be BLM riots. Second would be the ICE protests. And third would actually be you, Oskar Quentin. There's clips of you crashing out and going crazy. BLM protests, property damage. They broke a bunch of shit, caused property damage, and ICE protests. You guys are screaming and hollering like maniacs.
Okay.
Yeah, do I need to go into detail, or is that good enough?
That's fine. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, because no, your prompt. Are we not talking about the prompt? The prompt says MAGA are selfish and emotional.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I don't feel like dignifying things with a response, and I don't. We can get into that maybe if we learn a little bit more about you.
Yeah, so we're more logical and calm and collected. You guys, the BLM protest, you guys caused property damage. You guys ruined.
Sorry, did I cause any property damage?
You've crashed out on here. We've seen.
I'm sorry. Have I caused any property damage?
Dude, we've seen clips of you crashing out.
Excuse me. Have I caused any property damage?
I've seen you crash out on TikTok.
I'm sorry. Have I caused any property damage?
If you want a yes or no answer, I'll give you one. The answer is no.
Okay.
But that doesn't.
Why are you accusing me of causing property damage?
Because you've crashed out on TikTok and Instagram.
What does that have to do with property damage?
It has to do with your prompt. It says emotional. You're emotional. You've crashed out. We've seen you crash out.
But why are you talking about property damage if you admit
you just crashed out 10 minutes ago on that guy and he was being calm and logical?
He was being calm. He was not being logical.
But yeah, I've seen you crash out and scream and holler at people. So you're emotional, just like your prompt says. So you need to look.
I actually think that when I do that, it's like really like calculated and performative. In fact, the one video where I really crashed out, I made sure to sign the video off by saying that was the Oskar Quentin show, everybody, to demonstrate that I was in really good control of my emotions the whole time.
I think that sometimes it is, but most of the time it's actual true emotion. It's real emotion that you can't control. I think so. And then same with the ICE protests. They throw rocks and go ahead.
Okay, have I thrown any rocks?
Dude, stop trying to reduce your party down to your action. Your party is bigger than just you.
I don't know, dude. I think if people were to look at just this conversation and ask who's being emotional, I think they would say it's you.
You're trying to pull that now because I'm directly calling you out for being emotional. So the best card in your interest is to be calm in this situation. But other conversations, you've crashed the fuck out. Yep. Dude. We've seen you.
Yeah, but I do it carefully based on what's best for the call, which demonstrates that I'm in control and it's performative.
Yeah, but you can't use that to defend the BLM riots and the ICE protests and all that crazy shit, though. So you can defend yourself, but you can defend my third point, which is Oskar Quentin. That's fine, but you can't go against the first two arguments.
Yeah, you'd have to make a cohesive argument for me to want to defend anything. You're just kind of. It sounds like you're very upset about what happened. Sounds like you're a little emotional about what happened with BLM. You haven't really offered me anything that I can respond to because you just levying broad accusations that don't really apply to me.
No broad accusations at all. We've all seen videos and clips of BLM protests and property damage, breaking glass, spray painting, graffiti, vandalism, and all that stuff. Even Donald Trump's star you guys have been vandalizing it. Have you seen the videos about people like causing property damage to his Hollywood star Walk of Fame, Hall of Fame? You've seen that, right? You guys are emotional. Yep.
Okay.
So you can't go against any of my arguments. They're soundproof. They're bulletproof. There's nothing you can do.
You described some things that have happened. What's your argument?
Yeah, that the Democrats are more emotional. My argument is your prompt. You're saying MAGA are selfish and emotional, but there's more evidence to the contrary. That's my claim.
I don't think so at all. Can we look at something like January 6th and compare that to something like the BLM riots here in Minneapolis? Because I think that if we're going to talk about what caused more damage to the country, I think it's the J6 riots are probably one that would have my attention. People were so butthurt about losing an election that they attacked the Capitol. We were a little mad that one of our police officers murdered a guy and some people did some bad things. There was some property damage. You are correct about that. Your team tried to overthrow the government because you lost an election.
So I was ready for this J6 argument. So the J6 argument is one specific building in one specific location. BLM was
It's
all
the Capitol. It's arguably the most important building in the entire country.
Yeah, but BLM was all across the fucking country, multiple cities, multiple locations, multiple states. So your argument fails. Your argument has fallen apart before it even got off the ground. It was like a rocket. Yeah, it was like a car that couldn't start. Like it had, you heard that you could hear it like cranking up, but that motherfucker didn't start.
Wait, hold on. Wait, if that's how we win an argument, let me give it a try. Do I win?
Wow, dude, you're comparing one building, one location.
Yeah, it's the Capitol. They tried to murder our elected officials.
So just to be clear, which caused more actual expenses and property damage and costly? It was more money lost on the BLM because you guys destroyed businesses, you destroyed buildings, you destroyed all type of shit.
Okay.
J6 is one specific, small location versus BLM terrorizing.
Do you think that money is more important than the safety of democracy in this country?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then why did you argue that there was more property damage as measured in dollars than damage to the country as measured in a threat to our democracy when the Republicans tried to overthrow the government on January 6th?
Yeah, because it relates to your prompt. If you guys being emotional, you can't control your emotions and you're selfish because you don't care about destroying other people's businesses. So I'm sticking to your prompt. You're trying to run away from your own prompt. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, that's gonna laugh like a witch.
This is embarrassing.
You want to respond to what I said? You said that there were millions of dollars in property damage. That's true. And then I said, is there an amount of money that would be like so great that it would be worth comparing to a risk for democracy in the country? And you said no. So why did you bring up the amount of property damage when the damage to the country in terms of the safety of our democracy was much greater on January 6th?
No, I'm agreeing with you on that, but that's a slightly separate point from your prompt. Your prompt specifically says emotional and selfish. That's what I'm trying to hone in and circle and focus on, basically. But no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not going to lie and say that the money is more important than the safety and security of our democracy.
Then why are the BLM riots a bigger deal to you than January 6th?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a bigger deal in relation to your prompt, dude. I'm sticking to your prompt.
Do you think I just have a question. Do you think that the Black Lives Matter riots in 2020 are just do you think those are a bigger problem than January 6th? Yes or no?
I'm walking into the school teacher's room and schooling him on his own subject, and this is embarrassing.
Which do you think? If you keep making fart noises into the microphone, I'm going to move on just because it's not so pleasant on people's ears. We're already losing viewers from you doing it. So if you want to stay if you want to stay platform, just stop doing that. It's obvious that you're doing it on purpose. It's obvious that you're doing it because you have nothing of substance to say. Now answer the fucking question. Which was a bigger problem for America, January 6th or the BLM riots?
January 6th was a bigger problem, technically, if you want to be, but that's different than your prompt. But yeah, I agree.
Do you think that was caused by people's emotions?
Yeah, of course. But that,
okay. Okay, so so there's a bigger counterexample to the one that you've brought me, showing that Republicans are more emotional. Because I'm not going to tell you that there aren't any people on the left who aren't too emotional. Of course there are. There's people on both sides who are too emotional. I think that across the board, though, the sort of reasons that people have for their most basic political beliefs are selfish and emotional on the right. And I don't think that's as widespread a problem on the left. You actually didn't ask me to clarify what the prompt means, when it's just 5 words that fit on the sign to get you to stop scrolling. Like, we could have a meaningful conversation about this, but you'd rather make fart noises into the mic and ignore my questions.
No, well, isn't it self-explanatory what the prompt is? I don't think it needs further clarification.
I think that you know that if we give it further clarification, you're going to look worse in the argument, so you don't want to, and I think that that's disingenuous.
Well, I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a good prompt. I think it's straightforward, and it actually proves my point. It's easy to use.
And I'm often oversimplistic and hyperbolic because I use this big fat Sharpie to write these signs that need to be visible on little phone screens. So instead of having a nuanced conversation, you want to point to it and say that, like, there are emotional left-leaning people, therefore your prompt is wrong. I win. It's
Dude,
just,
you don't write that. That's a printed sheet of paper. That's like a picture that you staple over your live stream. You don't actually write that. So that was a lie right there.
Give me a word to write. I'll do it right now.
Give me a word
to write. Give me a word to write. I'll do it right now.
That's a picture on the screen. Okay, Democrat, Republican, just, anything relevant, I guess. I don't want to go too far off topic. I don't think that that's actually a paper, though. I think that that's a picture. I see it when I scroll by here.
This is the producer, Raven. I literally watch him write it every day before the show starts.
Let me see. Okay, I'll concede. I'll concede on that. I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm not going to sit here and double down. I didn't know that, honestly. I didn't know that,
I actually work really hard to get it like nice and square, and it's hover like this little bar right here. That's what's holding it up. It's on a mic stand.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
So again, like, I'm glad that you're recognizing that you're capable of being confidently incorrect in a conversation with me. So I'd like to go back to the previous topic about who's more emotional, the people on the left or the people on the right.
And like I said, obviously the left, dude. There's a video. Well, we don't need to get into that, but someone was accidentally, they got arrested because they were misgendered, and they screamed and yelled. Now that is a reason to get mad. I'm not making a claim that they were unjust, but I think that they were screaming and hollering. They got arrested by the police. If you've seen that 2 days ago.
I don't know what we're talking about. I feel like you're running away from what we are talking about.
I'll stay on topic. I concede J6 was an emotional moment, but I'm just saying if we were to tally it up and do a score that you guys have, a higher number. That's all. That's my claim. I'm just going against the prompt.
Do you think that it's acceptable ever to raise your voice?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay.
If there's a fire, you need to tell people there's a fire, and they have to get out. Yeah.
I think the country's on fire, metaphorically speaking, which is why sometimes I raise my voice on the show. And we had that little conversation about how I'm reasonably calculated about it, and I'm actually careful when I do have a crash out to do a thing that reminds my audience that I'm in control of the crash out, which is that when the crash out ends, I end it very abruptly. I'll go from screaming my head off to say, anyway, that caller's not a very nice guy. I hope the next caller is. Let's talk to somebody else with a very different attitude. Oh, how pleasant this conversation we're having now is, because I'm in control of my emotions. I flip it like a light switch, and it's part of like the performative entertainment thing that I'm doing. So I'm leveraging my ability as a performer to convey to people the severity of some of these issues that I care about. And I think I have good evidence that shows that I'm actually very much in control of my emotions. You don't seem very interested in that avenue of conversation.
No, I'm actually very interested, because how could you say that MAGA is not doing that? How do you know that J6, that they weren't in control? So your argument can be used against you. It's embarrassing that you even tried to say that. So when you see MAGA being emotional or quote unquote selfish,
I didn't say that there aren't examples of that happening on the right. You made an accusation against me directly, which is that I'm not in control of myself on the show, and I'm making good arguments for the fact that I am, because I'm actually really careful to make sure that there's good evidence that I'm in control when I do want my very performative crash outs that I do sometimes. So we're talking about me and some accusations that you have about me. Do you recognize that the accusations were wrong?
I'll say this. I'll meet you halfway. I see where you're coming from. I'll meet you halfway. We can, because you know how at the end of the Jubilee debates, they shake hands and have a good day and they get a beer afterwards. So I'll meet you halfway. You have a good, I appreciate it. We're both right on this one. You have a good day, Oskar Quentin.
No, if you're he's going to run. Yeah. Cause there is no halfway. His claim is that I'm not in control of myself on the show, which is false. So yeah, that's some halfway bullshit. Runner, can we get some running emojis in the chat? If you enjoy the show, if you like what I'm up to, you can make sure you follow me on the other platforms, especially Instagram, because I don't think it's going to happen on the show today. We might be able to do a long show and go all the way till 2. That's an hour and a half from now, but I don't think we're going to cross 100,000. We're not moving fast enough on the followers right now. We got like 99,600 and something, and we're getting a follower every 90 seconds about. So it isn't going to happen live, but it'll happen today probably. Thanks for all the running emojis. We're going to see if Jake Lanier is a runner after I remind everybody to go to the link tree in the bio and support me. Oh, I should read donations. He's going to have to hang out for a second when he connects, because there are some more donations to read. Did I read? Where was it? Georgia. I read Georgia. Okay, Jermaine. Hang on just a second, Jake. I got some donations to read. I almost forgot before I let you up. Is it going to let me mute him? There we go. Let's get him muted. Oh, it's not working. I don't know. Hopefully he'll just be quiet. Oh, there we go. Jermaine sent $2 to say, according to his logic, the next Dem president can get rid of every Republican across the country. The legislature will stop him, but if they don't, it's fine. Yeah, that was the previous. He's talking about Zach. Zach's perspective is basically that if the president gets away with it, it's okay. Georgia sent $2, probably to thank me for banning Zach. I DM'd you on Instagram. I'll send the screenshots once you accept. Oh, thank you very much. I will definitely get to that sometime today. David sent $5 to say, laughter is an emotion, dumbass guest, and you can't stop. Talk about emotional. Good point. Lucky Phil sent $5 to say, I bet this ass clown who's laughing like a farting hyena, obviously fake, had problems with Kamala's laugh and used it to dismiss anything and everything she said. Good fucking point. The Republicans really do care about people laughing, don't they? How hypocritical of them when they come on my show and cope chuckle their way through a conversation before running when they finally get cornered. Blah, 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 blah. 23YYZ sent $2 Canadian to say, I like turtles. Thank you. I like turtles as well. Tavi sent $2 to say, didn't realize we switched over to Comedy Hour. It's always a bit of a comedy show. I am a little bit of a comedian. Guitar Kirby sent $5 to say, if I'm relaxed and calm, then I'm right. Ben Shapiro-ass reasoning. Fuck these guys. Absolutely. I even got the caller to admit that raising your voice is sometimes the appropriate tool. Who ransacked the U.S. Capitol and then spread feces? Rogue Storyteller, thank you for the $2. Horsepower Pull-Up sent $2 to say, civil disobedience does not equal crashing out. I agree completely, because when I talked about the civil disobedience, he's like, you crash out on the show. And then I had to reiterate it like 5 times. It's like, crashing out on my own show is not property damage. Might damage your feelings. Anyway, Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say, Charleston Unite, the right rally in 2017. Another good example. Guitar Kirby sent $2 to say, yeah, talk about anything but the subject, caller. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say, if you can dodge a rebuttal, you can dodge a ball. Good reference. And then Metal God sent $20 to say, God forbid people get emotional when they're literally being shot in the streets like stray dogs. We didn't even really get to the fact that I think the crash outs are warranted and that it is acceptable to be fucking upset and emotional right now. The issue is that I think that we are leveraging our emotions more reasonably on the left, and on the right is just like making entire political perspectives based on emotions, which I think is pretty fucking crummy. Thank you very much for the $20, Metal Gods. I really appreciate it. He knows I really appreciate it. He's a long-time contributor, and he's heard me give the spiel many times about the sorts of things I'm excited to do with all the money, like pay the staff, pay Raven, who's in the producer's chair today, and Jesse, who's a little busier with their main day job this week, but not so much next week, so Jesse will be back in the chair soon. Alex sent $5 to say, why does MAGA think they can just make definitive claims without any actual knowledge on the topic? The false confidence is obnoxious. Yep, and that previous caller ran when I called him on it. He declared the win and ran, which is, he's learning from the president. Kevin sent $5 to say, been watching for a few months from Portland, Oregon, fellow musician as well. Musicians always come equipped with higher IQ. Hope you make it out to Portland sometime. Keep up the good work. If I'm ever through Portland, I'm going to keep the public posted on travel. I'd love to, have a beer with some of the fans in the various places. I've had offers from all over the country, and it makes me excited to get some traveling done. Traveling is one of the things that we're trying to do with the ever-increasing budget of the show as people send their donations, like Metal Rose, who sent $5 to say, I can't find your Instagram. Oskar Quentin Music, all one word, is my Instagram. OSKARQUENTINMUSIC is my Instagram. About 100,000 followers. Almost. We're going to have 100,000 by the end of the day. That's very exciting for me. W, Jesse, and Raven for being the ones who edit the clips these days. All right. Let's talk to... is Brad back? We're going to come back to Brad. Maybe he has a better answer for the question, why are you a conservative, in light of the conversation about social policies where it sounds like he really actually supports taxing the wealthy and using the money to support public policy issues like, welfare stuff for not so wealthy people. But he's not connecting, so maybe his phone's in his pocket. Maybe he's teacupped and he's just listening. Oh, I forgot about Jake. Of course I forgot about Jake. My bad. Brad doesn't need to hop in. Jake, I forgot I let you in already. How old are you?
31.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I'm in a bit of a political pickle, though. I think you might be able to help me out with.
Okay.
I'm in Florida, and we had the redistricting, and my current congressman is, he's an incumbent, is Darren Soto. And I'm a anti-Zionist Jew, and he takes a lot of money from AIPAC. And we have a Republican running in the race as well, who is, seems to be a bit more of the Thomas Massey like, seems to have hard principled stance against corporate money and against Israel. And I'm just kind of in a pickle. Yeah, I'm generally more of a blue voter, but I'm very passionate about this particular issue, and I'm wondering, what you would do in my scenario.
Yeah. So it was Florida, you said, and what's the seat? Which two people is this?
9.
District 9.
Darren Soto, he's the incumbent Democrat. Yeah, he doesn't have anyone running against him to primary him, but there's quite a few people in the Republican primary. There's one in particular. I don't know if he's gonna win, but he does win.
Oh, hold on, you're breaking up a little bit.
Someone who might be more of the Thomas Massey, Sorry.
Hey, yeah. So I was just interrupting because you're breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me all right? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
I'm gonna let him go for service. You can try again in a little bit. Yeah, I can even see that he was still talking after I disconnected him, which means the delay was getting really long here. We can try to just reconnect. That might fix it.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Hello? Can you hear me?
All right, I'll give you a quick answer. I'll give you a quick. I can't hear you well. That's the issue. So I'll give you the quick answer, which is that if we're faced with the dilemma right now as to whether or not you're going to elect somebody who takes AIPAC money, somebody who's maybe a Zionist, versus somebody who's going to be a vote for impeachment in the House, it is my opinion that in the current, a little bit short-sighted perspective that we need to have to prevent this fascistic thing from happening in the government, this Project 2025 thing, personally, I think that we need to vote for the Democrat. And this is where I split with the leftists, is where the leftists are very, very mad at me for saying that's the dilemma right now. I don't think we're going to make progress on divorcing the United States' interests with Israel if the Republicans win and we end up with like a fascistic government, a continually becoming more and more fascistic government. So even if it's a pretty like AIPAC pocket-lined Democrat, I think for 2026, for the midterms, I think that dividing our focus between defeating the Republicans who are trying to take over the government as fascists and trying to divorce our interests from Israel, I think if we split our interests between those two things, we will accomplish neither of them. So that's why I'm willing to give my soft endorsement to people who take AIPAC money. That's why I'm willing to say, okay, vote for the Democrat. We can fucking hopefully like do a referendum on all this Israel shit as people like James Tallarico become more popular as establishment Democrats. But for now, for that one, that's my answer to that dilemma. And maybe we can talk about it a little bit more if you call in another time with some better cell service. Splinter's back. Let's see how long it takes for him to call me a dingaling after he reminds me how old he is.
What's up, bro? It's been a long time, dude. How you doing?
Doing great. How old are you again, Splinter?
Let's just say I'm 19.
Yeah, that's right. You refused to give me your age for some reason that's lost on me, but I am going to take a moment to thank Kronos because he sent me $100 YouTube super chat. He said, congrats on 100K on Insta. I know I'm early, but if it happens before the end of the live, I'll miss it. Love what you three are doing. You deserve the big dono. Also, will anyone be in the hot seat on the members only this weekend? W all except the callers, of course. Kronos is a big time donor. Like that $100 is against a background of him donating like a bunch of smaller donations regularly. So like, to be clear, I'm thanking him for more than just $100. Kronos is like one of the MVP donors. Thanks, dude. I get to celebrate with Kronos because I've come to know the guy a little bit just through his interaction with the donations and all the time he spent on the members only stream. So I know that, he feels very much like a friend who's watching me achieve something I'm excited about. Excuse me, Splinter. I wasn't done. Yeah, he is. He's a gay man and he's in love with me. It's very fun for the audience to watch. Awesome, bro. That's great. Raven, who's in the seat for the members only stream? Are you or Jesse?
I think it's me.
I think it's going to be Raven this week.
I'm gonna try to let you have most of the attention though, just so.
Awesome. W Raven.
Keep it light.
Thank you, Kronos. I really do appreciate it. What are we talking about today, Splinter?
Thank you, Kronos. We love you, bro.
What are we talking about today, Splinter?
So you were talking earlier in the live about the EBT benefits and shit, and about how Donald Trump won't release money to feed the kids. Remember when you were talking about that?
Well, it's not won't because it's not a current issue. It's that he didn't during the last 2 weeks of that government shutdown when the courts ordered him to do so.
Okay, so Oscar, how about the parents feed the fucking kids, you dingaling? Why do you want the fucking government to feed them?
All right, it took 1 minute and 49 seconds for him to call me a dingaling for those who are playing along at home. I think I answered that pretty satisfactorily to that caller, which is that if we look at...
you don't want the parents to be responsible for their kids. You want to rely on the government to feed them MREs and shit, dude.
Yeah.
Another stat for the viewers at home is it took him exactly 3 seconds to prove the sign is right.
Us selfish. You call us selfish, but you want free handouts, bro. Do you know how
can I answer?
Diabolical mindset that is?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Well, I think if you consider it a problem that there's some parents who aren't doing a good job providing for their kids, I also agree. That's a disappointing fact that there are a lot of people.
Well, Oscar, we have 40 million Americans on some form of government assistance, buddy.
I'm not done answering your question.
40 million
Excuse
Americans.
Me, are you going to let me finish answering the question?
Go ahead.
Can you show my audience that you're not selfish and emotional and that you have an attention span enough to hear my
Go
answer
ahead,
and
dude.
answer it honestly? Okay,
Go.
I think that if we have parents who can't provide for their kids, we should look at programs that use taxpayer money to affect an outcome where they are able to provide for their kids, and the vast majority of people who use SNAP benefits quickly become people who are able to provide for themselves. So that's a good solution to the problem.
Okay, so my point, 40 million Americans are on some form of government assistance, you fucking dingling. How deep do you want to take this shit? Why do you want to keep doing all these social programs? Why can't you just tell the parents to be responsible? Yeah, feed your kids some top ramen for a couple days, you fucking idiot.
I think I just answered that question already.
How about you feed your kids some fucking bolus Cheerios? Like, why do you want the government to fucking feed you, dude? You're just a lazy fuck, man.
I think that when people get fed, they're better able to do the sorts of things they need to do to become somebody who doesn't need to be fed, and that's why the
so
SNAP
what about the
benefit
people
program
who
is such
don't
a
have
success.
kids? We got to pay for these other parents to feed their kids. We got to pay into the system. No, I'm not doing it, bud.
I mean, you are
I'm not
doing
gonna
it.
keep
Do you
letting
not pay your taxes?
I'm not going to let you keep taking this system 40 million. What are you going to take it to 100 million deep? And then what?
I would argue that if, depending on how we define social programs, I'd say
you need to stop arguing, period, bud. You suck at it.
I think that everybody's on social programs. That's what I was saying to the previous caller. I think there's social programs that you use.
No, actually, Democrats are the highest recipients, bud. You guys are the highest recipients for social programs, you fucking idiot.
But do you understand what I mean when I say that I think everybody's on social programs?
What part of you do you not understand that Democratic voters are the highest recipients for social programs?
I don't even think that that's true. I'd need a source on that. But do you know what I mean when I say that I think everybody's on social programs?
Bud. I'll give you the source. It's the Pew Research, dude.
Do you know what I mean?
Is that a good enough source?
Do you know what I mean when I say that everybody's on social programs?
Do you know what that is? That not a good enough source for you, bud?
I'm sorry. I just want to answer to my question. Do you know what I mean when I say that everybody's on social programs?
Explain it.
Do you use the roads?
Oh my God, bro. I cannot believe. That's state level, you idiot. Okay?
No, the Interstate Highway Program gets federal funding.
Yeah, for interstate highway, bro. But what about all the other roads that branch off that? That's all state. That's all up to the state and counties.
Okay. Do you use the interstate?
Barely.
Do you buy food?
Dude, where's your if you're going to use the argument that because people use roads, is that the reason why we need to have all these social programs? You're a fucking idiot.
I actually just think that we all do use social programs, and the road's one of them. And you said that you don't use the interstate very much, but I imagine you buy food, and I think that your food probably gets delivered to the grocery store using the interstate.
Okay, hold on. Hey, is the Pew Research Center, is that a good source for you? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Democrat voters are the highest recipients for government assistance for major federal benefits.
It's unsurprising to me.
Hey, let me finish, bro.
Yeah, it's unsurprising to me that that's the finding, if it is true, just because it makes sense. You know,
it is true. What do you mean? I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, it's pretty well known that people who are less advantaged in society generally do vote Democrat.
Yeah, like Democrats, because you guys are bum losers. You don't want to work. You want free shit. What part of that don't you get?
The part that I don't get is why you think that it's okay that you use free social programs, but not other people.
No, I don't take government assistance like food EBT. I don't take cash allowance for housing. I don't live in the projects. Dude, what are you talking about, bud? You can't seriously use the roads as a means of an argument as to why you guys are fucking the highest recipients for government assistant programs, dude. And you just want to keep adding on. You want to keep adding more programs. So you want to take tax-paying dollars and make all these programs that we already have.
Sorry, what do you mean all these programs that we already have?
40 million people on some form of government food assistance, bud. How deep do you want to take it, Oscar?
Hold on, I think I should read some of these donations.
Yeah, that's what you do. You want to go to donations because you lost a fucking argument, you wiener. You fucking... Dude, you're literally like 19 years old giving advice to people is just a diabolical, like, what the fuck, man? When did the Matrix glitch
How old do you think I am?
Well, it looks like you just hit puberty, dude. You're a little toothpick, man.
31.
So you're like 19 years old. You're like 20 years old, I bet.
31.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, dude.
I have to remove you. You gotta follow your flag.
You want to say, just like the other caller was saying,
wait a second.
RichPoor guy. That guy was spot on, but he kind of folded.
Wait.
You guys literally.
Hey, Splinter, can you turn on your camera? I want to see how old you look.
No, I'm good, dude. But hey,
wait, why are you good?
Why
you want to make? Wait. Don't you think?
You guys,
before I let you go, because
this is what they do. They want to go. Oh, show me your face.
Stop.
This is what you guys do. Show me your face.
But you're making fun of my face. Can we make fun of your face? Can it be fair? Or are you a coward?
No, because I don't want to steal your audience, dude.
Let's do it.
I don't want to steal
Mog the shit out of me. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. You're gonna get your
man, and I don't want to steal your audience.
I want you to steal my audience. Let's do it.
No, I don't want to steal your audience.
Can everybody in the chat say please? Can we please see your beautiful face? Can we get a bunch of please? Please, Splinter, grace us with your beauty.
What's up, bud?
Oh, fucking finally. Excellent.
What's up, Oscar? How you doing? Hey, smile for me real quick. Smile, bud. Let's see your teeth.
Yeah, there we go. I just wanted to get Splinter's face, but he already got the flag. Cool.
He looks like a depressed peanut.
He does look like a depressed peanut. Alex, thank you for the $5. Why does MAGA think they can just make definitive claims without any actual knowledge on the topic? The false confidence is obnoxious. I agree. Did I miss somebody before that? I gotta make sure I'm reading all of these. Oh, is that Alex? Oh, wow. Guys, stop sending me Venmos. There's too many for me to read. David sent me $5. All right, yeah, laughter is an emotion. I read that one. Thank you, David. Kevin sent me $5 to say, been watching for a few months from Portland, Oregon. Oh, I already read that. I'm reading them out of order. My goodness. Thank you, Kevin, though. I appreciate you. Okay, wait, hold on. Was it Colin where I just was? Forgive me, I'm bad at my jobs today. Colin sent $5 to say, emotions mean you give a shit. It's the shit that MAGA cares about is the problem. They only care about themselves. Yeah. Definitely. Thank you, Colin. David sent another $5 to say, if anyone doesn't understand why Oscar's on his phone, it's because Splinter isn't worth his attention and he hates not getting attention. Yeah, it is intentional, the sitting here and ignoring him. It bothers him in his soul. That's why I do it. It's not just because I'm like checking out from the live stream. It's a very specific strategy I use with that caller. Joe sent $5 to say, can you ask him why every red state is poor, rural, impoverished, low education state that relies on the surplus tax revenue from New York, California, Illinois, and Massachusetts? Yeah, I don't know if he's susceptible to that type of more nuanced argumentation, but hey, I appreciate the $6. And then Jeffrey sent $1 to say, I hate when the right claims that the LGBT plus community is grooming kids when it's 100% obvious that they are the ones who groom their kids to be hateful, uneducated bigots. I agree completely. Yeah, it's quite a shame. They don't realize that we're indoctrinating people to just like not be so damn hateful. Georgia sent $5 to say, Ryan West drop shits shitty car soap for a living. He's also 42 and single. No woman wants to reproduce or have traditional family with him. He's miserable in Clearwater, Florida. I think talking about some of the Florida politics that came up a moment ago. I wrote that one down though, because I'll look into that dilemma that other caller called about, and I'll see what I think about that one. Because I always like giving myself little homework post-its to do when I'm off air. My control for a second, or even I'm gonna look at the YouTube donations. Let's see, where were we? Oh, we were right here. I got a little flag system. There we go. Metal God sent $5 to say, I've been participating in streams for like a week. Don't hype me up like that. Been kind of following since 40K though. Yeah, thank you, dude. Yeah, you sent some bigger ones though. I appreciate it. Johnny Viral sent $2 to say, come to Wisconsin. Us could help us beat Tom Tiffany. Maybe I will. Wisconsin's not very far away. Chronos sent $5 to say, yes, it can be both, caller. I like Oscar for more than one reason, and thanks, Oscar. I'm here for you. Yet you act like you're here for us. Keep it up. Hey, man. I gotta pay it back to the people who appreciate what I'm doing and make sure that the show gets funded. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say, caller sounds emotional. Metal God sent another $5 to say, parents who can't afford to take care of their kids on their own usually end up having more kids and help pick up the slack with and W emotional Republican. Yeah. I can't believe I learned what Splinter looked like today. How nice. Quinn Craft Table sent $10. Thank you for the $10. Anti-intellectual asshole. The simple, stupid answer is the obvious one to his dumbass. Who cares if parents are lazy? Why take the food from the kids who did nothing wrong? Again, it's just like, shouldn't the parents have to pay? It's like, yeah, that would be better if it was like that. Why punish the kids for a state of affairs that you're unhappy about? That's ridiculous. And then Tavi sent $2 to say MAGA check, selfish check, emotional check. Yep, all those apply to Splinter. Jazz Baron Crab sent $5 to say this dingling needs to start growing his own food or shut his mouth because the food that he buys is brought to him via the interstate. Also, he uggo. Thank you, Jazz, for the $5. CDAWS 8580 sent $5 to say Collars looks like a depressed Josh Peck. He does look like a depressed Josh Peck. I've been seeing some of Josh Peck's Facebook posts lately. He's back in the fight on Instagram, posting silly memes and stuff. Pat in the chat sent $10 to say, remember when Trump and Musk had a full-on verbal fight on social media, like a couple of spoiled brats, yet the left are too emotional? LOL. Right. Did you check out Toby Morton's site yet? I haven't yet, but it is on my list. Okay, I think that's everything. We can probably loop back to the beginning and see if we got another Venmo, because oftentimes they come in while I'm reading them. They did. Thank you, Emily, for the $25. That's a bigger donation. Thank you very much. And Emily's, I think that's the same Emily that's always sending gifts on TikTok. So thanks for that. Another PDXer who would love to hang. We should all gather and take you for dinner. Portland, is that what it is? Sending love to you and the crew. Hey, maybe we'll have like a group dinner or something, some kind of meet and greet if I go to Portland. But we are trying to travel. That is the sort of thing that we're trying to do budgets for. And then Kevin used his monthly membership message to say, Oscar, thank you for what you do. Education is so important. Love being here. Hope I have been and continue to help. Sending good vibes and love. Thank you. And then Marsha, as I was reading that, sent him another $50, a $50 YouTube super chat. My ex left me years ago, house in foreclosure. I was uneducated with 2 kids. Snap and other programs helped me attend college and become an RN. I was on the programs for 2 years. It saved my life and gave me a future. I gladly support the programs. Fucking W's in the chat for Marsha for turning things around. Because, life deals you a fucking shitty hand sometimes. And if these programs can just give you the support you need to do better, like... I always think about the person where it's like, if you're 18 and your parents were shitty, you're going to have a hard time being a good adult. So if we have government benefits that help you for 2 years where we say, you got dealt the shitty parents hand, let's buy your groceries for a couple of years so that you have an easier go of it. And if that person becomes a 21, 22, 23, however old they are, person, and they're functioning member of society, it's like, we did it. We rescued a person from having a bad situation. That's good. That's better. That's a win, right? These people don't view it as a win, which I just find to be absolutely reprehensible. But seriously, Marsha, thank you for the $50. We're talking about travel. We're talking about me. I gotta go pester my dentist because we're trying to pick some dates for me to go get a free set of teeth because a dentist offered me a new set of teeth because I could use. Splinter's right. He has better teeth than me. I'll give him that. I have a better personality, and that's gonna win every time. So I'd much rather be myself than Splinter. But some people think that it'll probably help me in the political sphere if I have some better teeth. So we're gonna road trip me to California, get me a new set of toofers. Anyway, says Will in the chat, who's upset that I don't have a job. This is my job, dude. It's talking to people like you. Why don't you get in the queue, Will? Come talk. Come tell me what you think about my job, or if you think it's a real job. I don't know. This thing where people appreciate what I'm doing and they give me money so that I can pay for my life and I have time to do it. We have a word for that type of arrangement. We call it a job. We're going to talk to Griffin. Is he the mythical beast, or is he just another Trump supporter? We shall see. How old are you?
22.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I just was curious. Are people talking about butt stuff? Are people asking about your sexual proclivities again?
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, we talked a lot about butt stuff yesterday.
That's why I was on the stream yesterday, and it was like 3 calls in a row that I was talking about what goes into your butt.
Everybody wanted to know about my private times, and they were being very immature about it. And I think that, like, jokes aside, I think the tactic was that they wanted to make me uncomfortable by talking about butt stuff, but by the fact that I wasn't made uncomfortable by the conversation, that made them uncomfortable. So I butt stuff reverse uno'd on them, and it's a good episode. You should go watch episode 94 if you're the type to not catch every VOD.
You gay chicken mogged them.
Yeah.
I've mainly been curious. Do you live in the Minneapolis area?
Yeah.
That's awesome, bro. Me too. Love what you're doing.
Howdy, neighbor. Appreciate you hopping up to say hi. Dr. Dankenstein is here. He's a friendly, but I'll see what he wants really quick. Perhaps or is this the wizard? It could be Derek or it could be the wizard about to answer the call. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know the answer.
Yo, what's up? It's regular Derek.
Derek today. Okay, what's going on?
Not much, man. I've just been watching the show, enjoying it. Damn, that one guy you had on earlier was really, really wow. He was really annoying.
Which one?
The one that you just had. The
Splinter.
Oh yeah, wow. That is You got a lot of patience to deal with guys like that.
Yeah.
I just kept wanting to scream at him like, dude, you went to public school. What are you talking about? Like, 100 years ago, we were having the same conversation about like, I don't want to pay for other people's kids to go to school. Why do the farmers need that? And the argument won out that like, yeah, well, society is a lot better when everyone knows how to read.
Dude, Rogue Ghost, that's David, the donor in the chat. He said Josh Pecker, and I think if Splinter's going to keep calling me Dingling, I'm going to start calling him Josh Pecker because he does look a little bit like Josh Peck.
But no, I just really wanted to say like, great job, Oscar. Also, that dude in Minneapolis, come check out the Terminal Bar comedy show tonight. It starts at 7, it goes to like midnight. It's a cool place to hang out.
You know what? I think I might just pop by.
Oh yeah. It's a fun time over there.
Yeah. If you want to,
definitely the best comedy show in the Twin Cities.
Absolutely. If you want to buy me a beer, you can do it at the Terminal Bar in Minneapolis tonight after 7 p.m. because I will be there. Anything else you want to cover? You want to hang out for a debate? We've got one person in the queue.
Sure, I can hang out. Yeah, why not? That sounds fun.
Go follow Dr. Dankenstein. He does some silly stuff, but he is an IRL buddy of mine who does some good content. So people should give him a follow because the TikTok algorithm. You've been doing battle with the TikTok algorithm because your content.
Yeah, I accidentally mentioned a certain conspiracy theory. Well, not accidentally, but I didn't realize
it was on purpose.
Mad at me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, about a certain former conservative firebrand who also active in the debate space, who was tragically murdered, perhaps by one of our greatest allies.
Yeah. Anyway. Purple Sky, how old are you?
I'm 59.
You a Trump supporter?
I am not.
I'll take a prompt or something before we move on. I am trying to get a longer show today, so we're looking for some more debates.
Yes, I just really wanted to say I've been trying to get on your show for a while, and I was waiting till the end of your show when you do sometimes talk to friendlies. I've been listening to you and your younger generation people like Dean and Parker and stuff. And I'm a little concerned because I am a super, super liberal person. And I really think that you guys need to stress voting blue no matter who. And the whole really anti-Israel sentiment that you guys have, I think could throw the whole thing into a massive tailspin and make it go the wrong way. And I'm really concerned about that from my generation's perspective. I mean, I'm super anti-Netanyahu, but that's not equivalent with being anti-Israel. And I feel like it's being conflated a lot. And so I was a little, just to finish my sentence, I think that what you said to that guy from Florida a few minutes ago, I was really happy to hear you say that you need to vote for the blue person, even in the face of, that he might be taking money from AIPAC and stuff because of what we're facing with the fascistic regime right now. And of course, Netanyahu is fascistic as well. But it's not the same thing as being anti-Israel, being anti-AIPAC. And I want to really, I wish you could tell Dean and Parker this because they are really pushing an anti-Israel sentiment. And I'm afraid it's going to make the younger generation think that if you support anybody who supports AIPAC, that's a bad thing. And we really need to be more focusing on blue no matter who.
Well, I appreciate the concern because the concern kind of arises from the fact that if we're going to be honest about the fact that we don't like everything that's happening on the left, it creates division and like there's this need for unity in order to defeat the Republicans in the midterms, which is why I'm perfectly happy to say under most circumstances it's going to be blue no matter who. But if I say under most circumstances, then it's not blue no matter who. It's blue in 2026 in the midterms because of what's going on with the Republicans. But I have to be honest. I can't sit here and lie and say that I don't think, I think I agree with Dean and Parker that the support for Israel is a major problem in American politics. A lot of the division that exists on the left exists because the people who are at the far left hate it, the support for Israel that Democratic candidates have, that it puts them in a different camp than the liberals. And I kind of sit in between where the liberals think I'm a leftist and the leftists think I'm a liberal. So I'm just not going to be anything but straightforward and honest about it. I do need to use the bathroom quickly, Dankenstein, if you want to.
I can handle more of talking about Israel for sure. Good. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure to most people in this chat, like they are gonna, like I'd turn my phone on almost every day and see some new like war crime going on over in Israel. Just some, an IDF soldier just blatantly, smacking a Palestinian. There'll be like an old man who's just told the cameraman that like, yeah, my great grandfather planted all these olive trees, and then every single day some like hilltop youth settler kid drives by on an ATV and just stares them down and just like steals some of their shit, just begging them to try to do anything about it so he can call in the IDF to have them arrested, and then they can just live in this house. And like I cannot support that. I think those guys, like, that is such a massive crime. That is such a massive never. So the whole Holocaust thing of, we have this Holocaust curriculum that we've all had in schools, like every single year, except for like 7th grade through 6th grade through the end of high school, except for 1 year, we learned about the Holocaust. And I had it very, very beaten into me that, never again. And it turns out what they meant for me to learn was never again for the Jewish people. But apparently it's totally fine to do, genocides to other people. It's just, I can't, I really morally can't support that. I also don't like that a foreign government, that AIPAC gets to have so much influence in our elections that, my politicians, that's also why I would have trouble voting blue no matter who, because a lot of blue politicians aren't really doing a whole lot for me. Like Amy Klobuchar's taken almost $1 million from AIPAC, and I have given her $0. Who do you think she's more beholden to? A guy who can give her 1 vote, or a guy who can, give her $1 million? Also, the caller brought up Netanyahu being the real problem. I would say that the real problem is the core concept of Israel, that it is a settler colonial state, that like by its very nature, it was designed to have a Jewish demographic majority, that and they can't just, they have to do something to the Palestinians because they otherwise, they have to ethnically cleanse this land, or else they're not going to have this, majority that they would need to have a modern democratic state. Or, they're not really a democracy because they're not a modern, half of the people who live in the territories that, like, if you look at the Israeli, the map of in the back of your textbook, the map of the world, the borders of Israel, they only control like half that territory. Because like technically, but they put all of that on the map because that's what they want to control one day, and they can't have exactly, like what is it, like forget the exact number, but I think around like 15 million Palestinians or something living there. They can't have them there. They outnumber the Israelis.
Yeah, I mean, just to get back, like to kind of the broad thing, like I think money needs to get out of politics, and that's true across the board. And the fact that we have this third party foreign nation where our politics have become so entangled, and we're talking about practically merging our military with there's like that sort of thing is the result of money in politics, and both sides are evil in that respect. And I almost feel like what that caller wanted me to do is to say something like, let's pretend everything with Israel is fine so that the Democrats are more likely to succeed in November. And you're just never going to hear that type of bullshit from me. Like, I recognize the political pragmatism of that, but like, my integrity comes before all of that, because we're not going to find ourselves in a better situation if we just trick everybody into voting for something, but by not giving them an accurate worldview. And I think an accurate worldview is one that has us really weary of anybody who supports Israel.
And if you're wanting like the Democrats to win in November, also like just look at the polling data now. Like they're gonna do way better by like anti-AIPAC candidates are polling the most. Like people are fed up with AIPAC. It is actually more advantageous now to pull away from it. It makes you seem like a candidate who's actually like there for the people rather than the candidate who's there for the money that they need to get elected.
Well, and to answer to the leftists, I always say, like, we can get closer to an American political system or, political situation where people can give power to candidates who don't want to take AIPAC money. And we see examples of people doing that, like James Tallarico or whoever else is refusing to take money. And we can support them, and I can give them a hard endorsement and say, I'm actually excited about those candidates, while saying, like, pulled back a layer, I'll give a soft endorsement to anybody who's going to go vote for Trump being impeached or is just going to not be loyal to Trump and their decisions in the legislative branch. But I think honesty is really paramount to getting the American people's heads in the right place in terms of what we need to vote for to continue having progress for the country. And I don't want to lull people into some false sense of security about what the Democrats are going to get up to if we hand them the reins, because the leftists are right. They're going to keep supporting Israel, and that's fucking terrible. And if we don't want America to be fascist at all, we need to solve the local domestic fascism issue by voting blue in November, and then maybe we'll have a chance of changing politics in America so that we can become less fascistic on the world stage. Because I do agree with the leftists that from a global perspective, America's a fascist nation.
And while we're speaking of fascist nations, and like the growing fascism in Israel is like, or rather in the U.S. and as well as in Israel, but where do you think a lot of this is coming from in the U.S.? Like, so ICE learned the tactics that they started doing in 2025 from IDF soldiers. There's a lot of like, they have like, seminars and stuff that the IDF will host. There's a lot of like crossover. Actually, there's a lot of police agencies, unfortunately, that go and actually train with the IDF in Israel as well. You ever wonder why like ICE was able to deport like 2.5 million people under Obama and no one cared? It's because they weren't like, when somebody came up with the cell phone trying to make a video, first off, they were like, doing everything legally by the books. They weren't being like outrightly offensive and just being like, yeah, your opinion doesn't matter, which is something they learned from the IDF. Like, just go up to them. Your opinion doesn't matter. If you have a problem with it, we're going to throw a flashbang in your face until you leave. Oh, you're trying to take pictures of this? Well, here's some tear gas. The IDF has been doing this for, decades and decades. Same thing with, a lot of this, like the text issues that we're looking at now, like these, stuff like Skydio drones, something Minneapolis almost took, this Israeli funded drone company that, is using like AI enabled drones. Like these are, stuff that we're now facing in America, stuff like, Palantir. The government can they have a program now where they can just like type your name into a database and AI will search through every single thing you've ever posted on social media and give a pretty accurate appraisal of who you are as a person. They'll be able to just comb through all of your stuff. That is technology that was directly created for Israeli apartheid. That is technology that, was created to oppress people abroad, that is now just being bought by the government at home because it's been proven that it works.
On that, we've got Screechmeister, who is oppositional, but reasonably good faith, if I recall correctly. Remind me how old you are, Screechmeister?
I'm 55.
50. Trump. Yeah, what are we talking about today?
Well, one, I disagree with that guy, but I'm not going to go there with that. Because I've already had this conversation with you and that fucknuts Dean. About ICE. So anyway, that transgender dude, that's what I want to ask your opinion on. That acted like a 2-year-old kid because he got called, him, or sir, or...
Is this like a news story that I missed? What even is this one?
Yeah, it's the one that came out of, it's all over media. It happened like 2 or 3 days ago. I think it was in it was the University of Southern Florida, USF or something like that.
Let me just.
Oh shit! Why am I restricted?
No, yeah, give me a sec. I'll give you just a couple.
I didn't say anything inappropriate.
Yeah, I don't think you did. I'll give you a couple more minutes before I kick you. We had a restriction earlier, and I didn't respond to it quickly, and that tanked the live viewership for the day. So I'm just gonna take that one on the chin. I just want to ask this one question before I kick you and ask you to come back another day when TikTok's not mad at you. I'm really concerned that the Republicans are trying to take over the government, disobey the Constitution, and turn us into some sort of fucking horrible police state. Is it important that somebody was upset 3 days ago on a campus? Is this an important story?
Yeah, I guess it's become one. You know what I mean? It's become almost where some trend. How do I say that? I don't want to get restricted again. It's not misinformation because it's out there all over social media. You know what I mean? I'm
gonna have to look into it. Discord, find me the resources to understand this because I've heard it brought up a couple times, and I do have to remove Screechmaster for the restriction. But I might restart because I think we are going to try to go another hour, and if we're going to do another hour, it might be worth restarting. Yeah, Raven's nodding at me. Let's get that out of the way quickly because I want to do another hour. So we're gonna restart the live stream. If you're watching on YouTube, you don't need to do anything at all. If you're watching on TikTok, get following me. If you're not following me, if you don't want to follow me, you don't have to because in a moment when the stream ends, my face is gonna appear at the top of the screen. Just click on my profile picture, go to my profile page, wait 5 or 10 seconds, refresh until you see the red ring, and then I'll be live again. I'm gonna do that right now. See you guys in just a second. We're not live on YouTube, which means that I can say openly that Donald Trump is like almost certainly a rapist of children. Definitely real involved in those Epstein files and did a bunch of fucking horrible shit that the government isn't acknowledging. Definitely raped a bunch of kids. Pretty fucking clear that he did that. Anyway, dodging the TikTok flags. Back live on TikTok. Let's see how quickly we get the viewership back up. Maybe we can have a well-performing last hour of the show on this day where I would like to go for 4 hours if I can. I guess I can read some YouTube donos because there aren't any more. No, we got one. Kronos butt stuff only makes us stronger. Yeah. Let's get the backup account in there. Thank you, Kronos, for the $2. Oskar Quentin is live. Go there, request, accept, and join, and mute. There we go. All right, if you're just getting back into the stream on TikTok, get double tapping away on the screen. Scritchmeister, I do see you in the request queue. I think if I want to have you back up, I could maybe have you up in like 10 minutes. I'm not sure. I'm just going to read this text that just came in from Derek, who was just on. He said, dude, how do you mentally handle this? I looked up the video that guy was talking about, and even just having to explain to him why I don't think I care sounds exhausting. Yeah, it sounds to me like somebody was upset. Is that the story?
From what I've pieced together, it sounds like somebody was going around intentionally misgendering them in order to harass them, trying to get an emotional reaction. And lo and behold, eventually someone's going to have an emotional reaction, and it caused them to apparently get arrested about it.
Let's go to the funerals of Republicans' dead grandmothers and make fun of their dead grandmothers until one of them punches me in the face, and then we can make a video saying how violent and emotional Republicans are. Do you think that's a good way for us to spend all these donations? We could really fund me like trying to find as many Republican grandma funerals to go to as possible, because eventually one of them will punch me and then we'll win politics, right? Are we doing it right? Is that how we're gonna do it? I don't even know what happened. What did they do when they were upset?
I don't know. I haven't actually seen it myself. I've just heard it referenced in like 4 different lives now. But the irony here is that they don't even understand why they're mad about this or why it's important on a bigger grand scheme of things. And they don't understand that it's literally because they're being told to be mad about it. That's literally the only reason.
Yeah, I don't know. Mothman, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for him.
Do you regret voting for him?
I'm starting to.
Okay. What sorts of things are bringing you doubt?
Up until recently, it's hard to put into words how I fell for the illusion that you trust the process, And then with the whole potential merger of our militaries, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say to that.
You're talking about us potentially merging our military with Israel's.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's casting some doubt for you. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people who call in and take issue with some of the things I say is like, they'll say, oh, the system's working. Trump is trying to do some unconstitutional stuff, but look at that. The Supreme Court is shooting him down or whatever. Sounds like you're starting to kind of see the cracks in that reasoning, that he's trying a little too much. And the two other branches, the legislative branch and the judicial branch, aren't doing a good enough job stopping him. Are we on the same page with all that?
Yeah, I'd say we're on the same page.
Yeah. Sounds to me like you're realizing that what's wrong with Trump is much bigger than any one of these individual policies. What were the reasons you voted for him in the first place?
I voted for him for a few different reasons. I'm against illegal immigration. I wasn't a fan of a few different things that I had seen in the state I'm in. I'm in a very hard blue state. Mm-hmm. I'm on the West Coast, and I just don't like how my state's run. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen, but it's just ruined by the politics.
Yeah, well, we had another caller from my state who kind of felt the same way. But then when we really got into it, it turned out that like a lot of the things that he likes about his life here in Minnesota are the result of liberal policies. I think there's like an issue generally where people don't really see programs that are working well. Like you can hear that SNAP benefits are expensive or something like that, which they aren't even that expensive. But like you can be mad that we're giving money to people. But the actual like big thing that's happening because of SNAP is something that you don't notice, which is that like poverty related crimes aren't as serious, you know, like people don't struggle as much, people do better in schools, like there's all these benefits that just aren't so in broad daylight obvious. So like what is it that has you so upset about democratic leadership because of your own quality of life, because of your own circumstances?
I mean, one of the big parts that is making me disagree with how Washington is run is the cost of living is atrocious here. Mm-hmm. I have friends from all across the US, a lot of them in the Midwest, a lot in the South, and it's so much easier to live there. In this state, it's rough.
I live in a place where I live in a place where the cost of living is like a little high compared to some other places. I guess my concern is, like, don't you recognize that the cost of living is going to go up if quality of life is going up generally?
I mean, I can see cost of living going up, but I also see not a lot's changing here. The roads still suck. Like, everything sucks.
I don't know if everything does suck. I mean, we were looking at HDI earlier. Like, if we look at like a stack rank of like quality of life in different states, like let's see where Washington ranks. Where is it?
Fifth.
Oh, it was fifth, dude. Yeah, you're in the same boat as us. I don't think it does suck there. Sorry to not believe you, but you're one person.
Yeah.
And like, how many people live in Washington? Like, where's the number? Population 8 million, a little bigger than Minnesota. So like an analysis of what like quality of life, like what public welfare or what the societal well-being is in Washington suggests that on average things are pretty decent there. What like when you say that everything sucks, like, yeah, I live in a place where there's lots of road construction. My entire neighborhood's being torn up right now. You said the roads suck in Washington. We joke about how there's two seasons in Minnesota. There's winter and construction season because they work on the roads when it's not winter, and then the winters destroy the roads. And like that's a little, you know, cheeky Minnesota joke about how it's annoying to live here because of the weather, but like quality of life is still across the board really good.
It might just be the area I'm in. Like, the area I'm in has a very high crime rate. Sorry, I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
It's okay.
There are so many areas that are just rougher areas around me, and it's hard to see that things are getting better when the area I'm in is just so underfunded, so like ill taken care of.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you live in a big city or if you live in a small town or if you're willing to tell me, but it sounds to me like that might be an issue of local politics. It sounds like maybe you want more state money to be allocated to where you live. But yeah, I mean, it also sounds to me like you recognize that HDI is a good enough measure that it sounds to me like you're having a harder time than a lot of people in your state.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a bigger city. If I said the city, most people would know. They've probably heard of it. But it might be that I work too much and I'm not seeing any change in the city I'm in. You know, like, I more came up here to talk to you to try and like see if the cracks I'm seeing there are more than I see.
Well,
you know?
I guess here's the broad thing. Like, without like looking up where you live and starting to have like a really like specific conversation about policies that will affect you directly, what type of leadership is going to help those issues? Democratic leadership or Republican leadership?
At this point, I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're moving away from the right, but I think it's a pretty obvious. I think it's really obvious, actually, that it's the Democrats who are trying to create domestic policies that help with the sort of situation that you're describing. That's why if we look at that HDI list, we see it's blue states that rank highly.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird out here, man.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it is all that weird. I mean, I don't know what your situation is. It's not entirely clear exactly what you're this upset about. You said cost of living and roads, and I live in a big city where cost of living is getting kind of high. I'm doing okay financially now because of this show, but like for a long time, that was a struggle for me. But it didn't make me hate my city because I could look broad picture and see like, all right, there's some bigger problems to do with quality of life in this country, like the wealth divide between the people at the top and the people at the bottom. The fact that a CEO can make millions of times more than somebody who's at a low level position, instead of that being capped in some way that ensures that if the CEO wants to be more wealthy, he's going to bring up the lowest level employees at his company with him. Because there's policies that we could do that would fix those issues in society generally. And those are the sorts of things that Republicans resist.
I can see that.
Yeah. So, I mean, without getting into the very specific stuff, I mean, I just think that across the board, it's really apparent that the Democrats want policies that are going to affect these things of HDI in a meaningful way. These things that affect the HDI, I mean to say.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The live kind of.
Oh yeah, I just think that, you know, you can, if you trust HDI as a measure, you can go look at that list and you can just see that it's places that have Democratic leadership that are doing better in terms of the stuff that actually affect a person's quality of life, which is what you care about. I think there's a lot of evidence that across the board that's true on average, even if you can find a situation that's not the best. Like what's when it comes to voting in November, like what sorts of things do you want from your government? Like what are you going to be voting for?
I'm definitely going to be looking for somebody who cares more about the average person than the upper to middle class.
Do you think that, are you familiar with like the sorts of things that our federal representatives, the people in Washington, the people in the legislative branch, the Congress people and the representatives, are you aware of the sort of voting record that Republicans have in terms of addressing that issue?
To be honest, up until recently, I haven't paid much attention to them.
Most recently, we have things like the Big Beautiful Bill, which Trump passed last year, and I think it's been quite accurately labeled as the greatest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the wealthy. They adjusted a bunch of tax policy. They cut budget on some programs that are beneficial to poor people. The Republicans have been like they do it in broad daylight. They vote for policies that benefit rich people. Rich people pay Republicans their campaign finance money in order to affect politics in a way that benefits them. We got a real problem in this country where wealthy people have more control in politics than they should. And Democrats are guilty of that too. They take the money when it's offered to them. That's why we have too much Israeli influence in Democratic politics. That's why we have too much PAC money in general being given. People like me want to get money out of politics, and that's kind of complicated to do because a campaign costs money to run. So there's the question of how do we regulate getting that money? But it's not really up for debate which of these two teams is doing a better job of turning the power they're given when they're elected into benefit for everyday people, as opposed to the wealthy people who maybe funded their campaigns.
Okay. Do you have some sources I could do some research on?
I think you should go look up some of the language of the bill, the Big Beautiful Bill, and you should look at who voted for it, because it had widespread Republican support, and it didn't have support from the Democrats at all, and it did some things that were really, really bad. One of the things it did is change the eligibility for SNAP benefits so that some poor people didn't qualify for SNAP benefits anymore. And then Trump turned around during his State of the Union address, or forget which speech it was, might not have been that one. He said that he lifted millions of people out of poverty. He didn't do that. He just redefined poverty so that they didn't qualify anymore. Those people are hungry because of him, and he's saying that he benefited them. Like that's the sort of lie that's being told from the right, when what the Big Beautiful Bill actually did is allow the government to put us into much more significant debt at the federal level to accomplish a bunch of stuff that the Republicans want. And some of it was being paid for by the taxpayer by taking money away from things like SNAP benefits. I think you should go research what the Big Beautiful Bill did. That's what I recommend you read up on, because that is a big recent piece of legislation that the current Trump administration, and importantly, because it sounds like you don't like Trump very much, sounds like you recognize he's kind of a bad dude. But the thing I have to say is, like, you have to peel that back a layer further and realize that the only reason he hasn't been impeached is because all the Republicans are loyal to him. So whatever disdain you have for Trump and his policy should be extended to them because they're supporting it instead of supporting him obeying the Constitution. That's what I'd ask you to research.
Okay, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate you for hopping up. Thanks for giving me some good faith time.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you. Let's see, guys. What's it been? It's been 15 minutes since the restart. YouTube is winning. We've got more YouTube viewers than we have TikTok viewers, but slightly, about 350 each. But nobody who's already here can change that. So if you're here, you're here. How many Instagram followers do we have? I'm sorry for spending so much time on the air talking about that today, but I am just excited about watching this number tick up. 99,716. Definitely not going to happen on air, unless maybe every single person who's watching this that isn't following me on Instagram goes and follows Oskar Quentin Music on Instagram. That could potentially be hundreds of people, but maybe not. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It'll happen today. Is my mouse working? There we go. Eden, welcome to the membership level on YouTube. I'll see you in the members only stream. And Queen Craft Table sent $5 to say, does he face societal social pressure maybe to be right leaning, like family or friends? Yeah, I didn't want to press too hard on like why he felt that way, but it was just one of those like, those are your concerns. Are the Republicans helping? He didn't have a good answer. I think he's going to go research and find that the Republicans are not helping. Because I can tell him all day. I could sit here and be like, nah, dude, the Republicans hate trying to fix those problems. But he just has to believe it for me, which is why I told him to go look up what the bill did. Look up who voted for it. Kale sent me $10 on Venmo to say, cheers at Terminal Saddle, miss you. I'm just blocks away, but heading out of town tonight. Cheers, keep it up. There are other opportunities to find me at bars in the Minneapolis area. Sometimes I do the cheeky announcement of telling the public where I'm going to be on a particular evening, but given the number of death threats I get, it's a little scary to do that. Georgia sent a buck to say, don't have to read this out loud. Oh, I won't. Okay, gotcha. Thanks for that. Anyway, do we have more callers? I hope so. Matt Smith is a new username. Hopefully we get a new topic, new conversation, something novel. If he connects. How old are you?
Hey, Oscar, I'm 35.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm a friendly. Unfortunately, I just wanted to
it's okay. What's
chat
up?
with you real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I tried to get up a couple of times. You let me up once, but I was working, and I think you heard my mail truck, and you immediately dropped me.
That sounds like me, but doesn't sound like you're driving today. What's up?
No, I'm actually off all week. So I wanted to discuss real quick. This is something I've talked to my wife a lot about, and she's obviously given me a little bit of pushback, but I don't know if I can even say this on TikTok. But I think that people need to change their withholdings and stop supporting this government altogether before any like real change will happen. I don't know if that's something that
are you talking about people are you talking about people ticking the box on their tax form to exempt themselves from paying federal taxes for the time being? Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, there is a movement of people who are saying stop paying your taxes because the government's misbehaving. I'm kind of, it's like a personal risk, right? Like there's there's a lawyer I follow on Instagram. I'm not going to be able to remember her username, which is a shame because I'm about to totally plug her. Maybe somebody in the chat knows who I'm talking about who has talked about doing that, exempting yourself from paying your federal taxes because the federal government's up to no good. And the way that this works is that you will eventually have to pay it. You will eventually have to pay some penalties, but you can take on the personal risk of doing that and then just wait until the federal government isn't misbehaving. Wait until we have a blue administration or whatever you're waiting for, and then just pay it with the penalties. At the end of the day, the IRS doesn't send everybody to prison for missing a year of taxes and paying it late or something like that. There's penalties on that. It's not Attorney Di. She's one of my experts on here. Somebody in the chat says that. And then Wild Sun Panther says that's risky, which is why it's an issue of personal risk. I think that, as a protester, I talk about things like a general strike, right? Like I like the idea of there being a general strike where people refuse to participate in society in a way that's disruptive enough for people to realize they have to fucking do something about what the government is doing. But each of those things require critical mass. And I guess the reason I'm not hugely on the bandwagon of people supporting that is just because frankly, it just sounds like the sort of thing that if people try to get organized about, the government's going to clamp down on before it causes any real harm to them. So I don't think it's going to be the most effective means of leveraging control over a misbehaving government. I think that people getting out in the streets is a bigger axis of control. I think that if 3 to 5% of a country's population peacefully protest it causes regime change. That's a really reliable trend in history. Even if there isn't like widespread like civil disobedience and property damage, just having that many people show up to rallies and things like that like demonstrates the public sentiment around things and elicits some change. So I consider that sort of approach like a little too risky to like have a big movement around. But I don't know. It's a thing that people can choose to do with, you know, your risk profile is your risk profile. You can take that risk if you want to.
The only reason why I bring it up is because, and I'm not, don't quote me, but I don't think it would take very long for the government to run out of money if the 90% that are getting screwed by the systems checked that box and then sat back and waited. I think that it would be like less than a month and they would run out of funding. And again, don't I could be wrong on that. But that's kind of my
the difficulty is the number of people that you would need to do it in order for it to be effective is just enormous. Like that's the problem. Whereas the number like when I say 3 to 5% of people would need to get out, say on the 1st of every month to like protest or something, like that would elicit real change in the country. I don't think that 3 to 5% of people refusing to pay their taxes would actually make that big a difference. So in terms of what people can do and like I also think it's easier to convince 3 to 5% of the population to go stand on the street corner on a particular day than it is to get 3 to 5% of the population to risk imprisonment or whatever the consequences might be for refusing to pay their taxes or something like that.
No, I agree. It's just something I wanted to just throw out there. I'm not saying, oh yeah, everyone should go do this right now or assume the personal risk. It's just something that me personally I've thought about, and if they try to seize the ballot boxes or mess with the midterms, I've already decided what I'm gonna do at that point for me personally. So that's why.
I think we should all think about what we're gonna do if it's clear to us that the midterms aren't free and fair. I agree with you on that.
Yeah. I'll drop down and let you continue on. I just wanted to bring that up real quick and get your.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hopping up. And it is a thing I've seen people do. I've seen like content about it, and Patch in the chat saying do both. Which I think that, you know, resistance doesn't have to be monolithic, right? Like not everybody has to do the same thing. I spent much more time protesting and resisting what's happening here in Minneapolis until I found what I'm really good at, which is this. It's running this show. I'm way better at running this show than I am at chasing ICE agents or whatever I was doing. So I think that we should all try to find paths forward that make us most useful. But for me, I think that's outreach, and I think that the thing that's easiest to convince people to do is to just show up. And I think that that's like the biggest axis of control that we have. Screechmeister, you can come up tomorrow. Absolutely. 10 to 12, maybe longer, because I don't believe I have evening plans tomorrow, so I might be up much longer. But anyway, we're going to bring up MAUMAUMAU. Do you remember who MAUMAUMAU was? Yeah, okay, we might just be doing friendly time. We got another half hour, and I see the Crowletariat also waiting. Hello, MAUMAUMAU. Remind me your age.
I'm 36.
What are we talking about?
So yes, I'm a friendly. I'm actually a legal immigrant here in the U.S. I'm here on a O1 visa, but I've been out here for like I don't know, like 11 years now, pursuing music as well. And man, I've gotten politically involved, just opinions, because I can't actually vote or participate, and my mind is just blown at like the divide, and also the lack of empathy, and the lack of education around, particularly, and I'm sure I'm gonna maybe piss somebody off, but like around conservatism, man. I think conservatism is really poisonous, and I
do too. When people say that they're a conservative, like I genuinely just like my gut reaction is just like, ugh, like why? What are you trying to conserve? I have a caller who likes to hop up every now and then to remind me that what I should say is not that, you know, conservatives aren't trying to conserve shit anymore. They're regressive. They want to go back to the past. Sure. It's establishment Democrats who are like kind of conservative in the let's preserve this status quo sort of sense, and then it's far left people like myself who are actually progressive. progressives and actually want there to be progressive change for the country. So I like that layout, like that clap back to the idea of people like promoting conservative values, because they're just shitty. Like when you think about it, like it's just
values suck.
Yeah, like you want women to be in the fucking kitchen? You want us to go back to having different drinking fountains? You want us to not like have better education around these things that give people better quality of life if we give them that education? That's what conservative values are. That's fucked up. I don't like that at all.
They're also like not really like helpful in a government sense. Like there's like no benefit to like worrying about like, and this is also controversial, and I'm sure most people
just to interrupt quickly, Paradox of Tolerance is in the chat. That's his line. He's the one who calls in and says that. So W's in the chat for him, because I love that perspective on it. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's totally accurate. And I also subscribe to the Paradox of Tolerance. We should be tolerant people. We should tolerate everything except for one thing. We should not be tolerant. We should not be tolerant of intolerance, because in a tolerant world, the intolerant run house. They get to be bullies. So we gotta not be okay with that.
And also, like, I think it's interesting that it took the government by storm, because I think having conservative values is fine as an individual, but it's crazy that it like has anything to do with our government. Like, if you're someone that's pro-life, like, cool, don't have an abortion. I just don't know what it has to do with our like economy or like really with anything. If you're talking about from a government standpoint, like,
well, to play devil's advocate, if I believe, this is like a Louis C.K. joke, I think. If I believed that abortion was murder, I can see that you know, it is acceptable to go and control somebody else's life if you think that what they're doing is murder. I don't think it's murder, and I sit and argue on the show that it's not murder. I'm sure you've heard me do it. But I can give them the credit of at least trying to defend what they consider to be a person. I don't consider a first trimester fetus to be a person in that sense. But it comes down to the fact that, like, I could just invent a religion and say that something is murder, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
and it's also hard to empathize with like the potential of life. Like, I don't have any empathy for someone potentially losing a life when it could affect someone's real life.
Well, yeah. A life that could be just doesn't hold any weight for me, and it does for some other people, which makes it really problematic. Because I could invent a religion where it's murder if you don't have sex every day, because you're supposed to try as hard as you can to have as many of these potential people as possible, and stopping any of them from existing is murder. I could make my religion work that way, and everybody would say that's silly. We don't have to follow your religion. So when the Christians tell me that abortion is murder, I say that's silly. We don't have to follow your religion. Them's the rules. Sorry, you need a better reason than your ancient book that is self-contradictory and has been mistranslated dozens of times, than for me to believe that we should be legislating how people spend their time
based off of the book, for sure.
How people manage their own bodies. You
know, I actually grew up Christian, so I left the church. I'm 36 now, and I left when I was 31. And the whole time I was there, I think what really appealed to me is the idea that, like, I can be forgiven, that there's empathy, and that, like, I am not my actions all the time, and that I can learn from them and be a better person. And also the appeal of community. But I think that the foundation of Christianity is actually really like manipulation. And it took me so long to get there, but like, if the foundation of the religion is like, you have to have faith this book is the word of God, not the word of people, but the word of God. I just think it's primer for like being able to mindlessly believe someone that tells you something that is absurd, kind of like a man that has 14 bullet points for, like, you know, a presidency, as opposed to like an 86-page document outlining what they plan to do with the government, and for people to believe, no, but he says that he doesn't think inflation is good, and he's gonna fix it. It's like, yeah, but how? Well, he says it there, and so I believe him. And I think the primer is unfortunately Christianity, and like, and
that's why I'm so critical of religion, because it gives people that thing to fall back on, where it's like, instead of falling back on reason or good ethical thought or something like that, you're just believing what you're told. And we can say that religion used to fill all these gaps where there's things we didn't understand about the world, so people used religion to understand, you know, the things that didn't make sense to them. And then we have to point out that 2,000 years ago, some very clever people thought, you know what, if we had a little influence over what these religious texts say, perhaps we can get people to believe things about those gaps in their understanding that are maybe beneficial to us as the people who are in control. And then you get this like power structure in religion, where religion is used to control the masses, and that's true to a varying degree in different religions in different times and places the world over. But the fact of the matter is, I just don't see any good argument coming from religion, especially when we as a country have like made some attempt to codify the notion that our practices, our laws and norms and stuff like that aren't supposed to come from religion. You're allowed to have freedom about those norms in your own life as long as they don't interfere with our laws and the rights that we give to other people. But I think that whole perspective has been really bastardized, and people overuse their religious zealotry to act as though it's some sort of trump card in a conversation about what ethics should be in this country. Because if your religion tells me that abortion is murder, going back to what I said earlier, I just don't give a shit because I don't believe in your religion. It's not going to be an effective argument on me ever.
And it's also like contradictory to the religion of itself, because like the whole point of Christianity, and one of the takeaways that I kind of still live with is that the point isn't to condemn and to like stop people from their freedom of choice. Like the whole foundation of Christianity is that like we have free will, and Jesus' whole thing, and I'm no longer a Christian, but like this kind of just rings true to me, is that his whole thing wasn't to like go to the taxpayers and the whores and all the people and be like you will go to hell for this. He kind of sat with them and empathized and listened, and it was through conversation and empathy that he would maybe change their way of thought, but not their actions. He wasn't like, stop this through the government and through law. It was through compassion and conversation. And like, it's crazy to me that this has now become like, no, we have to stop abortion and premarital sex and like other religion and the spread of ideologies and all this stuff through the government, when that was never the foundation of what's in the Bible.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially when you can find contradictions to even those points. Like there's a point in the Bible where a woman is prescribed an abortion. She's told to go to the priest and take his bitters and have her belly swell and dispel the child that she created by cheating on her husband, because apparently adultery is a bigger sin than abortion. Historically, people have just read what they want from these texts and used it to, leverage their influence. Because if the priest says that that's what the Bible says, that's good enough for most people. Because most Christians don't read the Bible. Right, and I think that's fundamentally the thing. And also, like, if they do, they read it again under the pretense that this is the Word of God, not like a book of context and of like potentially historical relevance. Like if a woman was having an abortion at a certain time, the relevance is what was going on at the time, not like this is God's opinion about abortion now. Oh, and has God's opinion changed in this part of the book, but it's like 600 years later. Like it's just really sad that like the whole I guess the selling point of religion has been, of this religion particularly, has been like, this is God's opinion. And you can argue God's opinion against God's opinion, but it's still God's opinion. And like, it's just a primer for like, just stupid arguments. It's semantics of things that don't actually matter. Like if you're telling me about the premarital sex problem, like maybe I'm going to look into the fact that at that time, like kids were getting married at 12, 13 years old because they died at 32. And like they were getting married young. And so maybe, like if the only lens I see the world in is that like the guy that's having a lot of sex at 9 years old is like, their dick is falling off. Like maybe you're like God's punishing them, but you don't have any other point of reference. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. I'm going to give more space to the religion debate, because I actually have a TikTok caller who I brought on the evening show as a guest who just had like a more religious fundamental perspective. So I wanted to give that its own space as opposed to just on here where we kind of keep it as like the left versus right debate space. But we talked about all the stuff that he has religious feelings about, and we kind of just kept bumping into the religion. So I'm going to have Aaron Ravine back on as an evening guest eventually, and we're just going to address the elephant in the room, which is that you think your religion is right, I don't think your religion is right, and all of our disagreements come down to the fact that you think God says so and I don't think God is real. So we're just going to do the straight up fucking Richard Dawkins ass debate of you believe in God, I don't, who's right. I'm going to give that space on the evening show, because it isn't, it's such a waste of time on a show like this one to try to get people to abandon their religion. But it is what the answer to so many of these impasses is. You're religious, I'm not. we're not going to agree until we get that sorted out. And I'm not afraid of having the conversation about trying to, like, I think I'm right. I think that there isn't a God. I think I'm an atheist. I don't identify as agnostic. I think I can accept the logical possibility that I'm wrong about the nature of the universe, but I think that humans have just only gone farther and farther, finding more and more evidence that it's, these concrete rules of, like, the laws of physics that influence everything. And the more and more we study and the more we research, like, the less room there is for God as an explanation for anything. And I just don't see the evidence. So I'm going to talk to a religious fundamentalist about that on the evening show sometime soon.
I love that. That's going to be fun.
I don't know if fun's the right word. It's going to be interesting.
Hopefully, I would love to participate, because like I actually, like, I'm theologically sound. Like I spent 31 years of my life, a lot of my adult life in this religion, and I questioned it for most of my 20s, but I have a lot of foundation on it. But I think what's crazier is that, like, like you said, the tolerance paradox, like, it's wonderful for you and me to sit here and be like, listen, I want to support you in your ability and your freedom to have, like, access to that religion. But it is absolutely insane that you can then, like, sit there and then say that, like, somebody truly believing that they're put in the wrong body is a delusion, and that you don't want to support that delusion, but you're cool with me supporting the delusion of, like, a third party in the sky magically deciding right and wrong and creating, like, it's a delusion too.
Well, for me, what it fundamentally comes down to is that I don't think that we can legislate any type of belief, right? Like, you could believe that the sky is purple, and we could make it illegal for you to believe that the sky is purple because it isn't, but you still believe that it was purple, and it just doesn't really help for us to just, like, say that that's illegal. So, like, there's lots of ethical reasons why we shouldn't legislate around belief. So if somebody's convinced that there's a God, like, I know that they can't just change that about themselves, because I think that that'd be, like, better for them to have right. It's a belief. What's today? Thursday, right? Like, I can't just for the sake of argument choose to believe it's a different day than Thursday, because I believe it to be
Saturday
Thursday
somewhere, dude. You know that.
You could trick me into thinking it's not Thursday. If you said, Oscar, you're joking, right? It's Wednesday, and I looked over at Raven and she was in on the bit and said, yeah, Oscar, it's Wednesday. I'd be like, wait a minute, no, we're not going to the terminal bar later. I would have a moment of doubt. Like, you could convince me, but sitting here, I can, like, look at my iPhone and be like, let's be really sure. No. The iPhone says Thursday. It's, like, almost definitely Thursday. Something would have to be really wrong with the internet for my iPhone to be wrong about which day it was. I don't believe that. I think it's Thursday. I can't just pretend that I believe it's Monday for the sake of argument, in the same way that somebody can't stop believing in Jesus for the sake of argument. Right. And because I recognize that, I'm not going to be mad at people for believing those things, but I will be mad at them for not intellectually engaging with conversations that challenge that belief. Because if you and Raven wanted to challenge that it's Thursday, I'd give you a I'd listen, I'd be sitting here like, guys, you're fucking with me. I know it says Wednesday on the iPhone. It says Wednesday on the computer. Hold on, let me go find another device.
They're in on it too, man. They're in on it too, dude.
Right. So yeah, I think, because I am going to host that conversation, I'll wrap this conversation with you here, unless you have something else dire you want to add. But I definitely appreciate you hopping up.
Yeah, thanks for the space. I guess the question would be, like, what in your broader perspective do you think that, like, conservatism does add to our political spectrum? And I'll kind of let you answer that.
All right, wait, just say it back again.
Because I don't understand what conservatism actually adds to the political spectrum. Like, I think it's actually regressive and useless.
Yeah. I'll elaborate a little bit on that as I let you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. What do you think it does add to it? The conservatism does add to the political spectrum.
In terms of value, I really don't think much of anything. Like, I think it's a dangerous sort of perspective on politics to say, like, oh, I support good old-fashioned family values. It's like, fuck that. Like, shouldn't we live in a world where whatever family values are something better in the future than in the past? Like, shouldn't we have an eye for progress? The idea that there's anything about the past to be conserved is just, it's conservation for conservation's sake. And that to me is silly. We should just make policies based on what we think good is, whether or not that ends up being conservative. Are there some things that we should conserve? Sure. I think we should conserve the respect that we have for the constitutional order in this country and the system of precedent with the Supreme Court. I think we've had some regression on that lately. I think conservatives from 20, 30 years ago would agree with me on that. Conservatives from today would say, no, we need to listen to Trump. and I'm just like not really about it. Gonna say hi to the Crowletariat. See how he's doing today, because I think we're just doing friendly hour. How you doing?
All right. Sorry, give me a second.
Oh, I'll give you a second because I actually have a big donation to read that I like totally forgot to read because fucking wait, who was it? Where did it go? Was it Kronos? Where did it go? Did he take it back? What happened?
Yeah, click on that.
Yeah, there we go. He said, fuck it, we ball today. W, Raven, Jesse, and Oscar. Sorry, Raven, I always forget to put you first sometimes. Don't think I forget about you all. Kronos sent $50 because Kronos is just fucking balling out for the stream today. And I seriously appreciate Kronos. I've been glazing him all stream because I know he wants me to glaze him in real life. But
W Kronos.
W Kronos. Now, where the heck was that donation? Because it disappeared from the main thing, and I don't know where to. Well, hold on. There's like more coming in. What is going? We're like out of order here. Let's figure it out. Remember when Trump and Musk? We read all that, and then Marcia sent another. Is this another $50 from Marcia?
You liked that one when I was hovering on it, so I was confused. I thought you.
I don't think I did read this. And the YouTube chat's being difficult. Oh, software difficulties. My ex left me years ago. Yeah. No, I did read that because we talked about getting saved by Snap benefits. I don't know why Kronos' one disappeared. Quinncraft.
I was paying attention. It was right above the bug dungus one, but I don't know why it's disappeared.
I don't know. Quinncraft Table sent $5 to say, does he face social pressure? No, we already read that. Sorry, I'm not on top of my donations today. Bug Dungus sent $10 to say, even my Jehovah's Witness parents hate Trump and they're taught to have a neutral stance politically. LOL, love you. Thank you very much. Crowletariat, I think I muted you just because you had background noise. I've sent you the invitation to unmute. How you doing?
I was just waiting for you to get off of get done with the thanking list of the people.
Yeah, no problem.
So I actually came up in regard to that, hey, maybe hold your taxes thing, because you know the nature of my job. I work in SNAP, I work in HUD, I work in Medicaid, like I administer these benefits. I see the downstream effects of like policy changes for a living. That's a really great idea on paper, right? But as we saw with HR1, as we've seen anytime the government starts to approach insolvency, where is the first place they take money from?
With the government, if there's insolvency? Oh yeah.
So when they start running out of money, what is the first thing they go to?
Social programs.
Correct. So like, if the goal is make the government feel the pain, the government's not going to feel the pain first. The person who needs SNAP benefits is going to feel the pain first. The person who needs Medicaid coverage is going to feel the pain first. Your grandma on Social Security is going to feel the pain first, because when they need to make that money up, the first place they're going to go is to the people that need that money the most.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that rebuttal, and it is a really powerful one, because they're not going to defund the military. They're not going to defund ICE because you're not paying your taxes, if that's the goal. And I think that's a pretty strong claim against that being effective. But that was kind of my general argument, more vaguely, was just that like if you're gonna do something personally to elicit a good outcome in this situation, avoiding paying your taxes probably isn't the.
We dealt with that. We dealt with that with the shutdown during HR1. What was the one bag that Donald Trump held over this nation's head? SNAP.
Yeah.
I was sitting here in my office having to tell people for a month, I don't know when you're going to get your SNAP. Here's a list of agencies in the area that might be able to feed you, but they're overwhelmed right now because they are suddenly being hit up by everybody on the planet because they're not getting their SNAP. So like
that got a lot of, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but that particular issue got a lot of attention on today's episode because I had a caller who was.
Yeah, I've been lurking while I work.
Yeah. We were talking to Zach about that.
That's the thing that people don't realize is the government will always go for the poor first. That doesn't, and this isn't. I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't normally entertain two sides of the same bird arguments because I think that is a baby's intro to politics take, because the two parties do have clear differences. But the government as an institution overall, when it needs money, will always cut from the poor first, flatly, regardless of who is in office.
Yeah, I think that's. Kind of end a story on that particular strategy, given that argument. Because if I thought of that myself, I think I'd be a lot harder on that approach.
And I've been having this conversation since last year because people were making this exact same pitch during HR1, and I spent a lot of time on this app going, please do not push for that, because you're going to make it so that my clients cannot eat.
Yeah,
that is how that ends. That is where that path ends. And if you're going to say, I am fighting so that poor people can eat, poor people can see doctors, then by reducing the government funds, you are just making less people able to eat, less people to see doctors. Because they will never go for the military first. They will never go for corporate bailouts first. They will never go for ICE first. They will never go for law enforcement first. They will never go for their own salaries first. They will always go for the poor first.
No, enough said. I've got nothing to add to that. That's an obvious problem with that strategy. I mean, what do you think that, like, you know, just curious here. I'm curious your thoughts, given that how directly you feel about that. Like, what do you think people should do? Like, what is the average American's role in fixing this situation?
So the problem is people want to be the dog that caught the car, right? Like, I hear this conversation a lot. My background, like, sure, we talk about what I do for a living, but my actual background is I have a master's in poli-sci. Like, you and I are about, like, on the same footing when it comes to that kind of thing. People always want to be the dog that caught the car. I try to explain this to people. People don't get engaged in midterms. They don't get engaged down ballot. And that's where it needs to start. It has to start. Because let's say tomorrow, I'm a syndicalist, man. Like, I am a man who has no party in this country because none of y'all even know what syndicalism is. But I'm a syndicalist, right? Let's say I get my syndicalist candidate tomorrow. Big chair, big office. I somehow manage to get a syndicalist elected tomorrow. What do they do if they don't have a House and Senate to back them? What do they do if the state houses and senates don't back them? What do they do if the local governments don't back them? They're the dog that caught the car. Now what? They become a lame duck president who never got to accomplish anything during their 4 years. And then we never see that person, a person like that, elected again. So the thing is, you have to build this from the bottom up. That's quite literally how the system is designed. It sucks. It's long. It's messy. It's hard. It's difficult. But with the current design of the government, it is quite literally the only method that works. Because if you elect the dream candidate tomorrow and they don't have all down ballot to back them, they become a lame duck immediately.
Well, and that's like broadly the problem I have with the leftists, where it's like, even if you guys win a seat somewhere, like, if you're just going to be so uncooperative with the system, like, that seat's not going to be very valuable. You're not going to accomplish much. And it's getting like better grassroots support, like more like lower level elections, like local, city council and stuff like that, where like a third party candidate actually can accomplish some good. But yeah, you're right that if you get what you want.
I'll use my own city as an example. I live in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I'm very public about this fact. I talk about it all the time. Hell, I spent an hour and a half on Steve's Lives, literally walking around my city with the camera on to show people what a sanctuary city actually looks like, because Allentown has been one since they were called safe harbor cities. The first vote on becoming a safe harbor city was 1978. We have been a safe harbor city that is now a sanctuary city. So I regularly use my own city as this is what a sanctuary city looks like example. We recently elected one of the weird positions that nobody thinks about. We have a county executive, right? County executive gets elected. If you don't know what that is, their entire job is to be the accountant for the county. That's their entire job, is figure out how the county money should work. He gets elected. Do you know what the first thing he notices is? ICE hasn't paid us rent in 3 years. Do you know what his next step is? He evicts ICE because they owe us money.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you can look it up. Josh Siegel, Allentown, Pennsylvania, Lehigh County executive. When he got elected,
that's fucking hilarious.
He looked in the books and found out ICE owed us money, so he promptly elected them for being a deadbeat tenant. Josh is a leftist. He got elected to one of the most boring positions in government and promptly used it properly.
Well, yeah, and that's why when people say, like, I don't have any power in the system, it's like, I agree with the leftists that people could do so much more if they just get aware of what's, like, all that other stuff on the ballot. Like, you might feel like you can't offer much of a referendum on Trump in the midterms, but, like, what is up for grabs on your ballot in the midterms? If everybody's going to be showing up, like, we might have an opportunity for some serious upheaval in terms of the local, more grassroots type of shit that can really make a difference in somebody's local community. Now is a great time to get involved in local politics, because we're going to see more people voting in a midterm than is normal. So there's more opportunity for people like that individual to take a seat in somewhere like Allentown, Pennsylvania, and stir up some shit, because there's been some power left on the table that somebody hasn't noticed for a while.
And even outside of that, I highly encourage people to start getting engaged in their own community. So years ago, before there was the bird on the internet, before the military, do you remember the band The Flowbots? Had that handlebar song, I could ride my bike with no handlebars.
Yeah.
They also had an activist side. It was called Fight with Tools, right? I was actually in charge of the entire Northeastern chapter fight with tools. And one of the things we used in our model was called the Watts model: wake up, activate, teach, transform, and sustain. The idea was that if like you're in your city, Oscar, improving your area, and I'm here now in improving my area, and somebody in Jersey is improving their area, eventually that bubble overlaps in the entire country and it gets better. People need to be more engaged directly outside their front door. For me, that's something as simple as I have a little row home here in town. I don't have a lot of space, but my wife and I grow, our entire backyard is just vegetables. So we make far more in produce than a family of 4 can eat. So all the excess goes out into the community to help with food insecurity. For you, that may be making sure that your entire block looks nice. Just taking an hour every weekend and making sure your yard looks nice. If everybody is doing pro-social behavior, it actually has a biological effect. There's a thing in your brain. It's called a mirror neuron. Every single human has them. Mirror neurons, what they do is they cause you to subconsciously replicate behaviors that you think are the social norm. What this means is that you yourself can teach new social norms by doing pro-social behaviors publicly and quietly. This is the actual strongest power humans have.
Well, yeah, I mean, people forget the degree to which like the zeitgeist can change just because of people's behavior, you know?
Yeah, and that's my whole point. Because people, I get it. Right now, it's very rough out there. Looking at the news, looking at the world every day, it's very terrifying. It's very rough. It makes you feel very impotent and frustrated. So, like, going out directly outside your front door and doing pro-social things has two effects. One, it's going to help you feel like you have control over your life again. It's going to give you some of that anxiety, take away some of that anxiety because you are enacting positive change in the world. And two, it's going to trigger mirror neurons in your neighbor, which is going to improve your community overall. That's just fucking science.
I mean, I try to do that to a degree on this show, where a lot of time the callers who I think I can reach are taken aback that I'm going to be nice to them and try to understand them when they're so used to getting yelled at by people who are maybe rightfully angry about some of the beliefs they have. But it's the same thing where it's like, if I can just like be level with this person, maybe they'll be more level-headed with the next person that they talk to. And maybe I can spread a little bit of that around by just being more decent in this discourse space, even though sometimes being indecent is the tool. Sometimes I need to really defend myself and really, you know, my audience knows I'm perfectly capable of having a sharp tongue when one is needed. But I think that, I say it all the time, I think the left is guilty of using their righteous fury as an excuse to use that sharp tongue even when it would accomplish more not to, for I think the same reason that you're describing, that we can spread around some of that better behavior just by doing it ourselves.
It's simple things. Like I tested it in my neighborhood. I found myself with an hour on Saturdays. So what do I do every Saturday for an hour? I take out my weed whacker, I go out front, I take care of the entire strip. Like, you know, city blocks have that grass strip that runs down the entire block. I just take care of that. Did that for weeks. And eventually I started noticing my neighbors would start coming outside. They'd start tending their own gardens. They'd start picking up trash from the neighborhood. They'd start, you know, checking in to make sure, oh, the old dude on the block, his porch looks like shit. Can we paint it for him? And that all started because I took that one, like, I got an hour here. I'll just take care of the entire block. That's my thing in the neighborhood. I don't make a show of it. I just go out. I pull out my weed whacker. I'm not a sociable person in real life. I promise. So, like, I'm that dude that just picks up the toolbox, gets the thing done, and goes fucks off back into his house. So, like, that's all it was. Is I have an hour. I'm going to make my neighborhood a little better. And over time, the mirror neurons in my neighborhood fired, and people started replicating their version of that pro-social behavior.
Yeah, pro-social behavior is just such a good way to look at it, because like separate from all this political division, we just also have this issue of people like not having great attention spans, not engaging enough with in-person activities with people. I talk a lot with my in real life people, with my friends, the people I go on dates with, where it's like so many people don't do anything. So many people just sit at home and watch TikTok live
all the time in this app, where people will sit on this app and be like, I would like to blah, blah, blah. I've studied blah, blah, blah. And I'll look at them and I'll ask them a very simple question. Okay, I get what you want to do. I get what you're saying you're going to do. Well, what is it that you actually do? What do you do? What do you do to take that theory and turn it into praxis?
Because then people complain about not having like-minded enough individuals around them. And I always say, have you looked? Where have you looked? Have you tried to go find those relationships? Have you tried to go find those like-minded individuals? Go find a hobby that you like and go to a place where people do it in your town, and you'll maybe find some new friends. And like to put all the politics aside, like I think our culture could just benefit so much from people just like realizing that their phone isn't going to make them less lonely. Like go be a part of something. A lot of this pro-social behavior crops out of those communities that arise around often apolitical things, you know.
Like, you think my neighbors do politics? No, the average American is not a political person. The average American is I'm working 40 to 80 hours a week just to keep my roof over my head. I don't have time to be political. I vote for the exact same person I voted for when I was 18. In fact, this is studied. The average the party you register with at 18 is you have a 90% likelihood of being that same party when you go on the ground. That's just how it works because we studied this in political science. It has to do with everybody's too busy to like do media analysis. We're fucking weird. So those of us that study this shit are weird people. Just is what it is. But this tells us that the average person isn't political. So how do you improve a community without the political mechanism? Pro-social behavior, because they'll want to replicate it whether they know it or not.
Oh, yeah. And then that's the sort of thing where, like, it's that exposure to people where people will start having perspectives where it's like, hey, if we actually take a look at what this perspective is, sounds like you have some liberal policies, sounds like you have some ideas about what world life should be like that the Republicans are working against. And we can get back to that political conversation kind of later, whereas the partisan approach to all these social issues in terms of how they get displayed in the media has people saying that like people like me are like these nasty, unfriendly assholes, and people who know me in real life know that that's not what I'm like. People who see me in the bar, in the comedy spaces that I work in Minneapolis, they know I'm not that type of jerk, even to people who disagree with me politically, because it's so hard to undo what it does for a person to have a nice social experience with somebody. Whereas it's very easy to put a picture of me on the internet and say this guy's a crazy liberal who wants to take your rights away, or whatever fucking bullshit people say about me. It's so much harder to overwhelm somebody's own ability to see that another person's a human being when they're sitting across the table from them.
Well, and chat right now is filling in with everybody going, I changed parties, I changed parties. I need you to understand, by virtue of being in a political space on the internet, I don't know how to tell you this, you are as weird as the rest of us. Well,
that's just it.
I'm not shocked you changed parties over your life. No wonder you're in the 10%. You are the outlier. By being that engaged in politics, you are the outlier of the electorate.
Well, that's why people say we're doomed, because they're like, oh my God, how can these Trump supporters, in light of all these terrible things he's done, still support him? And I just say is like, we don't get a fair slice of the market of Trump supporters here on TikTok. Most Trump supporters are not aware of most of the terrible things that he's done in his life or in his presidency. They just aren't following it like that, which is why, I'm excited to get the phone set up so I can take phone calls on the show and maybe broaden the market of people we get to talk to, because I think a lot of people are just reasonable enough to see that people like me aren't that hateful, and we just want things to be better.
I also think that I'm gonna be real. I need our party to listen in, our side of things to listen in for a minute. We need to get our head out of our asses way too fucking often. Like, a lot of times we have conversations and we use the big fancy political science words and we flex our big old brains, our big old beautiful brains. You reach the average person using kitchen table language. It's quite literally how populism works. When people hear the big fancy words, one, it makes them think you're being fucking condescending, even if you're being accurate. And two, they don't know what that shit means when it comes and how it translates to my groceries cost more, my rent has gone up, and so they just push back against it. Like, we need
you've probably seen me do it.
Start having kitchen table conversations.
Well, you've probably seen me do it, but like when I bring up some like big economics principle or some vocabulary term, it's often like, ooh, instead of saying, I know this thing that you don't, I'm going to trounce you in this debate because I'm so much more knowledgeable. It's more like, hey, dude, there's this really cool thing that the economists have figured out. Can I teach you about it really quickly? Because I think if we both know it, we'll have a better conversation about this stuff. And then it becomes more in sharing in the wealth of knowledge instead of like winning the conversation because I know something that they don't. Like, that's just a shitty way to navigate a conversation if you're trying to be good faith.
There's a term for it. It's called intellectual compression. What it is, it's the ability to take a large, complex idea, strip it down to its most necessary parts, and then simplify those parts. Like, one of the regular things I do on this app is when we talk about undocumented migrants and how we track them, is I'll literally turn on my camera and I'll show my desk and I'll have 5 pennies on the desk. And then I'll hold out my closed fist and go, okay, how many pennies are in my hand? Because the 5 pennies on my desk, that's encounters. That's what we can see. That's what we know exists. The closed hand is crossings, which we can't know. Like, that is intellectual compression. That is taking the conversation, the large topic, and stripping it to its simplest parts.
One thing that's really important that comes up a lot when we talk about like taxing the wealthy and like these issues of ethics and money is the diminishing marginal utility of money. And I use cheeseburgers as my example. We talk about how badly do you want the second cheeseburger versus the first cheeseburger? Because if you can understand that the cheeseburgers get less valuable as I keep handing them to you, you might be able to comprehend why it makes ethical sense to tax the shit out of the wealthy, the people who have 100 cheeseburgers and can only eat 2 or 3 of them. But on that note, I thank you for ending the show on such a nice little tone. The chat's been loving it. I even got a donation for $2 from Carter, who said, "Holy moly, loving the longer shows, helps pass the workday. Also, any updates on the phone number to the call?" That's fucking happening. I'm ordering the phone. Actually, might need to talk to Raven about that because I need a burner address because I can't mail an iPhone here. It'll get stolen. I can't have a $1,700 package in the lobby of this building. But yeah, I'm hopefully going to get that in tomorrow or the next day. But on that, thank you for your time, TheCrowletariat.
Hey, you have a good day.
Friend of the show, make sure you follow. And Kronos said, "Glazed me like a donut, Oscar." More inside jokes for people who watch the show every day. Okay, I'm done with the gay for today, but who knows about tomorrow? We'll see what kind of show it is tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out for 4 hours. If anybody made it all the way through the entire stream, show will be up on YouTube later on today, a little bit later because it's going to be a longer episode. It's going to take longer to render because I do like rendering and re-uploading the episodes instead of just keeping the live VODs up. So if you're watching this on YouTube, the VOD you're watching is going to be made unlisted and you get to have it. It's in your history. You can go watch it while we're waiting for the full one to get posted in a little bit here. But that is the show. We're going to keep trying to do 4 hours, and the reason it works is because of donations. It's because of contributions like viewers like you that I can pay Raven and Jesse to do the clips so that I don't have to do the clips. And because I don't do the clips, which takes hours and hours every day, I get to sit here and I get to stream for longer because I would love to go to a 4-hour structure continuously. But for now, 10 to 12 Central Time every day, sometimes longer like today. We doubled it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time. Am I forgetting anything important, Raven? Nope, don't think so. All right, goodbye, TikTok. I'll see you tomorrow. And goodbye, YouTube.